We are on the record. Our chairman is out of town today, so I am subbing for him. If I am out of order at any time, please raise your hand and get me back on track. There is no briefing session today. However, we do have Ammon McDonald, who's with the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining, who'd like to make just a short presentation. Ammon?
Members of the board, I'd like to thank you for giving me a couple minutes. You may know me as the previous field operations manager for the division. I have recently taken a position with the Utah Geological Survey as the curator of their core center. And I didn't know how many members of the board are familiar with the core center, but I gave you a slide with just some brief breakdown of what we have out there. Basically, what we'd like to do is invite you at some time to come out for a tour, either individually or as a group, and we'd love to show you what we do and what the core center is all about. You know, 78% of our collection is oil and gas. We do have core from coal wells, water wells, tar sand wells, and mining test cores as well. So we have a broad range of the material that you would typically probably see matters about. So again, we'd just like to invite you out there at some time at your leisure when you have time, and we'd love to give you a tour. So that's it.
Thank you, Ammon. Hey, do you have the address for the core lab?
It's just out back. It's on there's if you follow through the parking lot, you can get there, but there's also an entrance on Redwood Road, and I don't remember the exact north.
Okay, it's here on the property.
Yeah, it's on this campus, so.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good luck with your new endeavor.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to change the order of presentation here a little bit. Actually, we're going to do the OVINTIV order, which is number 2 on the docket first, and then we will go back and do Alton Coal. First, we're going to do docket number 2023-037, cause number 130-23, in the matter of request for agency action of OVINTIV USA, Inc. for an order partially vacating the board's orders entered in cause numbers 139-8, -42-90-124, and instead extending the board's order entered in cause 139-160. So first we will proceed with appearance of counsel.
Fred McDonald of Counsel with Lear & Lear on behalf of the petitioner OVINTIV USA, Inc.
Assistant Attorney General Andrew Haynes on behalf of the Division of Oil and Gas and Mining.
Okay. If you'd like to begin, Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. If the IT people could put the witnesses up on the screens for us. There we go. Thank you. Members of the board with me today, appearing virtually from the Woodlands, thanks to the board's order allowing them to participate virtually, are Mr. Jordan Lair, the senior land negotiator who's waving, Mr. George Jennings III, geologist, and Mr. Chris Wall, who is a senior reservoir engineer. And I would ask that they be sworn in at this time.
Gentlemen, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Did anyone hear them?
I do.
You as well.
Chris, do you want
I
to?
do.
Chris, do you want to affirm?
I do.
There we go. Okay, thank you. The resumes of all 3 witnesses were submitted collectively as Exhibit A. If they were separately asked, each would confirm that the facts shown on their resumes are true and correct. Mr. Lair will be a fact witness only. Messrs. Jennings and Wall will be testifying before the board for the first time, so we will qualify them as experts in geology and reservoir engineering respectively at the commencement of their testimony. I'd like to also confirm that, consistent with board previous practice, that it's acceptable to move for admission of our exhibits at the end of our presentation, Chief.
That'll be fine.
Thank you. Members of the board, today OVINTIV is before you seeking establishment of a laydown or horizontal drilling unit for the Lower Green River Wasatch production comprised of sections 13 and 14 of Township 3 South, Range 4 West in Duchesne County. Currently, these lands are subject to 4 board orders creating sectional drilling units, authorizing up to 4 producing vertical, directional, or short lateral horizontal wells upon section 13, and 8 producing vertical, directional wells and 4 short lateral horizontal wells upon section 14. The most current of these orders are the 13990 order and the 139-124 order. Pursuant to these orders, there are currently 1 short lateral horizontal well operated by OVINTIV located in section 13 and 4 vertical wells operated by Javelin located in section 14, all as outlined in paragraph 6 of the request for agency action. OVINTIV, consistent with its development throughout the Uinta Basin, now seeks to produce through long lateral horizontal well development and therefore seeks to instead establish the laydown drilling unit comprised of sections 13 and 14 through extension of the board's 139-160 order as modified by the board's 130-17 order to those lands. Those orders currently apply to other lands close by. Like the 139-160 order, OVINTIV does not seek overlapping drilling units for vertical, short lateral horizontal, and long lateral horizontal wells. Instead, OVINTIV requests that production from any existing vertical, directionally drilled, and short lateral horizontal well remain on a sectional drilling unit basis until the first long lateral horizontal well is drilled, and then effective as of the first month following the date of first production of that long lateral horizontal well, providing for production from all the wells to be allocated on the requested 2-sectional drilling unit basis. As the board is aware, this is commonly referred to as conversion. This will prevent premature and unnecessary modification of existing rights to production until such time that the drilling of the first long lateral horizontal well on the requested drilling unit occurs and mandates such a modification. As has been done in previous OVINTIV spacing matters, including the 139-160 order, OVINTIV is requesting the board to take administrative notice of the testimony of Mr. Mike Jensen and the exhibits admitted into evidence in the 139-134 hearing pertaining to the concept of drilling unit conversion and how correlative rights in existing wells remain protected thereby, pursuant to Utah Code annotated section 63G-4-206, subparagraph 1B4. Madam Chairman, I would ask that the board accept that at this point. Thank you. Also similar to the 139-160 order, OVINTIV is requesting authorization to drill up to 12 long lateral horizontal wells and 8 vertical, directional, or short lateral horizontal wells per drilling unit to prohibit any, or to the extent there's 8 or more wells already existing, which is not the case here, to prohibit any further new wells to be drilled without prior board authorization. This ensures maximum recovery of resource from the drilling unit. The 130-17 order modified the 139-160 order to reduce the heel-toe setbacks from 330 feet to 100 feet. OVINTIV is requesting that same setback reduction here. True and correct copies of the 139-90, 139-124, 139-160, and 130-17 orders were collectively submitted as Exhibit B. Since there's Indian mineral lands are involved, a communization agreement is required, and the agencies, whether under federal guidelines or by practice, require a spacing order of the board for such a communization agreement to be approved. This is another reason why OVINTIV is before you today. The board has jurisdiction over this matter pursuant to Utah Code annotated sections 40-6-5, subparagraph 3B, and 40-6-6. Notice was sent via regular mail to all production interest owners within the requested drilling unit, to the working interest owners, including unleased owners in the established drilling units, or if unspaced, the quarter-quarter sections adjacent to the affected drilling unit due to the requested setbacks, and to the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the Bureau of Land Management, being the governmental agencies having oil and gas jurisdictions over the Indian lands. The mailings were sent to these parties at their last addresses disclosed by the relevant BIA, BLM, and Duchesne County Realty records. The record will also reflect that notice was duly published in the Uinta Basin Standard on August 2nd, in the Deseret News on August 4th, and in the Salt Lake Tribune on August 6th. The Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining timely filed a response on August 9th, expressing non-opposition to the granting of the request, presuming OVINTIV meets its burden of proof by providing sufficient evidence at hearing justifying the establishment of the drilling unit and the drilling of more than one well on it without committing waste. As today's testimony will reflect, these conditions have been met. There are no other objections or responses were filed, and nobody else is appearing today. With that, I'll commence my examination of Mr. Lair. Mr. Lair, please state your name and address, business address for the record.
Sure. My name is Jordan Lair, and the business address here is 4 Waterway Square Place, Suite 100, The Woodlands, Texas, 77380. And I'm the senior land negotiator with responsibilities over the area at issue.
Thank you. Would you please provide for the record the corporate and bonding status of OVINTIV?
Sure. OVINTIV is a Delaware corporation in good standing with its principal place of business for Rockies operations in the Woodlands, Texas. It is duly authorized to conduct business in Utah and is fully bonded with all appropriate federal, Indian, and state agencies. It is the successor by name change to Newfield Production Company and merger of OVINTIV Production Incorporated.
I'm now going to direct your attention to what have been marked as Exhibits C through G. Do you see these on the PowerPoint?
I do.
Okay. Were they prepared by you or OVINTIV personnel with your review and input?
Yes, they were.
Turning your attention to Exhibit C, would you please explain to the board and the what this represents?
Sure. So Exhibit C here is a regional locator plat. It shows the DSU at issue, outlined in red there, being sections 13 and 14 of Township 3 South, 4 West. And it shows that they're located approximately 4 miles north of US 40 and approximately 2 miles due west of Arcadia.
Now turning your attention to Exhibit D, would you please explain to the board what this shows?
Sure. So Exhibit D is, again, the proposed DSU being outlined in red and also showing the location of the 5 wells that are within the proposed DSU. In Section 13 is the Ute Tribal 41334WH, which is operated by OVINTIV. And then in Section 14 are 4 vertical wells, the Moon 1-114C4, the Thebod 2-14C4, the Jenkins 3-14C4, and the Woodward 4-14C4, all of which are operated by Javelin. There are no compulsory pooling orders for any of the wells shown on this exhibit. And under the 139-160 order, any recoupment still owed is to be waived so as to allow a go-forward participation on a converted DSU basis. While kind of not shown here, wanted to articulate that the mineral ownership within the proposed DSU is approximately 66% tribal minerals, with the remainder being owned in fee. And as Mr. McDonald said at the opening, it's OVINTIV and my own personal experience that when Indian minerals are involved, a spacing order not only facilitates, but is required for BLM and or BIA approval of a conforming communitization agreement, whether by guidelines or actual agency practice.
Now turning your attention to Exhibit E, would you please explain to the board what this shows and its significance to the hearing today?
Sure. So Exhibit C is the estimated working interest of OVINTIV in the requested DSU, showing that we're in excess of 98%, by far the majority working interest owner.
Now turning your attention to Exhibit F, please explain what this shows.
Sure. Exhibit F is the existing horizontal well spacing. Again, the red is showing the proposed DSU. which is currently subject to the 139-8, 139-482, 139-90, and the 139-124 orders. The brown area to the north, which is adjacent, is the area currently subject to the 139-160 order. As Mr. McDonald referenced at the opening again, the 130-17 order modified the 139-160 order as to reducing the heel toe setbacks from 330 feet to 100 feet. However, the perpendicular setbacks remain at 560 feet. Additionally, the 139-160 order provides for conversion. The timing on conversion under that order is that it is effective for the existing vertical and short lateral horizontal wells as of the first day of the month following the date of first production of the first long lateral horizontal well drilled, and effective as of the date of first production for the long lateral horizontal. However, requested reduced setbacks for both the short lateral horizontal and long lateral horizontal wells are to be effective immediately.
You kind of faded out there at the end. Can you just repeat that last statement?
Sure. So again, just making a comment on the timing of when the 139-160 order is effective, and as to the requested reduced setbacks, it is effective for both short lateral horizontal and long lateral horizontal wells immediately.
As far as the setbacks go, yes. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes,
Turning
that's
your,
what I'm saying.
turning your attention now to Exhibit G, would you please explain to the board what this represents?
Sure. So Exhibit G is just an illustration to reflect how notice was provided. So again, the red hatched area being the proposed DSU, notice was provided to all the production interest owners. In the purple outlined area, all working interest owners, including unleased owners, in the established drilling units and adjacent unspaced quarter sections that are adjacent to the DSU were notified.
All right, now I'm going to direct your attention to the certificate of service, which was a pleading that was prepared by my office and is already on file here. Do you have a copy of that in front of you?
I do.
All right. Do you recognize the names and the addresses shown there, and who are they?
Sure, I do recognize the names and the addresses. They are the governmental agencies having mineral jurisdiction, as well as the parties aforementioned being the production interest owners in the proposed DSU, the working interest owners and unleased mineral owners in the spaced lands adjacent.
So, in other words, the parties that are shown on Exhibit G, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And how were those names and addresses compiled?
Sure. Those were compiled via OVINTIV's internal land records, including title opinions and a search of the BIA and Duchesne County records prior to filing the RAA by our land broker, Lone Wolf Energy Incorporated.
All right, members of the board, we mailed a copy of the request for agency action to all these parties via regular mail because there was several of them. Therefore, there's no Exhibit Z, the return receipts that you're usually used to. With that, that concludes my examination of Mr. Lair.
With the board's permission, we'd like to, would they allow Dustin Doucette to ask questions of Mr. Lear?
Yeah, Dustin Doucette, engineering manager for the division. Mr. Lair, if you could go to maybe Exhibit C. And so on this, oh, is that, maybe it's D. Yeah, let's go to D. So on the existing wells, I guess my question is, you'd indicated that upon drilling the horizontal wells, these would convert So my question is on the existing Javelin wells. How are those going to share in production from the new horizontal wells?
So as far as the mineral owners that own within those existing vertical wells, yes, you will share in production from the new horizontal wells. However, any of the working interest owners within those wellbores that have working interest limited to the wellbores themselves will not. The history here is that OVINTIV, through several transactions with EP Energy, the predecessor to Javelin, and Uena Wax, has effectively acquired all of the leasehold ownership of those parties outside of the wellbores. So we're effectively the largest working interest owner via those trades, if that makes sense.
So maybe if you just turn to Exhibit E, and that kind of shows your OVINTIV working interest. So you've got 98% interest. What is this setback between, can you remind me what the setback you're proposing between new horizontal wells and these vertical wells?
So there wouldn't be a setback that we're proposing via the conversion spacing. So we're asking to not have any setback to those existing vertical wells.
And so is there a concern that Javelin's interest in these wells are going to be diluted? Because they're not, it's my understanding they will not be sharing in production from the horizontals, correct?
That is correct. So to kind of give some background there, we've been in contact with Javelin about this request well prior to filing. And we're presently in negotiations to resolve any perceived issues with the requested conversion spacing. Obviously, as Mr. McDonald referenced at the opening, Javelin and all other parties that were notified did not protest this. It's our understanding that Javelin's been comfortable enough with the progress of those negotiations and the efforts to date not to protest, and we're expecting to reach a mutually agreeable outcome here between the parties.
So as far as the conversion, I know the request states that upon drilling the horizontal, these verticals wells will convert to the 1280. So will these vertical wells truly be sharing on the 1280 then, even though they don't get benefit from the 1280 horizontals?
So again, as far as the mineral owners and any owners that have interest outside of the wellbores themselves, they will be sharing in the production from the new horizontals. It will be only owners such as Javelin that are limited to the wellbores themselves as far as their ownership that will not be sharing in the new wells.
But Javelin's vertical wells will be sharing on a 1280 after conversion. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, they will be paid on the 1280 basis after conversion.
Okay, that's all the questions I had. Thanks.
Does the board have any questions for Mr. Lair?
Mr. Lair, I noticed that there is a surface location on the section line of section 14 for horizontal wells in section 15 and 16. Do you see that
Yes, sir.
that surface location I'm talking about
It's on Exhibit D.
on Exhibit D?
Yes, sir, I do.
So what is the setback on those horizontal wells in that neighboring drilling unit? Is that 100 feet?
I'd have to confirm. My recollection is that the current setback for that order is 135 feet, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Are there any other questions from the board? Please.
Thank you. I'll now commence my examination. Mr. Jennings. Mr. Jennings, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Sure. My name is George Jennings. I work at 4 Waterway Square Place, The Woodlands, Texas, 77380.
And what's your current position with OVINTIV?
I'm a geologist on the Uinta development team.
All right, since this is your first time testifying in front of the board, would you please provide a brief outline of your education, work experience, particularly in the Uinta Basin or an analogous basin or with long lateral horizontal well development, any certifications, publications, or if you've been recognized by other state oil and gas commissions as an expert?
Sure. I obtained a bachelor's of science in geology at New Mexico State University. I was there from 2008 to 2012. My senior thesis was published in a peer-reviewed paper. And I attended Brigham Young University from August of 2012 to 2014 in order to obtain my master's degree in science, also in geology. I've worked in the industry. My first internship was in 2011, and was employed by Marathon Oil starting in 2014 after graduating with my master's degree. And I worked there in the Anadarko Basin, which is another unconventional basin, where I geosteered wells, I planned the wells, and I also provided expert witness to the Oklahoma Corporation Commission there. And I worked there up until April of 2020, after which I started working at a smaller company called Targeted Geovision as a data scientist, doing a bunch of programming, and then also as a geosteer there. And I started working for OVINTIV in October of 2021. And I started off on our Bakken development team where I geosteered wells and again, did a lot of the well planning and preparation and development work, including also testifying before the NDIC as an expert witness. And I've been working in the most recently as part of the Uinta, our Uinta team. Yeah, that's kind of a brief synopsis, I guess, of my work history and education.
Right, thank you. Members of the board, I would ask, based on his resume and that testimony, that Mr. Jennings be recognized as an expert in geology for purposes of this cause.
Division?
No objection.
Board? He is so recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Jennings, now turning your attention to what have been marked as exhibits H, I, J, and K. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I do.
Were they prepared by you or OVINTIV personnel with your review and input?
Yes, they were.
Turning your attention to exhibit H, would you please explain to the board what this shows and its significance to today's hearing?
Sure. This exhibit shows a type log on the left side, highlighting the different stratigraphic intervals in the basin. And on the right side, we have a map showing the lands that are of current interest here, as well as their relation to that field type log, which is the Shell Brotherson 1-11B4. Yeah, this type log, I believe, has the stratigraphic definition for the lower Green River and Wasatch transitional formations, and those are highlighted there.
Turning your attention now to exhibit I, would you please explain to the board what this shows and its significance?
Yes, so this is a zoomed in look at a type log that is directly to the east of the area of interest that we're talking about, highlighting the 5 primary targets that we target in this area.
All right, and the significance, okay, that's fine, excuse me. I'll move on to the next one. Now turning your attention to exhibit J, please explain what this shows.
Sure. This is a cross-section running through the area of interest. And the main point of this is just showing how consistent and laterally continuous the formations are in this area. It really just highlights that the lower Green River and Wasatch transitional formations constitute one common source of supply.
And finally, turning your attention now to Exhibit K, would you please explain what this shows and its significance?
Yes, this is a map showing the interpreted maximum stress directions of various, and plotting up those data points with arrows and the large blue circles for you to see. And then there's a map kind of averaging through those data points in the background there with the light blue dashed lines. And the main takeaway from this slide is that the maximum stress is averaging about north 5 degrees west for this DSU, which also supports a laydown or an east-west drilling direction in order to optimize production in this unit.
And just again, indicate what the star shows on this.
Yes, thank you for reminding me about that. The star is showing the PVT data that we used as an analog that we'll show later on.
And is that, it's a little bit away from the lands, but you feel comfortable that that's analogous good PVT data to use?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So is it your expert opinion then that the lower Green River Wasatch formations constitute one common source of supply?
Yes.
Is it also your expert opinion that the uniformity and thickness make those formations an attractive target for long lateral horizontal wells?
Yes, I do.
And finally, is it your expert opinion that the fracture orientation supports a laydown drilling unit orientation?
Yes.
Madam Chairman, that concludes my examination of Mr. Jennings.
Division?
Yes, Mr. Doucette has one question.
Yeah, Dustin Doucette for the division again. Just on this exhibit here, you had stated that the PVT data was analogous to this area. Could you just provide a little more detail to that and in your expert opinion why that is?
Sure. You'll recall that the contours on this map are indicating kind of the maximum stress direction, and it swings through this area. However, the actual current day structure, it runs east-west, and so the depths that you find at the location of the Thorn UT 4-21-3-2 WH well are analogous to what we're seeing over here in the area of interest. So I feel that that's even though it is a distance away, it is analogous on a structural basis.
Okay, thanks. That's the only question I have.
Board, do you have any questions? Okay.
Thank you. I'll commence my examination of Mr. Wall now. Mr. Wall, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Yes. My name is Chris Wall. My business address is 4 Waterway Square Place Drive, Suite 100, The Woodlands, Texas, 77380, and currently serving as a senior reservoir engineer working the development of the Uinta Basin for OVINTIV.
Okay, similar to Mr. Jennings, would you please provide the board a brief outline of your education, your work experience, particularly in the Uinta Basin or an analogous basin, and or with long lateral horizontal well development, any certifications, publications, or recognition by other states as an expert in reservoir engineering?
Yes, I hold a Bachelor's of Science in Petroleum Engineering from the University of Texas. I have roughly 20 years of experience in the industry, working in unconventional formations such as the Barnett, Eagle Ford, Haynesville, Bakken, and now in the Uinta. I have actually appeared as an expert in front of the Montana Board as well as the NDIC, and also hold a professional engineering license for the state of Texas.
Madam Chairman, with that testimony and his resume, I would ask that the board recognize Mr. Wall as an expert in reservoir engineering for purposes of this cause.
Division?
No objection.
Board, any? He's so recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Wall, now I'm going to show you what have been marked as exhibits L through O. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes.
Were they prepared by you or OVINTIV personnel with your review and input?
Yes.
Directing your attention then to Exhibit L, would you please explain what this shows and its significance to today's hearing?
Exhibit L is a depiction of what OVINTIV would like for setbacks. In this particular case, it depicts the maximum stress with an orientation of north 5 degrees west, with an effective fracture length, half lengths of no more than 110 feet in the Uteland Butte Formation. The requested setbacks will prevent waste and maximize natural resource recovery, and correlative rights are not adversely affected.
Now turning your attention to Exhibit M, would you please explain what this shows and its significance?
Yes, this is the drainage radius using Hales and Evers. The input parameters come from the Thorn 4-21-3-2WH shown on Exhibit K. There is no drainage of adjacent lands at 5 years, and there's minimal drainage, if any, of adjacent lands at 10 years and beyond.
Now I'm going to ask the board's indulgence here due to my labeling of the exhibits. We're a little bit out of order. I'm going to turn your attention now to Exhibit O. Would you please explain to the board what this shows and its significance?
Sure. Exhibit O is the oil in place EUR and recovery factor table. And with an average oil in place of 298 million barrels for 12 long lateral horizontal wells and an average EUR of 4.7 million barrels for each, the expected recovery factor is 2.3% with 12 long laterals per DSU, and this is a reasonable recovery factor.
Finally, turning your attention to Exhibit N, would you please explain what this shows and its significance?
This is the well economics comparison with 330-foot setbacks versus 100-foot setbacks that are requested. And this shows that economics clearly favor the requested heel toe setbacks.
All right, is it your expert opinion then that the extension of the 139-160 order to establish a laydown drilling unit comprised of sections 13 and 14 is supported by reservoir analysis?
Yes.
Is it also your expert opinion that the reduction of the heel toe drilling unit boundary setbacks to 100 feet are necessary to recover additional resource that would otherwise be left in the ground?
Yes.
Is it your expert opinion that the requested reduced setbacks should not result in adverse drainage, waste, and will be protective of correlative rights?
Yes.
Finally, is it your expert opinion that the conversion and interwell setbacks for horizontal wells as provided in the 139-160 order eliminate any concerns over interference with existing wells?
Yes.
Madam Chairman, that concludes my examination. Mr. Wall?
Division?
Yes, we have a question for Mr. Wall.
Yeah, Dustin Doucette again for the division. Maybe go to Exhibit M. Just a question on, there's a lot of wells that have been drilled kind of in the immediate area on a lay-down basis. Do you guys operate a majority of those wells or some of those wells?
On a laydown basis to the west, I believe that's all Javelin operated wellbores. We do have some wellbores that we operate to the south, and to the north, we're currently in plans to drill some laydowns.
As far as those are concerned, have you done any reservoir analysis or modeling on that? And have you done any production history match that would maybe match some of the detail that you've provided on the Hale and Evers calculation?
So we have in other units, in particular, some of the laydowns, since we don't operate the ones to the west, we don't have the pressure data that we need to do the history matching. But on our own data, yes, we have, and still confirmed that the 110-foot half length is appropriate.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. McDonald?
Board have
Oh,
any
I'm
questions?
sorry, board, do you have any questions? No questions from the board.
Okay, that concludes our presentation in chief. At this time, I would move for admissions of exhibits A through O inclusive.
So admitted.
Division have any objection to that?
No objection.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
With that, I'll reserve my closing and remarks after the division has made their statement.
Division.
Thank you. Based on the testimony that we've heard today from the witnesses, we have a couple questions just in regards to the existing wells. We understand that the mineral interest owners' correlative rights will be protected upon conversion, but we do have an issue with Javelin's working interest will be diluted in these wells. We also understand Javelin is a sophisticated party, and as we are aware, have not presented any request to be here today or motion against this request. With that in mind, sorry. With that in mind, we are wondering if there's been any thought into maybe leaving those existing wells just on a 640 basis until any kind of agreement was put in place with Javelin. And that's something we think may help ease the division's concerns. And that's something we think the board should be aware of.
Board, do you have any questions? I might have a question, just so I fully understand. Javelin has just a wellbore interest in those wells, is that true? And will those wells continue to produce after the long lateral is drilled?
Yes.
And are all of the mineral interest owners in those vertical wells being paid based on the horizontal?
They're being paid on the well bore until the first of the month after production of the first horizontal well drilled.
Okay.
There's no horizontal well drilled yet, so they continue to be paid on the sectional basis right now, which is the existing orders.
Okay.
I believe I'm summarizing Mr. Lair's testimony.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none?
If I could have the
summary.
closing. Yes, yeah, thank you. To address the concerns that the division's raising, and Mr. Lear or one of the witnesses can correct me, I doubt OVINTIV is going to drill that horizontal well until this issue is resolved with Javelin. So to alleviate your concern is that would be in place before they even drill the first horizontal well. So there's no need to have that caveat. Otherwise, the board has heard these matters. This is very similar to all the other matters that OVINTIV has had. There's no objection. As they noted, Javelin is a very sophisticated party and would be here if they thought there was any concerns that needed to protect their own correlative rights with it. We believe that all the statutory and regulatory requirements for granting the request have been satisfied, and we would ask that the board grant the request as submitted. With that, we thank you for your time and attention, and especially your indulgence to allow the witnesses to testify virtually, and also thanks to the IT group to help that go smoothly.
Thank you. Board, do we need to deliberate here? Mr. Church, you look like you want to make a comment.
Maybe if I could address Mr. McDonald. So we are saying that when the horizontal well is drilled, that the Javelin's interest becomes reduced by at least 50% in the wellbore of the vertical wells.
Mr. Lear, if you want to address that.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
All right, but the understanding here is that the benefit of conversion is that if there was any interference with those wells, you're not creating a problem or a frack hit with it, then everybody still shares on the same production. That's the difference. You know, some of the other operators in the basin have overlaps of 40, 640, or 1280. But if there was any frac hit or any interference with one of those vertical wells, you've kind of created a Pandora's box problem of how do you allocate when you have that situation with different things. So the benefit of Mr. Jensen's testimony way back with the 139, 134 order, that's why we asked for the recognition, is the recognition by the board that that is a benefit with conversion.
Right, and I understand that.
Okay.
And so the thing that's still just a little fuzzy to me is that there won't be anything in writing, according to this board, in your request, stating that you will have an agreement in place before a horizontal well is drilled.
If you want to put that in, and I'll have to, again, I'll defer to my clients if that's going to be acceptable. I think that would be the plan anyways, is that they would want to have that in place before they drilled. But I'll defer to the witnesses. Mr. Lair, would you agree to that if they included that in the order, that you have to have an agreement with Javelin before drilling the well?
Probably above my ability to state, but to your point, Mr. McDonald, I think for all practical matters, we would seek to get an agreement before the conversion would occur, before the well was drilled.
I know, I would feel more comfortable with that.
Any further comments from the board? Would you like to retire and deliberate on this for a minute, or are we ready to? Should talk maybe for a minute. We'll recess here for maybe 10 minutes or so while we deliberate. We are back on the record. Board members, would you like to move?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the RAA subject to a written agreement with Javelin or the other interest parties in the vertical well, that a horizontal well will conversion will not take place. The conversion will take place after a horizontal well is drilled, subject to a written agreement between OVINTIV and the other parties in the vertical wells.
Second? Second. Thank you.
Clarification on that, you mean working interest owners in the wellbore?
Pardon me, working interest owners.
So it would be wellbore working interest owners?
Yes.
Okay.
All agreeing? Any? Okay. It's unanimous. Mr. McDonald, we have accepted exhibits A through O. Would you please prepare the order?
I will, and I'll make sure I work with Divisions Council.
Thank you. Moving on. Find my- Before we convene on our next docket item, we're going to take about a 20-minute break here. We'll be back with you in about 20 minutes. Thank you. We're going off the record again. We are back on the record. Now we're going to go back to item number 1 on the agenda. Docket number 2023-023, cause number CO25005-NOVCH 04-182-023-1. In the matter of Alton Coal Development Limited, or LLC, petition for review petition for hearing of notice of violation CH 04-1820-23-1 regarding disturbing land outside the permit area of the Coal Hollow Mine, Kane County, Utah. And I believe we have a report from the hearing examiner. Can I have appearance of counsel?
James Allen for Alton Coal Development.
And Elizabeth Harris for the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining.
Mike Begley, Assistant AG, Counsel of the Hearing Examiner.
Mr. Hanson, who is going first here?
Well, I think at this point, it would be appropriate to have Liz or Jim go ahead and give their presentation.
Madam Chairman, members of the board, we had hoped to be here before you today presenting our settlement of these matters. Unfortunately, we are not quite there. Alton and the division have been working very closely and carefully, and there's just one tiny item that we still need to work on. We think we will get together and have a settlement, but we don't have it ready today. By way of background, Alton Coal brought this petition for review of 1 cessation order and 3 notices of violation for violations of the Utah Coal Program at the Coal Hollow Mine in Kane County. It's a surface coal mine. We asked the board to grant or to appoint a hearing examiner, and this board did appoint Mr. Hanson, as you know. In June, the parties and Mr. Hanson met at the mine, did a very thorough inspection of the mine area, had an opportunity to look firsthand at the circumstances. As often happens when you get the parties together in the same place, we began exploring the possibility of settling all these matters. And in fact, one of the 3 notices of violation has been vacated by the division as a result of those conversations, and we're working now on resolving the remaining 2 notices of violation and 1 cessation order. But we haven't got there yet. We have asked the hearing examiner to give us a status conference in about 2 weeks, where we hope we'll be presenting that our settlement to Mr. Hanson. If not at that status conference, we would be talking about a hearing date. So I'll let Liz speak for a minute.
I think Jim summed that up very well. We're close. We hope to come back shortly. And the only question that we had is, given that, if the board would be willing to continue this matter off of today's docket, either to September or indefinitely, until we are able to either come back with a settlement or schedule and hold a hearing, we would be very appreciative.
Mr. Hanson, do you have any comments?
Yes, thank you. They have requested this 14-day extension to finalize their settlement agreement, and I intend to grant that in hopes that the parties can reach a final agreement in this matter. If not, then it will come before me as a matter before the hearing officer, the position that I'm currently performing. So I think it's appropriate if the board would consider moving this agenda item to September or indefinitely.
Go ahead.
I would move to continue with this to September with the very optimistic hope that we'll be doing what we intended to do today and presenting a settlement agreement. If not, the risk is that we would be asking this board to continue again until the hearing could be conducted in front of Mr. Hansen. So I think the request from Alton is a 1-month continuance to the September hearing.
Ms. Harris, any?
And that's fine. And we could probably, we will know before September whether it will be coming or not. So we could definitely file something and request that additional continuance if we do end up having a hearing.
Any further comments?
I don't believe so, not for me, thank you.
Board, do you have any questions? Does this require a vote? Could someone make the motion to extend to September?
I make a motion that we continue this docket number 2023-2023 to September.
I second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That was a unanimous vote. We'll see you back in September.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to move on and get started on the third docket here. This is docket number 2023-022, cause number 471-03. In the matter of the request for agency action of Heavy Sweet Oil LLC and AC Oil LLC for an order establishing the Asphalt Ridge Enhanced Recovery Unit for the in-situ production of heavy oil from sands within the Rimrock and Asphalt Ridge deposits in sections 22 and 23, 4 South, 20 East, Uinta County.
Like my little kid again between mom and dad. Driving on the hauler.
Are we ready? Everyone ready? Fred, are you ready? Okay. Okay, I think we're ready to begin. Can we have appearance of counsel, please?
Yes, Madam Chairman, Denise Dragoo, appearing on behalf of Heavy Sweet Oil LLC and AC Oil LLC in this matter as petitioners. And Jim?
James Allen, Snell and Wilmer, appearing on behalf of petitioners.
Fred McDonald of counsel with Lear and Lear on behalf of respondent Hoodoo Mining and Mining and Production Company, LLC.
Elizabeth Harris, Assistant Attorney General, on behalf of the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining.
Great. Mr. Grue?
Yes, Ms. Garrison, thank you so much. We wanted to just quickly introduce our witnesses who will be testifying today on behalf of Heavy Sweet Oil and AC Oil LLC. And we've got in the audience, oh, here we go, Brian McGregor, who's Mechanical Petroleum Engineer and Chief Engineer for Valcor Energy. I don't know if you remember this or not, but he did appear before the board in the October hearings regarding the pilot project for this project, and was admitted as an expert. And we will ask the board to accept him as an expert in these proceedings as well. And then we have Doug Hamilton, Dr. Hamilton, PhD, geologist for Valcor Energy. And once again, he was also previously accepted by the board as an expert in these proceedings regarding the pilot project. So we'll ask the board to accept both of these testifying experts as experts in these proceedings. We also have Tara Miller, who she's available for she can make herself available, but we've agreed, counsel for all parties agreed to just proffer her sworn affidavit. She's the petroleum landman for Encore Land Services and has also previously been accepted by the board as a petroleum landman in a separate docket number 215009. So we'll have asked the board to accept her as a petroleum landman in these proceedings and to accept her affidavit regarding the mineral interest owners and landowners in the lands proposed for inclusion in the Asphalt Ridge Enhanced Recovery Unit. So we've got the resumes of all those witnesses are provided in the petitioner's Exhibit A, and if asked, each would confirm the information reflected in those resumes is true and correct. But we will, as we've indicated, those experts have been accepted before, and we would ask the board to accept those experts as witnesses, as expert witnesses in these proceedings again, if that's acceptable at this time.
Madam Chairman, if I may make some comments. First of all, can I get a clarification on Mr. McGregor's expertise? Is it petroleum engineering?
He's mechanical and petroleum.
All right. Also, I would like to object to Ms. Miller's affidavit only to the extent that she makes conclusions as to the rights of the parties under the leases. I have no objection to her testimony as far as who are the lessees or operating rights owners under those leases. The best evidence of the rights under the leases is the leases themselves, which we will submit hoodoos, and I don't know if your plan is to submit the tar sands leases. If not, we will. But the board is in a good position to determine those rights as Ms. Miller is in that circumstance. So we would object to that portion of her affidavit where she makes a conclusion under the rights of the parties. Otherwise, no objection to the admission of them as experts.
We will sustain that objection and not take her conclusions as legal decisions.
Thank you, Chairman Garrison.
Hang on just 1 second. Do I need to consult with the board?
No, no objections from the division is admitting those as expert witnesses. Thank you.
And board, any? Please proceed.
Great. And I wanted just to provide a little background for the board on this. As the board may recall, heavy sweet oil and AC oil appeared before the board in October, and in December, the board issued an order approving petitioner's pilot project for enhanced oil recovery from the rim rock and asphalt ridge formations. Then, once again, in April, petitioners filed this request that's currently before the board, seeking to establish the Asphalt Ridge Enhanced Recovery Unit and to approve a plan of unit operations. And that's consistent with Utah Code Annotated 40-6-7 regarding the plan of development and 40-6-8 regarding the unit. And just to, once again, although Hoodoo had failed to participate in the earlier board proceedings, they did file a response in opposition to that request for agency action that was filed in April. The next thing that occurred was petitioners filed a move to strike Hoodoo's response, and I think that was covered well in those proceedings, but the concern there was that the response that Hoodoo had failed to participate in the earlier proceedings, and then also that the response failed to show Hoodoo's oil and gas, that oil and gas interests, their oil and gas interests were affected by the unitization of the tar sands formation. And finally, we asserted that the board lacked jurisdiction to address the parties' respective rights under the Sitla leases in the subject lands. The board then ruled on July 12th, entered a ruling recognizing Hoodoo as a party, and they're here today. But they did provide that all the facts contained in the conclusions of law and order entered into the December 8th matter particularly with respect to the lands within the pilot project area authorized thereunder, were conclusively established going forward in this cause. So we would ask the board to take administrative notice of that ruling, and many of the factual issues here regarding land have already been established in that prior proceeding. So with the board's factual findings regarding the lands in the pilot project conclusively established, the parties are proceeding today with the technical hearing to support the unit order. And Jim, did you want to put the PowerPoint up on that point? And we'd like to first address the board's jurisdiction. The board has jurisdiction under 40-6-7 and 40-6-8 to establish a plan of unit operations for enhanced recovery. And the heavy sweet oil and AC oil are seeking an order establishing that the Asphalt Ridge Enhanced Recovery Unit for in-situ production be established in sections 22 and 23, Township 4 South, Range 20 East, Uintah County, Utah. Oh, yes, I will. Is that better? Yes. Good. Great. So pursuant to Utah Code 4682, there's really just two requirements for a unit order. The board has to make two findings. First, that each operation is reasonably necessary for the purpose of the chapter. And second, that the value of the estimated additional recovery of oil and gas exceeds the estimated additional cost incident to conducting the operations. And then, of course, 4672 addresses a plan of development for operation of the pool. So today we're going to be presenting evidence to show that the petitioners meet these requirements and that the board has authority to issue an order establishing the Asphalt Ridge Enhanced Recovery Unit. First, addressing the notice and hearing requirements, those have been met. The request for agency action was filed in April, and notice was provided to each of the surface and mineral owners, lessees, or interest holders within the subject lands. And that's covered in the affidavit of Tara Miller, dated August 9th, 2023, which we've asked the board to accept into evidence, and I don't think there was any objection. So we also, we've proffered that affidavit as evidence of satisfaction of the notice requirements, and also each of the request for agency action and each of the supplemental exhibits was filed with a certificate of service confirming that service was provided upon each of the surface and mineral owners or interest holders within the subject lands. In terms of responses, the record in this matter shows that the Utah State Trust Lands Administration has submitted a comment letter dated April 20th, 2023. That was provided by Stephanie Barber Renteria, who's the Managing Director for Energy and Minerals, and that supports the petitioner's request. And I believe Kelly, their counsel for Sitley, is in the audience today. And also, as previously discussed, Hoodoo has filed a response in opposition to the petitioner's request. Do you want to add anything to that, Jim, or before we go into?
I'd like to just make a couple of comments about the statutory basis for an order providing for unit operations. You have the statute before you. Interestingly, in this case, the matter is governed entirely by statute. The board hasn't chosen to promulgate rules elaborating on the statute. So the board shall make an order providing for unit operations if two criteria are met. The first is simply that the operation is reasonably necessary for the purposes of the oil and gas chapter of the Utah Code, which, as you know, those purposes are to promote development of the resources, protect correlative rights. And the second criterion is that the board should issue the order if the value of the estimated additional recovery of oil and gas substantially exceeds the estimated additional cost incident to operating the unit. Now, ordinarily, when a proposal for unit operations comes before the board, that's in a mature field that's been operating for some time, and the choice is between spending whatever money it takes to continue operating that field and spending a greater amount of money to initiate whatever enhanced recovery or secondary recovery operations would be contemplated in the unit. This is a little different in that there is no existing recovery from the asphalt and asphalt ridge and rimrock formations. And so the way we are framing the economic argument for you today is to compare proceeding on a single well basis under the state's uniform spacing rules and the pilot order you granted last December versus what the operators plan to do as enhanced recovery for full development of the field. And so that's what we'll be showing to you is single well operation on essentially on 40 acre spacing versus full development as a unit. When the board approves unit operations, the board is asked to approve a plan of unit operations, and that plan is to include an agreement, a so-called unit agreement among the operators. And the required elements are specified in the statute. There are 10 of them. You'll see that 8 of them are listed here. A couple of them are optional. The first is that this plan must identify a unit area that includes a pool, pools, or parts of a pool. In other words, there has to be an identified resource. But as I read the statute, and this will probably become important later on in the hearing, the unit area can specify less than a pool or more than one pool or one pool. The plan should specify the nature of operations, how production will be allocated among the various working interest owners, provisions to adjust for existing investments. That's not particularly significant in this case. How costs will be allocated. That's the purpose of the unit agreement primarily. The plan should provide rules for governance of the unit. Everybody gets a vote. And the plan should provide for the starting time and designation of operator. And as we go through the presentation today, we'll be pointing out how the proposed plan contains these elements. Mr. Gu has already mentioned the previous board order in 2022-024. So we won't turn to that again, and I think at this time we can start with our witnesses.
Wonderful. We'd like to proceed with the direct examination of Brian McGregor.
Yes, Brian McGregor.
Great. Very
Can
good.
Can you be sworn?
Yes, and we need to swear Mr. McGregor.
I apologize, Mr. Gu. Could you come much closer to the microphone? Thank you.
Certainly, and then maybe we might push that. We'd request that Brian McGregor be sworn.
Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McGregor, please state your name and business address for the record.
Brian Evan McGregor, and I'm working for Valcor as a chief engineer, and our office is in Park City right now.
Great. And could you remind the board of your responsibilities regarding this matter?
I'm in charge of drilling and completion operations.
Very good. And did you happen to prepare the plan of development for this particular asphalt ridge enhanced recovery unit?
Yeah.
Right. Right. So, Mr. McGregor, did you prepare the plan of development for asphalt ridge enhanced recovery unit?
Yes, I did.
Great. And have you previously testified before the board?
Yes, I have.
And were you accepted as an expert in mechanical engineering?
Yes, I was.
Great. And was that at the October 2022 hearing in this matter?
That's correct.
Great. So we, at this time, would move the board to reconfirm Mr. McGregor as an expert witness for these proceedings.
Division, do you have any comments?
No objections from the division.
Or, oh, Fred, I'm sorry.
I thought he was already accepted.
Okay.
Yeah,
Very good.
he's so recognized.
Thank you. So could we turn to his PowerPoint now?
Okay, as outlined,
Let me just ask you a question.
Sure.
Do you recognize this figure B1?
yes, I do.
And did you prepare that exhibit?
Yes, I did.
All right. Tell me what it says.
It's just an outline of the mineral ownership and the proposed boundary of the unitization. It's in the darker red outline. And the mineral owners, we have the blue, which is the state trust lands, and in the red or pink is the tar sands holdings.
Very good. All right. And should we go to B2?
Yeah, this pretty much the same thing. It just shows the outline of the unit boundary.
All right.
And it's all of section 22 and the west half of section 23 and a small area of section 23 to the east.
Thank you. And figure B3?
Okay, this was presented at the October hearing, and it's just for your review. It was approved and caused 471-02. In the attachments, we've put together a revised development plan, about a 16-page document that's submitted as an exhibit, and it contains pretty much all of the operational details from the operations, the health and safety and environmental. It's an entire document, and any reference that I make on my presentation can be found in that, summarized in that document.
And I see 4 separate quarter-quarter sections. What are those?
Those are the 4 pilot wells that we're planning to drill, and if you look at it, the center well is the well we would be drilling in our first phase. The other outside wells, there's 6 wells around each one. Those would be for the enhanced recovery.
Right. Okay. And can you give the board kind of an update as to where that pilot project is right now?
Yes, we've actually added one more well that has been surveyed. The well to the east, the HSO 104, we needed to survey another well for access. So we're actually going to be, there's 5 wells that we've applied for the APD. 3 of them have been approved, and we've done the field site inspection, so it's just a matter of clearing the bond, and the other 2 will be doing the field pre-site inspection next week.
Excellent. And do you plan to commence drilling on those lands?
Yes, we have a rig contracted, and we're planning to start in October.
Very good.
We were hoping to start earlier, but we were delayed by we needed a survey, and there's 7 feet of snow, so we couldn't start operations surveying until after the runoff.
Very good. All right. Shall we proceed to the next slide?
I apologize, Mr. Crew. Could you please speak very closely into the microphone so we can hear?
Yes, there. Is that an improvement?
Yes,
All
thank
right.
you.
Thank you.
Can I interrupt for a minute?
Yes.
Could you try moving your mic to the other side so you can move it closer to the edge, the other side of your papers?
Oh, sure. Is
Like
that
by
better?
your left arm,
Oh, okay.
way over there.
All right.
Maybe you can move it closer. So
All
you
right.
can
Is
speak
that
right
better?
into- Yeah.
Okay, excellent. All right. Moving now to Exhibit C, and you want to go to the next exhibit.
Can I go a point of order? Are you going to bounce back and forth between witnesses? Because it's a question of cross-examination rights.
Right, exactly.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
he's a petroleum engineer, right? That you just had testify? Is he going to do all the discussion about the petroleum engineering?
Could I suggest we proceed with Mr. McGregor's testimony? We'll have to skip ahead in the PowerPoint a bit, but I think the PowerPoint.
Okay, that's fine.
I think
If
the
that's what
PowerPoint
you're
was-
going, you
yeah.
were going with the
Okay, yeah.
geologic exhibits, that's why I was asking.
Yeah, if that's all right, Denise, if we could
Sure.
continue with Brian for a
Certainly,
while,
certainly.
and I'll catch the PowerPoint up.
So are we moving to Exhibit N?
I believe we're going to F.
Oh,
Is that right?
I think that F was being presented by the other witness.
There,
E.
Right, okay, very good.
So skipping around in our exhibits, we're now at Exhibit E.
All right, Mr. McGregor, showing you Figure E.
Yeah,
Can-
and, sorry.
And can you explain what this shows?
Yes, and now this was presented last October as well, and it was approved, but it's just a review of our process. We're going to be doing huff and puff operations for the initial wells, where we'll be heating the wellbore with steam for a period of 3 to 4 weeks, and then producing it back. The biggest considerations we have to deal with is the high temperature fluctuations, because we're going to be taking the reservoir from essentially its ambient temperature to 600 degrees. We'll be producing the well, and then as the well as it's produced, it'll go back to its native state.
I'm sorry, Mr. McGregor. Could you please speak close to the microphone?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, but we're not doing anything different here. I just want to emphasize that we are utilizing existing technology. Our plan shows that our surface and environmental plans will be in place. And our first phase is to do the first 4 wells, and we'll optimize and maximize our operation. We can go to the next slide if you want. Again, this is just a reiteration. We'll be running screens through the open sections, and we'll be steaming the well for 3 weeks and allowing the wellbore to heat up, and then producing the well back with artificial lift. We are, as we referred to earlier, we're getting the APDs in place, and once they are approved, we'll be doing the UIC applications as well. Okay.
Very good.
This is all.
No, wait just a second. Let's have him testify regarding the proposed plan of development, Exhibit N. It's page 285.
Oops, we just passed that.
285.
No, down a bit. There. Okay, again, we're bouncing around, but this is a conceptual layout that we've put together. The in the red squares, there would be the development, the initial wells that were approved. And the yellow would be the future development wells. The elongated shape of these wells are because we're doing multi-well pads, and we'll be drilling 7 wells from each pad. I can discuss the reasons why actually on the next slide while we're doing that, if you want to go to the next slide. We've had, as I said, we've had some pre-site inspections, and they were included with the Division of Wildlife, SIDLA, and the DOGM were there, and we discussed the different operations that we're going to do for environmental mitigation plan. Our standards that we're adopting are the standards, the North American heavy oil standards, which have been established. We're planning to do multi-well pads rather than individual wells. That'll decrease land use by 45%. We're going to be using our existing county roads. We'll just upgrade them for our use, and we're working with the county on that. The biggest concerns, I think, is water more than anything. The runoff that we'll have will be going around the pads, and we're working on what we can do with the water. It's a valuable resource in this area, so whether we get approval for a storage facility, or if not, we'll just do a donation. But it's to support the sage grouse and the mule deer in the area. And the other target or concern is the noise level. We're going to target staying below 70 decibels. And for instance, that's what a washing machine will make as reference. Our drilling rig is less than that, and our pump units will be less than that.
Can I ask a question here real quick? Was this exhibit submitted? Because we don't have this one. I have an F5, which was your conceptual layout,
Yeah.
but I don't have an F5-1.
No, I think this is new. Yeah. I think it was submitted when we realized that there was an environmental concern, so.
But when was it submitted? I mean,
Oh, it's just being
Just today?
submitted now, yeah, today.
okay,
so.
well, I don't have a copy of it, so.
Well, we'd ask that the board accept this as simply
Yeah.
factual.
Yeah. It is in our development plan. It's just a summarization of our development plan.
Great, thank you.
Madam Chair, we missed your comments.
I'm sorry. We're going to go ahead and accept this exhibit.
Thank you.
And this is our project timeline. Again, we're in phase 1. We're getting our APD approvals, and that's in process. Those wells are based on 40-acre spacing. And once we have the APDs, we'll be doing the UIC approvals. And we're hoping to be drilling in Q4 of this year. And the next phase will be with the success, and we will do if we have the approved unitization, we'll do the infill 7-spot pattern. And that'll be start of next year. That's it for me.
Great, and hang on 1 minute.
Can I ask again, okay, these are new exhibits, or were these submitted as part of Exhibit N?
This is a summary of Exhibit N.
The F1 and F2, the ones you just submitted, or put up on the board. I'm just trying to clarify this.
You are seeing them for the first time right now. They have
All
not
right,
been submitted.
that's what I'm asking, okay.
And may I ask, were you intending to introduce those as exhibits and have them admitted into evidence, or are you just using them as demonstrative?
I think they're simply a summary of what's in the joint plan of development, but we'd like to have them included.
Okay.
So are these exhibits part of supplemental Exhibit N, or are these parts of
I think they're a
F?
summary of supplemental Exhibit N.
Okay.
Well, and then I'm going to object to them. If they're a summary, then Exhibit N speaks for itself, and they haven't got to Exhibit N.
Sounds like we'd be better off to treat them as demonstrative.
All right, they're demonstrative. Very good.
We're
Thank
going to
you.
take a quick break here to see if we can figure out the numbering of these exhibits
All
and
right.
what's being accepted as an exhibit or just part of the presentation. So
Exactly.
we're just going to take 5.
Thank you.
And maybe you can explain to me the resolution you've got here before I make comments.
Right. Chairman Garrison, thank you. We conferred, council conferred, and we agreed that these exhibits F51 and F52 are demonstrative and will not be submitted for the board's consideration, other than they simply are demonstrative and assist in the testimony.
Now, Exhibit N.
That's figure 5.1 and figure F52.
Okay. So F5.1 and 5.2 are demonstrative and not exhibits to be submitted.
Correct.
And what about the joint plan of development? Are we talking about
Now,
that yet?
We're moving to that next.
Okay.
So,
Would you, because we have some of these numbered and they seem to be numbered the same, could you tell me clearly what is an exhibit to be submitted and what is just
I will.
demonstrative for the
Certainly.
presentation?
yes, certainly,
Thanks.
Madam Chairman, will do. Thank you. All right. Can you move to Exhibit N?
Okay, again, for clarification, we were on Exhibit F, and he's addressed Exhibit F.
F1 and F2.
Well, we haven't seen F2. I've seen F1 and F6. They started on F6.
Okay, and those are demonstrative, is that correct?
F1 point,
F5-1 and F5-2 are
right.
demonstrative.
So right now, how many Fs have we gone through? F1 was the one I have down.
No.
We haven't done F2.
I thought we'd done F2.
No, we have not done
Okay.
F2. We've not done F3. We've not done F4.
What we
F5
have
was
done
the
is
one we did.
We've done
F5 we had.
F5,
Right.
F51, and F52.
Right, those are
Those are
the
the
only.
three,
The
right.
only three. And you did F51 or not?
F51 and F52 are the two demonstrative.
And correct, we are moving from there.
No,
to F6.
F1. Okay, not F5.1. Did you do F1?
No, that will be presented by a separate
Okay.
expert.
So all we have right now are F5, F51, and F52, correct?
That's correct. Do you want to do F6?
Or you should do F1. Start back up. That's where Doug started.
That's where Doug starts, yeah. You just want to go to that?
Fred, are you clear?
Well, I guess as clear as I can be at this point, yeah.
Yeah, I think going forward, if we distinguish it's an exhibit or it's a part of the presentation, so we don't get confused.
Right.
Right,
With
but
the
also
numbering.
with the way that it was filed, again, if it's Exhibit F, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, which have not been addressed.
Right.
That's why I
Right,
want to get
and
the
they'll be
clarification.
addressed by a separate expert.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move ahead.
Now, we want to move to Exhibit N.
You said that was at 287?
285.
No, it's not. There we go. Oh, right. Why is that not coming up on the screen?
Oh, you're disconnected. There.
That's odd. Kind of struggling with the technology here.
There we go. Good job.
All right. There we are at Exhibit N.
Madam Chairman, we're presenting Exhibit N, and that would be presented as an exhibit in this proceeding. It's not demonstrative.
Thank you.
So, Mr. McGregor, do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Just give me a little explanation.
This is our development plan for the project. It includes the drilling and completion operations summary. It summarizes some reservoir, some geology and facilities, as well as our health and safety plan and our environmental protection plan.
Great, very good.
And it's a 16-page document we prepared for this.
Very good. Do you want to just go through that quickly?
This is just table of contents. This was the description of the objectives of our development plan. Initially, we're going to be doing huff and puff type wells where we'll be injecting steam and producing them back, and continue on. I don't know how much details we want to go into this, but it was all, as again, this is all a summary, so you can go.
Give us a little orientation of what
Yeah,
is being shown here.
This picture here is Figure 1. It's when we do, it's the downhole target placement for full field development. And each well, of course, the previous map I had shown has a pad for each 7 spot. And we've also developed a road network that will be accommodate the entire field development.
And where do all these wells lie with respect to the proposed unit boundaries?
They're all within the proposed unit boundary. Sections 22 and 23.
And how many of those wells would you be allowed to drill absent a unit agreement?
We would approximately 11
Okay.
with a normal 40-acre spacing.
And how many wells are shown on this exhibit?
That one is 119 wells.
Okay. Move through the,
Yeah, there's there's a geology plan, this is the
Right.
drilling plan, the completions plan, and this would be the development. Phase 2 would be all of the center wells for each 7-spot pattern. When it's just
okay. And
to
we
describe,
see on this page 4.1, there's a well spacing analysis.
right. It was
Are
just to,
are you able to talk about that, or is that Mr. Hamilton?
that'd be Doug Hamilton would talk.
Thank you.
Be more. Yeah, I compiled this whole report, but there was input from other parts of our
Okay.
team.
Anything else you want to highlight in this?
There's nothing more that I could really add, I guess, because I talked about it before on our field development, why we're doing pads, and our environmental protection plan. It's all summarized in this.
Okay. Where next?
Very good. Then we'd like to go to Exhibit O, supplemental Exhibit O. And Mr. McGregor, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain what this is?
It's just the details of the unit agreement to allow us to drill all of the wells that we require.
Great. And looking at section 1.2 regarding the unitized formations, are those the same formations that were recognized by the board in the December 8th, 2022 order?
Yes, they are.
Great. Why don't you move to section 4? Can you identify, oh, except,
Yes, the unit operator.
yes, could you identify the unit
Yeah,
operator?
it's Valcor Oil and Gas will be operating the entire program. And as stated earlier, I'm the chief engineer for Valcor.
Very good. And they're the single sole operator, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, good. All right, let's proceed to Exhibit A. Exhibit A to the unit agreement, sorry. Very good. And does this map show the proposed unit boundary?
Yes, it does.
Very good. All right, anything further on this unit agreement? All right. Anything further for this witness? Okay, we have nothing further for this witness. And we'd request that we admit the exhibits towards the end of the hearing. We'll go through the list and agree. Madam Chairman, thank you.
Mhm.
Yes. We're making our witness available for cross.
Oh, yes, yes. I'm sorry, I thought you were conferring with
Yeah.
counsel.
Go ahead.
Yes, we do have cross-examination. Mr. McGregor, let's start with Exhibit E, which you're talking about your plan there. What is the maximum injection pressure you intend to use?
We're going to stay below the frac gradient, which is going to be established when we're drilling the well.
You don't know what the amount is that?
Well, that's why we're doing it when we drill the well. The estimated frac pressure gradient right now is 0.7 PSI per foot. But we talked about this in the October hearing, that when we drill the well, we'll do an injectivity test at penetration into the reservoir.
Okay, what is the minimum production pressure?
The minimum production pressure. There's no pressure with the well at all right now. When we,
I'm curious, without an injection pressure, were you involved with the modeling at all?
no, I wasn't.
Okay, all right. I'll ask that for the person who's doing the modeling then. Okay, let's go to Exhibit N. There's several questions here. Page 13, what are the procedures for an FIT?
The FIT, we want to determine the injectivity pressure. So we'll close the BOPs and start injecting pressures at various intervals until we'll see a feed into the reservoir.
Okay, your company has agreed with SITLA to perform a 24-hour mobility test.
That's correct.
Okay, what are the planned procedures for that test?
Well, when the well will be evacuated, will be blown dry, so there'll be no fluid in the well. And at that point, we'll shut the well in and allow any inflow to happen. At that point, afterwards, we'll test it and see if there's been any inflow.
Are there other tests that you're going to conduct to define the other variables and properties like skin viscosity that impact the results of that mobility test?
No, we want to see the mobility.
How will the results of that mobility test be determined if the fluid is mobile in the reservoir versus mobile to the wellbore?
If there's recovery, the fluid is mobile.
Okay. What other factors, in addition to crude composition, impact the results of that mobility test?
Well, it'd be the biggest factor is going to be the fluid itself, what it is. If it's a solid or if it's a liquid, there's also porosity and permeability.
Right, okay.
but the wellbore will be left open hole. So if there's any, it'll be direct communication to the reservoir.
Okay, do you plan on using insulated packers or thermal insulated tubing?
No, we'll be using, we're using thermal conducted cement, thermal cement for the uphole section. And that casing will be set prior to penetration of the reservoir.
Did you perform any of the cost analysis?
Yes, I prepared the well cost.
Okay, is that cost of that tubing in part of the
Yes, it is.
800,000?
Yes,
Okay,
it is.
All right. Modeling results are based on homogeneous grids. Would you agree to that?
I'm not an expert in that field. I'm a
Okay, but you did the plan, right?
I put together the plan, but as I indicated, it was with input from the other team, members of the team.
So you didn't do any reservoir engineering
I
yourself?
didn't do any.
None of this is reservoir engineering that you performed?
I didn't do any of the reservoir engineering.
Okay. Did you account for CO2 at all in any of this? Your previous indications were that there might be some CO2 involved?
That's not in my area of expertise.
Okay. Okay, you said that you were involved with the costs. What are the estimated capital costs included in the 800,000?
Estimated a complete breakdown?
The capital costs included per well, yeah, the 800,000 per well.
That's, I mean, do you want a breakdown of, because there's rigs are in there, the road construction's in there, the casing itself is in there?
Are there production facilities included?
No, they're not.
Okay.
That takes you up to, there's a pump unit that's in there, and that's included.
Okay, and so were any costs for CO2? I
No.
mean, again, there's no cost for CO2 in any
No.
of that? Okay, all right. Do you plan on using CO2 eventually?
If it makes feasible sense, I guess that'd be a future development plan. I'm just talking about the operations today.
Okay, but again, if the unitization has to deal with the costs, and we're trying to determine what those costs are to make sure that you meet the statutory requirement.
As I've said, I'm drilling and completions.
All right. Based on his testimony, I'm going to have to qualify his expertise. When he's petroleum engineering, it sounds like he's drilling and completion engineer. He's not a reservoir engineer. So I am going to object. I'm going to have to do that based on his testimony right here about his qualifications as a reservoir engineer, if that's included within the petroleum engineering expertise.
Yeah.
May I comment? I believe that the testimony was that a plan has been prepared according to a design that was done by others. We're not in front of this board asking the board to approve the design. The plan is based on a design that was done by someone else. We're asking the board to accept the plan. And you've heard the testimony that the plan does not include CO2. There would have to be additional design done by a reservoir engineer to get to that point.
But if I may respond to that, Exhibit N includes a lot of reservoir engineering aspects of it, which he prepared, and it's included as part of it, and he's testifying about that exhibit. So I'm entitled to ask about those reservoir engineering parts of the plan, and he's not qualified. He says he didn't do it.
He's certainly entitled to ask about the reservoir engineering parts of the plan, but the fact is that the design was done by reservoir engineers. The design's handed off to Mr. McGregor to put the plan together based on that design. We're not asking the board to sign off on the design.
Except that the reservoir engineering goes to the cost elements, and he says that he did work on the cost elements.
So is there someone here who could testify to the things Mr. McDonald is asking about?
No, there is not.
Prepared it? We're going to accept what you are able to testify about.
All right, if I may continue, I have a couple more cross-examination
Yes.
questions. Thank you. So what are the estimated facility costs that you included?
I didn't include facility costs.
You didn't include facility costs, okay? All right. Any other questions? Are pipelines included?
No.
Roads?
Roads, yes.
Roads were, but pipelines are not.
No.
What other factors were included in that?
The roads, construction of the location, the drilling rig, the drilling equipment, the casing, everything from drilling and completions, everything from the time that the well is drilled and licensed to when the well is ready to put on production.
So there's nothing beyond production?
No, not to, the cost takes you to the start of production. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, the cost take you to the start of production.
Okay, what about the cost of the steam injection?
That's not included.
It's not included either, okay? All right, anything else? Yeah. Anything else? You're good, even though you responded? If I may, just confirm one point. It's all right. He does it. Okay, all right. That concludes the cross-examination. Thank you.
You're welcome. Division, do you have any comments or questions? Division? It's okay. Do you have any comments or,
Yes.
or questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you. It's very interesting over there. Mr. McGregor, a couple quick questions. I believe you testified that there are currently 3 APDs that have been approved by the division. Is that correct?
They weren't approved by the division, but we've done the field inspection. Everything's been done up to the point that now we're just waiting for the approval.
Okay, perfect. So it's the site approval that's been completed?
The site approval's been completed, and the APDs were submitted with all the details, information, surveys, et cetera.
Perfect. Thank you.
And the other 2 have all been done to that point, except for the pre-site visit, and that'll be next week.
Perfect, thank you. With the plan of development, can you speak to the unit agreement, or is there another expert that, or witness that would be able to speak better to the?
Yeah, I'm not the right
Okay.
person.
With the board's permission, I'd like to ask that they recognize John South, a division employee. He would like to ask a few questions.
So recognized.
Can you answer a geology question?
I can, but I'll be probably wrong.
Well, I just,
We'll have a geologist.
well, maybe I'll throw it out, and then when Doug gets up,
Yeah.
he could answer it if you don't. But in Exhibit O, you referenced the rimrock sandstone and the asphalt ridge as being members of the Uinta Formation. I believe they're members of the Mesa Verde group.
I'll let Doug address that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
No further questions, thank you.
Board, do you have any questions?
Yeah, Mr. McGregor, could we go back to figure B3, please?
Probably.
Okay, I believe during your testimony, you mentioned that there were 5 locations?
Yeah,
And I only see 4 here, so I
Yeah,
Figure
that was,
that
it's a 5th location that that we're gonna apply for the APD, and it's on the 40-acre spacing. But if you look on this map, it's actually to the south of the HSO, one of 4. It's, I don't know if you can see that, but it was just in the survey process, we had to survey an additional location because of the access road into 104. So,
No, I don't see a fifth one, but
What is the location of that
The,
well?
the location will be 1604.
Will be what?
16-4, HSO 16-4.
What's the quarter description?
So it's up in section 16 then?
No, so it's, the numbering is by the well. So it's, there's the 1 of 4, which you see is the well on the far left,
Okay.
and it's just below that.
Okay, so it's not plotted on this map?
It's not plotted
Oh,
on this
okay,
map.
okay.
Yeah, it's just, through the operations, we had to survey it, so since we have a survey, that's the most expensive cost. We just went ahead and we're gonna apply for the APD anyways, now rather than wait.
Okay, so I understand, I guess I understand that one. All right. So it'll be just on
It'll be
a subsequent map or
It'll be in
something?
a subsequent map.
Okay, good. And also, just want to clarify, on your pilot program here, you're only going to be doing those, of the 7 spot, you're just going to do this, the huff and puff on the center well of each of the 7 spots.
That's correct.
So you're just going to do those 4 or 5 wells in your pilot program?
In the initial, the initial phase, and then, they're pilot.
Okay.
And then if we get the unitization, we'll drill the other 6 wells around, but they'll be huff and puff as well for the first while.
Okay, so then can we go to figure E again then, please? Back to where we were just a second ago. Okay, so this figure, when you have stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, that's actually the same well, isn't it?
It's
not
the same,
three
it's the same
different
well,
wells?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's just
Show-
it shows where we'll be heating the well with steam, then we allow it to soak, and then we produce it back.
Okay, all right. So, all right, and it's only gonna, at this point in time, your plan of development is only a steam flood.
Yeah,
I heard the questions about CO2.
It wouldn't be, a steam flood isn't the correct,
Okay, you're right.
even
Huff
correct.
and puff, you're right.
Because it's more the heating. We need to heat the wellbore to change the phase of the,
Yeah, I understand that, okay. So, on the discussion you had a few minutes ago, questions about CO2, is there anything in your plan of development on CO2 at this point in time?
Not at all.
Oh, okay. I didn't understand those questions, okay. Those are the questions I had, thank you.
Are you going to be fracking these wells initially?
no, we never plan to.
Okay, thank you.
Madam? Quickly, I forget what slide it was, but it indicated that there was bitumen down to 4,000 feet in sandstone. The depth of your projected pilot holes, how deep are those?
They vary in depth based on geology, and I think Doug will probably talk to that a bit more during his testimony.
Okay.
But each well is going to be different depth-wise, depending on where we are in the field.
And so you're targeting a certain member of the formation. Do you have a general range? Or that'll be a geology question?
Yeah, the deepest we're going to go, I think, to the far west is about 2,000 feet.
Okay,
and
thank you.
It's about 1,200 feet.
Okay.
When we're to the east.
Could I ask a question? So if I could understand again on your 7 spot, the central well, you will be working that as a pilot well.
Right.
And doing the huff and puff on that.
That's right.
And then if you get favorable results, you will come back and drill all of the other wells surrounding it.
We will.
They
Yes.
will all be to the same depth, to the same interval that you are doing in the first well.
Yes, they will. And they'll all be from the same pad, but directional.
Okay, and you are not wanting or needing information from your first pilot well to influence your plan of development for a unit? You're making suppositions about your whole plan of development without knowing how the first well in your pilot project is going to respond. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, we know how we have an idea of how they're going to respond, but the future wells will be based on the results of the first well.
Okay, and are the pilot wells you're looking at, again, are they going to be at different depths, or are they, depending on what area they are in this proposed unit outline?
Yeah, it's the same target geology-wise, but the depth difference is based on
The structural
the structure.
condition of the geology will
Yeah.
influence that.
But they're all targeting the same formations.
Okay, thank you.
So will there be any depth limitation on your unitized substances? Are you unitizing these tar sands to all depths? Or how is that?
It would be to all, depths of the rim rock and the asphalt. Rich.
Okay. Anything further? Should we break for lunch before? Are you finished with this witness?
Yes.
Should we break for lunch before we go to the next witness? Was that ever, come back at 12:30 maybe? 45 minutes?
Very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're off the record. We are now back on the record for our afternoon session, and I guess we'll, where are we? Back to Mr. Dragoo?
We completed our direct testimony of Brian McGregor, and I think we're on to Douglas Hamilton, but he's pausing for just a moment. Here he comes. No?
Doug just made a dash for the restroom.
Can you turn off his machine?
Steve? You think that's just the direction of the paths? I can't read it. Can you read it?
Surveyed well location. That says that's a surveyed well location.
So that, those are the four, and that must be the orientation of the pad. Got it. Who were we waiting for, Mr. Gu? Okay,
He's just arrived.
okay, thank you.
Madam Chairman.
I want your mic.
We're on the record, please.
Petitioners call Douglas Hamilton, ask that he be sworn.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Would you state your name and address for the record, please?
Douglas Hamilton. I reside at 3221 North Cluggertoe Road in Golden Valley of Arizona.
And what is your position with relation to this matter?
I'm the chief geologist for Valcor.
Have you appeared before this board before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. My goodness, that is close. Madam Chairman, we would ask that Mr. Hamilton be recognized as an expert in geology based on his previous appearance before the board.
Are there any objections?
No objections.
Again, I thought he was already recognized at the beginning, so.
So recognized.
Thank you. Before we turn to the geology, let's just finish up on economics for a moment. Were you involved in working on the economics for this project?
Indirectly.
Yeah. Members of the board, disclosure here, we had hoped to have a third witness, a reservoir engineer, Jason Billings. We had noticed that up. Mr. Billings has moved on to another program or another opportunity. So unfortunately, while we would have had him aware for the original, or available for the originally scheduled June hearing, he's not available, and so we've had to present that part of the testimony jointly through Mr. McGregor and Mr. Hamilton. We're doing our best, and of course, they're available for cross-examination. So that's why there's perhaps a little bit of jumping back and forth among the exhibits.
Page 32.
Okay.
Back to the geology.
Okay. So let's start with Exhibit C2. Is that where you want to start, Doug?
No, the geology. Where is that? No, it's way up
Yeah, it is way up here.
here. Yeah, pass it up.
Exhibit F is the,
That's what I said. right, we're off and running. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Not yet.
Not yet? Why is it not on the board? Why is it not on the screen?
Oh, yeah, you probably on, yeah, let's try click that one. There you go.
Please, yeah. Thank you. Right, do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
Was it prepared by you or
Yeah.
under your direction?
Yes, it was. No, it was prepared by me.
And what does it tell us about the subject matter at hand?
This is the geological outcrop map across sections 22 and 23. It was required for the last permissions, the last approvals for our pilot project. So what we're looking at here is the surface expression. Most of the region is covered by the Duchesne River Formation, which is tertiary in age, lies above, unconformably above the rim rock and asphalt ridge sandstones, which are our primary target reservoirs. The remainder of the area is covered by the Quaternary alluvium, and over in the D track you see the mesovert outcrop. So there's oil saturated or bitumen saturated sandstones in that area with the yellow arrow.
And what are those yellow dots?
So the yellow circles, they are our proposed pilot wells that we sought permission and received permission. So the HS1 is actually the twin to the Tom Brown 5 well that was drilled by Tom Brown Drilling Company back in 1974. HS2 is a twin well to the Tom Brown 6. HS7 is a twin well to the Tom Brown 8 well, and HS8 is an additional location. And then in section 23, we have AC Oil's D2 proposed pilot well.
And have you been able to obtain data from the Tom Brown wells?
Yes, there's actual drill logs, well logs, gamma ray and bulk density logs were available, and up to, there was 332 cores of bitumen saturated sandstone came from those wells in the primary target zones.
Just, if you'd continue with your explanation on this C2.
Yeah, so C2 is the net pay map of the rimrock sandstone. Once again, this was submitted for our approval at the pilot project. The contours you see on the left 3/4 of the slide are actually from Tom Brown Drilling. They contoured that. Now in the east in 23, AC Drilling drilled 3 wells last year. I sat those wells, and I've put the AC2 well, the one in green you see there under the number 23, that had 90 foot of net pay in the rim rock. So I modified previous mapping to address that. There were 2 more wells that are not shown that define the contours that you're looking at there. And the blue numbers you see, those are the actual net pay intersections within the wells.
Moving on to C3.
So this is the net pay map for the asphalt ridge sandstone. Once again, the contouring was done by Tom Brown, and I extended the contour east of the TB1 well. You see there's a 123 foot value there. You'll notice that the trend shows the reservoir thickening to the east. So I put in a 150 foot contour with a dashed line and a 200 foot contour further to the east, also a dashed line. The AC2 well did not drill deep enough into the asphalt ridge. It was terminated at basically the base or a little bit below the rim rock sandstone. So that's a null data point.
So is it fair to say the pay that's expected in this area would be the sum of the blue numbers on C2 and C3?
Yes, that's correct.
Moving on to C4.
So this is the depth to the top of the rim rock sandstone, and you'll see if we go from HS1 in the west to HS8, we've got a 1,000 foot contour. So we drill a well. So this is depth 2. So we're going to drill basically a 1,050 foot well in the Tom Brown 5 twin, which is HS1, and the HS8, it's just above 1,000 feet. The AC2 well, the top of the rim rock, was at 721 feet, so that allows for the contouring, with lots of data points for the contouring. I did note a question from the board when on the previous testimony, they were wondering about the depths of the holes. So the 4,000-foot number, that was actually a subsurface. In fact, with reference to sea level, it's 4,000 foot above sea level. So that 4,000 was actually a measure above sea level. These are actually depths down from the surface, so they're actually different. But these give you your drilling depths. The maximum depth we were looking at is just to the south of HS1. This is the rim rock map, so you have to add the Asphalt Ridge as well. So the total depth of the deepest well we're proposing is about 2,200 foot from surface. Here's the Asphalt Ridge sandstone. Same thing, it's just the depth to the Asphalt Ridge, to the top of. And that well I was talking about, just to the south of HS1, you see the 2,000 foot contour. We're just down below that, so about 2,200 foot would get us to the bottom of the Asphalt Ridge there.
C6, if you'd explain that for us, please.
Sure. So once again, this was a requirement for our application of approval for the pilot project. It's a dip section from south to north, south on the left, north on the right. And you can see the map on the right-hand side. That's a plan view showing the location of this section. So down at Tom Brown 2, which you can see the green just above the S on the map, and just to the right of the S on the cross-section, we see the rimrock sandstone has a lowest known bitumen there of 4,260 feet. The rimrock sandstone rises steeply up to the tertiary unconformity, where it's partially eroded and completely eroded about where I have that red arrow. Underneath that is the Asphalt Ridge sandstone. It extends to the TB7, Tom Brown 7 well, where it is ultimately eroded by the tertiary unconformity. And of course you have the Duchesne River and Uinta formations overlying the Mesaverde rimrock and Asphalt Ridge sandstones. And just to confirm, the divisions question at the end of the geology, yes, there was a typographical error where the rimrock and Asphalt Ridge were referred to as Uinta formations, which they are not. They are clearly Mesaverde, so just to be clear on that.
C7.
So C7 is a west to east cross-section. The westernmost well is the Tom Brown 5, and we're twinning that in Heavy Sweet 1. Then the central well there is the Tom Brown 6. We're twinning that as Heavy Sweet 2. The Heavy Sweet 8 is the blue column. That's a prognosed depth. And then ACD2, that is an actual drill well, but we didn't have electric logs in that well because they had some problems with the borehole condition.
And what conclusions do you derive from this?
So we see the rimrock sandstone in beds of 32 to 58 feet thick. Hundreds of cores were taken by Tom Brown. The average oil saturation in the Tom Brown 5 well was 69%, and the average oil saturation in the Tom Brown 6 well was 74%. Down in the Asphalt Ridge, the lower unit, we have a 66% average oil saturation in Tom Brown 5, an average of 62% oil saturation in the Tom Brown 6.
Moving to C8.
So C8, once again, this was required by the board for approvals of the pilot project. The diagram is from Shamall, 2009. That's a Department of Natural Resources publication. And his diagram shows the Asphalt Ridge and the distribution of the oil-impregnated sandstones, as he called them. And I've put that little red box and the call out showing the details of the Asphalt Ridge, Monkish Tongue, and rimrock member of the Mesaverde Formation, which are our target reservoirs.
C9.
Once again, we're required to provide lithologic and electric logs of the Asphalt Ridge and rimrock sandstone. So I published the Tom Brown 5 and the Tom Brown 6. So we have here the gamma ray logs and the bulk density logs.
And the yellow bars there correspond to what you believe to be the pay zones?
Yes, that's correct. The Rimrock member is the upper one, the Asphalt Ridge on the lower one, so I'm highlighting the thick sandstone units in yellow.
C10?
Yeah, so once again, we're required to give a reference well and its location, so I selected the Tom Brown 5 as a good reference well, and it's located in the western half of, or westernmost corner of section 22.
All right, we'll move to our D exhibits. This is demonstrative. We're quoting here from HSO's SITLA lease, which has already been entered into evidence in this matter, I believe, in the hearing we conducted in June. I just wanted to remind the board as we go into this section, HSO is operating on the strength of a lease that grants them the right to produce.
I'm going to object to that standpoint again. The leases speak for themselves, and the board is as good a position to do this as well. We don't need to go over this again.
Any objections? Overruled. I'd like to hear it, actually.
So the lease, as we discussed in a previous hearing, provides HSO with the right to produce from rocker sand impregnated with asphalt or heavy oil, and is synonymous with the term tar sands. Does not embrace the right to recover liquid hydrocarbons except for, and then you have that last sentence there, bituminous compounds excepting rocker sand impregnated with asphalt or heavy oil, which dries to a viscous or solid bitumen near the surface. Mr. Hamilton, do you understand there to be accepted definitions for heavy oil and bitumen?
Yes, those have been published by the USGS on a fact sheet by Meyer and Adenazi back in 2003.
Okay. And
we have that as evidence here coming up.
And in your testimony, as you're talking about this deposit, are you using those definitions of heavy oil and bitumen?
Yes, I am.
Okay. That's all we'll do with that slide. Okay. Turning to Exhibit D1.
Okay, so what we want to make sure or clarify here is that the resource that we're dealing with is the tar sand, heavy oil sand, bitumen saturated sandstone. These are terms that Meyer and Adenazi use interchangeably. We'll talk to that. So this, on the right-hand side here, we have a lithologic section that was generated by an author, Sinks, in 1985, and it was published in the Schammel 2009 report. Now, the 2009 report was a Utah Department of Natural Resources study commissioned by Utah's Heavy Oil and Bitumen Resources, and Steve Schammel was the consultant that did the report, and the report was titled Strategies for In Situ Recovery of Utah's Heavy Oil and Bitumen Resources. And in it, he states that the report, the Uinta Basin contains a very large volume of stranded, shallow, immobile oil, and this oil forms the tar sand deposits that rim the Uinta Basin. So in this report, there is an entire section on the Asphalt Ridges bitumen resources, and figure 41, which we're looking at on the right-hand side, that's the stratigraphic column that shows the bituminous sandstone zones within the rim rock sandstone of the Mesaverde group. So these bitumen sandstone zones in figure 41 are targets of heavy sweet oils development along with the Asphalt Ridge. But right here we're showing the rim rock type section, if you like. It comes from well 4P5, which is located in D-Tract. Others would know it as the LETC project site, where they did a number of experiments, including steam flood.
So tell us a little more about the Chamel report, if you will. Its purpose, as you stated, was to evaluate strategies for in situ recovery of these resources?
Yes, among other things. He collected the huge body of work that had gone on in Utah for probably 100 years, cited authors, basically a compendium of everything that was known at the time about the Utah heavy oil and bitumen's deposits. Other thoughts that I missed?
Did his report evaluate data characterizing the Asphalt Ridge and Rimrock sandstone formations?
Oh yes, it included outcrop mapping by Kaiser back in 1966. It included the 332 core analyses done by Core Labs of Denver that was commissioned by Tom Brown Drilling Company, and those cores came from Section 22, and incorporated all the drilling reports of Sahio, or all the previous operators that were targeting the bitumens.
And did you go through this report fairly thoroughly?
Yes, I did.
Did, at any point in the, well, let me start this way. How did the report characterize these deposits in terms of their hydrocarbon content?
Tar sand, bitumen, these are the terms, heavy oils, these are the terms that he used. Always immobile, as he dedicated a chapter on methodologies or strategies for in situ recovery, because these crudes don't flow in the reservoir.
Did you encounter anything in the report that suggested that?
Madam Chairman, I'm going to object from the standpoint that this is his summary of that report. The report itself speaks for itself and would be the best evidence of that. So this is just his interpretation of the report.
Precisely, he's an expert.
I understand that, but the report, he's saying all these things on it, and the report itself is the best evidence.
Sustained. Let's move on.
We'll move on. Moving now to petitioner's supplemental exhibit I. I think we've covered that.
Oh, back up one.
All right.
So, yeah, we've covered this, but I just wanted to highlight the red box that you see there.
Madam Chairman, we are in petitioner's supplemental exhibit I, page 2 of that exhibit.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I examined the core in the 4P5 well. It resides here in the core repository just next door. And I logged and photographed the entire core, which still exists and is in good shape. And we're going to present in our rebuttal exhibit number 2 the core photos, one of which I took, and the location of that comes from where that red box is. So it's in the upper zone of the Rimrock sandstone in 4P5 well. Just wanted to highlight that now.
Okay. And what is the 4P5 well? What can you do?
That's a well drilled in the LETC site.
Is that in or near?
It's in section 23.
So it's within the area proposed for unitization?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Allen, going back to that, could you, before you submit these, mark that as Exhibit I? It doesn't have a name on it. It just says
Correct.
section. Could you make sure that it's identified as Exhibit I?
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chairman, this is a little bit different than the one that was submitted to Exhibit I, so this should be, is this considered a new exhibit rebuttal? The red box saying about the core holes is not on the one that you filed.
That's correct. Yeah.
That's correct, and we will intend to ask the board to admit into evidence what was filed. Mr. Hamilton has asked us to, in many of these slides, asked us to provide a little bit of annotation to help in his explanation.
So there will be a revised supplemental Exhibit I?
We don't intend to, we intend to stand with our exhibits as submitted.
Okay.
And the little red arrows and things are just for demonstrative purposes. So what you're seeing on the screen are demonstrative exhibits based on what we actually submitted.
Okay, if you just make sure it's appropriately marked before you submit it.
These are, where would you like to go? Okay, we are still in Exhibit I, the third page, responding, and start with the title there, where it says point 17. What's that referring to?
Oh, well, this is a simulation model. There was some discussion before lunch and some confusion about what heavy sweet oil has or has not done in preparation for this asset. We had a extensive simulation effort done by a lady, Amanda Buston in Canada, she lives in Alberta. She's an expert on the Canadian oil sands and has many years experience simulating. So we used her as an expert in simulation. So some of the confusion was, well, do we know what the wells are going to produce when we drill them? Well, we have a pretty good idea. We've done standard simulation models, and this was a key one. There was mention of carbon dioxide before lunch. Of course, when you do a simulation, you look at all different options. We looked at injecting carbon dioxide into the reservoir as one of the simulation options. We elected not to do that. But that was the mention of carbon dioxide at the time, I think. So we did a good, diligent job and tried all different options so that we had a fairly good idea of what we'd get when we started to drill. And of course, if we didn't think we'd do well, we would not be proposing this project. So the key model assumptions in Amanda Buston's simulation model was we had a grid, 24 by 24 by 5. We had 7 30-day huff and puff cycles of steam and 620-day puff cycles. Porosity input was 0.39 or 39%. We had a permeability of 525 millidarcies, 100 foot of net pay. Initial water saturation was modelled at 28%. Initial reservoir temperature, 80 degrees Fahrenheit. The initial reservoir pressure, this is a normally pressured reservoir, so 430 pounds at 1,000 foot. The volumetric heat capacity of the sandstone is estimated at 35 BTUs per cubic foot, degrees in Fahrenheit. Thermal conductivity of the sandstone, 20 BTUs per foot per day, degrees Fahrenheit. Thermal conductivity of water is 8.6 BTU foot per day, degrees Fahrenheit, and thermal conductivity of the bitumen is 2.4. This is a dead oil based on PVT data. And on the right-hand side, we have the viscosity versus temperature. So when we're dealing with the lower temperatures, such as at the reservoir, we're dealing with viscosities greater than 1 million centipoise.
Let's try to move a little bit quickly here. So we're still in our supplemental Exhibit I.
Yeah, so this is the LET testing site. This is from section 23, which is part of the area which we wish to unitize. There's a lot of data there, and if you want to move quickly, the key point we have here is that, and this was published in Marchand, the original viscosity at 60 degrees Fahrenheit is greater than 1 million. That's greater than 10 to the 6 centipoise. And at the cause that measurement came from were the 3P1 and 3T4 wells. It's in their report, and it's in the D tract within our tenement, our lease.
Let's go back. You asked us to circle one thing on this.
Yes, and that's the original viscosity at 60 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay, and who reported that number?
This is published in Marchand and co-author, and it was in the volume on the LETC testing. I believe we've provided this information. I'm sure we have.
All right, moving on.
So there was much discussion about relative permeability analysis, and this was a graph provided by, or sent to us by Hoodoo. And on the right-hand side, we're looking at the, let me see it from yours because I can't see it from over there. So basically, we're looking at the oil, heavy oil, and bitumen initial saturation. So we see there that the bitumen has 80% saturation. And basically, the relative permeability curve would say once we reach 20% water saturation in production, we'd go to 100% water. That's effectively what that graph is saying. Now,
You have some criticism of this analysis?
In subsequent testimony, yes. But we were going to talk about a 24-hour test. So one of the problems with trying to get a relative permeability measurement out of bitumens is that you can't get such viscous crude to flow through a core. It just won't do it in real time without special circumstances, and I'll talk about those probably in the next slide if I'm correct, remembering the slide order. Yeah, sorry. Oh, okay, so we haven't got to that yet, so we want to talk about going back. Have you jumped around? Don't think so.
It seems like I'm jumping
Yeah.
around, yes.
Okay, let's find the development.
Okay, you're skipping pages in Exhibit I, now you're moving on to another exhibit. Are you coming back? Can we stick with Exhibit I, or what are we doing?
I'm trying to go back to the order that we had it in. I'm sorry, we had a little glitch on the...
Well, no, this was filed all as Exhibit I, the one that he had. And we're missing pages 1 and 4 so far.
It's all the simulation stuff where we show 40 acres doesn't work, but 2.5 does. Okay. How do we get out of order? So that's the stuff. So we want this stuff.
Point 20.
Are we going to be
You were at
taking
point
some
20.
things out of Exhibit I, some pages that are not going to be part of the exhibit?
No, I don't think so.
It's up 60. Right, so 60. That's what these things were at. It's the last one I talked about. So let's go. Yeah, yeah. See, I haven't talked about any of that. HI, so we'll need, are they labeled, Jay? Hmm. And that was the last one we showed. So go here.
Let's go back just to make sure we're all on the same pages. There's a lot to work with here. So we are, Madam Chairman, back in Exhibit I.
And you're not extracting any pages, you're going with all of the pages
Let's
that were
just
in the
walk-
original submission?
Walk back through them a little bit to be
Okay.
sure. So Exhibit I-1 is this slide you prepared summarizing points from the Shamil?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And we were told to move on, so.
Right.
And that
Exhibit
one.
I2,
Yep.
you discussed.
Correct.
I3,
Discuss that,
you
yes.
discussed. I4,
We skipped over that.
we skipped over that, but
I can state it for the record.
Yes, state it for
The
the record,
reservoir
please.
properties, the reservoir temperature, we estimate between 50 and to 80 degrees Fahrenheit. The reservoir pressure at 440 PSI, that's normally pressured. Lowest known bitumen is at 4,000 foot says subsea, so it's referenced to sea level, but that's a positive number, so it's plus 4,000 foot, so it's 4,000 foot above sea level, is the lowest known bitumen. The bitumen resource is immobile at reservoir condition. So we discussed this and we wanted to move on quickly. The key point here was that the tar sands are greater than 1 million centipoise at 40 degrees Fahrenheit, 60 degrees Fahrenheit.
and that is I, page 5. Am I correct? I, page 6, we discussed.
We did.
I, page 7.
Okay, so now this is in the report, so you have this in your documents, and obviously it's a very complex, well, it's not a complex issue, but it's a very, very small table. It's the comparison of developing on a 40-acre one-well huff and puff case only versus a full development case. Now, later on in my testimony, I'll show you some of the simulations. Basically, a 40-acre one-well huff and puff is uneconomic and will recover less than 0.2% of the resource, whereas a full development case at 2.5-acre spacing will recover 13% of the resource and will be commercial. So the actual details of that economic spreadsheet, I don't need to go through right now, but it's all in your, it's in the reports.
And now, let's back up and go up to the F exhibits briefly, just to finish up the discussion of economics.
Aren't they down at?
And the F exhibits always hide from me. There they
Yeah,
are.
they're on the right-hand side down here.
Okay. So.
Okay, that's a repeat. We just discussed that.
Exhibit F, Exhibit F1. Exhibit F2.
So this is the thermal modelling results. So what we're looking at here is a spreadsheet on the right-hand side showing the barrels of oil per day production and the months. And on the left-hand side, we have the actual simulation results in time. So we're looking at a 10-acre block. Each one of those is a 10. The blue box is a 10-acre area. And it's the simulated or thermally modelled results after 30 years, what the temperature will be. So you can see the middle well. So we're looking at the 10-acre spacing. The middle well there is where we're injecting the steam. And at the 30-year point, you'll see that the temperature is just under 500 degrees Fahrenheit at the injector well, and the surrounding wells in the 7 spot have not received any temperature at all. So after 30 years, we wouldn't get any temperature response, no oil response in the widespread wells. In a 5-acre spacing, we do a little better. You see after 30 years, we're just now getting the wells in the 7 spot. The outer wells are just now reaching over 300, 350 degrees. The 2.5 acre spot, after 30 years, we get 500 degrees Fahrenheit in all wells. So that's desirable to move this immobile oil. The 1 acre spacing, you see the heat goes further out, and after the 0.5 acre spacing after 30 years, the heat goes even further out. And then on the right-hand side is the predicted production response.
Before we move to the right-hand side, let me just make one point. Those 5 blue squares are not all the same scale, are they? I mean, this one represents 10 acres, is that correct?
The blue.
And this is 5?
No, it's the same model, the same
model,
area,
yes.
but 5 acre spacing of a well.
Okay,
Okay,
so it is the same scale.
it's the same scale.
Okay, thank you.
So the production on the right-hand side, you see the black line in the first 30 months was where we will be doing the cyclic steam. This is the huff and puff we inject, let the reservoir soak, and then produce back. So you can see in the huff and puff cycle, just look at the black line is the 10 acre. The light blue line that goes up to 400 on the left-hand scale, that's a half an acre. And the 2.5 acre is green, which during each cycle, the early cycles, will get up to 250 barrels of oil per day. Then after the 30 months, you can see we stop the huff and puff and let the production continue based on the thermal stimulation of the rock. The 10-year model, which is the black line, it never gets, even after 30 years, it doesn't get above the 50 barrel of oil a day mark. The 5 acre, that's the purple line, after 240 months, that'll get to 250 barrels of oil per day. The green line, the 2.5 acre, that reaches 300 barrels a day after about 90 months. And obviously the closest spacings, 1 acre and a half acre, they do even better, but the CapEx for drilling at 1.5 and 1 acre spacing starts to harm the economic recovery. So we found that the 2.5 acre was the optimum in terms of CapEx spend versus oil recovered.
And so the plan that's submitted is based on the 2.5 acre model?
Yeah, effectively what we're asking for is permission for unitization so that we can drill our wells at the 2.5 acre spacing and optimize recovery of the reservoir.
Moving to figure F3.
So this is the pattern recovery factors, and we're looking at acre spacing of the drilling and the oil recovery factor in percent. So if we drilled it at a half acre spacing, the predicted recovery factor would be 45%, and that would recover 31 million barrels of oil. At the 1 acre, that's a 35% recovery factor, and that would recover 67 million barrels of oil. Sorry, this is the oil in place that we're accessing. So the 1 acre spacing is accessing 67 million barrels of original oil in place, and we would recover 35% of that. At the 2 acre, 2.5 acre, we would be accessing 174,000 barrels of oil of original oil in place, and we'd recover 24% of that. And then 5 acre, 13%, and 10 acre, 2%.
Moving to figure F4.
So this is the single well huff and puff only. So the little red dot in the middle, that's a 40 acre box, the yellowy colour, and the red spot in the middle, that's your well. So there's the cumulative production on the right-hand side for a single well and a 40 acre spacing, and that's barrels of oil is thousands of barrels MBO. So a well like that would recover 7.6 million barrels, or 7,640,000 barrels, a recovery factor of 0.2%, and that would have a net present value of negative 0.57 million.
Figure F5, and
Brian testified to this earlier.
Brian testified this before.
Brian testified that's the environmental plan.
F6.
So this is the unit full development. This would be the 17-7 spot development, 119 wells drilled over approximately 3 years, and the recovery factor on that spacing as we've proposed would be a 10% recovery factor, would have a net present value of $111 million, so a good commercial response. And in section 22 and 23, that would access 198 million barrels of oil, and the cumulative production would be 19.5 million barrels from a full development plan as we've outlined here.
F7.
Yeah, so once again, this is the slightly zoomed in portion of a one well case versus the full development. The one well would give us 15,000 barrels of oil, 0.2% recovery factor, and would be uneconomic, but full development would recover 19.5 million barrels, representing a recovery factor of 10% and a positive net present value of $111 million. Now I think you go backwards, right?
Back to the C exhibits.
Yeah, it's just here. Or do the spacer. No, no, we didn't.
So we're moving now to the supplemental exhibits that were filed as Exhibit J. First page of the supplemental Exhibit J. What do you want to draw our attention to here?
Okay, so these were rebuttal arguments that Hoodoo made based on our first submission. And I've labelled them as clauses so we can understand what the objection was, and I'm addressing it. So in Hoodoo's clause 7, they argued that heavy sweet oil and AC oil utilises the terms oil sands or heavy oil sands interchangeably with the terms bituminous sands, asphaltic sands and tar sands, and that the terms oil sands and heavy oil sands are not contained in the definition of leased substances in HSO's leases. Therefore, using the terms heavy oil sands and oil sands is misleading. Hoodoo then went on to cite a 2010 World Energy Council publication which asserts that these terms should not be used interchangeably. Now, incidentally, the 2010 World Energy Council publication was authored by Atanasi and Meyer, which I take to mean that they do regard Atanasi and Meyer as the experts in terminology for these kinds of deposits.
All right, again, I'm going to point out that this exhibit is different than the Exhibit 7.1 that's contained in Exhibit J. So you're using this as...
You want to talk?
No.
No. Oh, yeah, okay. So the...
It has an analysis in the box.
Right.
Yeah.
So the actual exhibit is the Heavy Oil and Natural Resource Strategic Petroleum Resources publication. It's a USGS fact sheet published by Richard Meyer and Emil Atanasi. And in that publication, they state at the bottom, natural bitumen, also called tar sands or oil sands, shares the same attributes of heavy oil, except it's more dense and more viscous. So the experts in the matter, Meyer and Atanasi, use the terms interchangeably. They call natural bitumen tar sands, oil sands. So I would argue that since the experts use these terms interchangeably, that Hoodoo's objection in Clause 7 is just based on nothing more than semantics.
I disagree, and I'm going to object to that because it's the terms that are used in the lease that govern.
I'm sorry, what did he object to?
I said it's the terms in the lease that are utilized and that govern here.
Fair enough. So what's the objection? And to what piece of his testimony did you object?
I objected to the point that the terms of the lease govern what rights you have.
So
And you're jumping around from the terms from the leases. So I'm just pointing out that the lease is what governs those rights.
So are you objecting to this page 1?
I'm objecting to his, not to the page 1, because that was an exhibit that was done. I'm objecting to the terminology that he's trying to say that it's all governed by the lease as well. It's different. The lease terms that were used in the request for agency action are different than the terms that are used in the lease itself. And that was the point that we were trying to make. You can accept his testimony. I'm just raising that objection that...
Yeah, I'll sustain it, but please continue.
Okay.
If you remember, did HSO's lease address heavy oil? Do you remember that? Well,
Why don't you read the lease substances? I mean, that's what we're dealing with, right?
Again, I will say that the lease terms speak for themselves. We don't need to go back through all that.
But in light of this exhibit, I'd like to see what the lease terms said again.
we can do that.
And this is from the lease.
It is. This is quoted from the leased substances portion of the lease. So when you see the term heavy oil, would you look to an authority like the Geological Survey to help you understand what that term means?
Yes, of course.
When you see a term like tar sand, would you look to that kind of an authority, like the USGS, to determine what it means?
Yes, of course.
What about bitumen or bituminous compounds?
Yes.
Okay. We'll go back to our slideshow now, I hope.
Page 63.
No, it's not. Thank you. We were in the J exhibits, which started up.
Yeah,
Here.
that's it there, yeah.
All right. So reminding the board again, what we submitted was merely the material on the left. What you have on the right is material that Mr. Hamilton provided to help us explain why we're submitting this exhibit and what its significance is. What we will ask to submit in the record is the material on the left. So, how do you understand the term heavy oil as it's been used in this proceeding?
So the term heavy oil is variably understood as crude oil with an API gravity of less than 20 or 22, depending on your source. Myron Adenazi regarded as less than 20 API gravity. So that's heavy oil.
Okay. And the distinguishing factor is API gravity?
Yes.
What about bitumen?
Bitumen is a heavy oil that has a viscosity of greater than 10,000 centipoise.
So the distinguishing factor for heavy oil has to do with API gravity, and for bitumen it has to do with both API gravity and viscosity?
And viscosity, correct.
Thank you. Moving on in Exhibit 9, or in Exhibit J then, of the supplemental Exhibit J. Again, same situation, the material on the left is submitted as the formal exhibit. The material on the right is Mr. Hamilton's analysis of it that's provided for demonstrative purposes. Go ahead.
Right, so in Hoodoo's clauses 9, 10 and 11, build a straw man by arguing that heavy oils typically contain very little paraffin. They say that in clause 9. And that the Asphalt Ridge and Rimrock formations are in fact supplied by the Lower Green River Formation, the oil from which is widely recognised as containing paraffin. They say that in clause 10. And therefore, HSO and AC have failed to and cannot demonstrate that the leased substances, i.e. oil sands, heavy oil sands, bituminous sands or tar sands, etc., exist under the HSO lease clause 11. Now, the straw man is underpinned by the assertion that heavy oils, i.e. crude oil with API gravity of less than 20 or 22, depending on your source, contain very little paraffin. Now, the graph on the left shows there is no relationship between API gravity and paraffin content. So let me explain what the graph is on the left. This is a cross plot of total wax content and API gravity. And the data set comes from the Hydrocarbon Management IP of 2004, published in London. It's the second edition of 2004. And it contains the parameters of 305 crude oils that are tankered around the world. So IP, hydrocarbon management, are required for safety purposes to list all the characteristics of the crude that are being shipped in tankers around the world. Included in those parameters were total wax and API gravity. So I plotted them all. They're right there. I used a line of best fit. It has a correlation coefficient of 0.0015, which for those mathematically inclined know that that is virtually a zero correlation factor. So there's no relationship between API gravity, i.e. heavy oil, and total wax content.
Moving on.
So just to make the point even clearer, this is some work by Hitchen in 1993. He is a researcher emeritus for the Alberta Geological Survey, an expert in the heavy oil, the Canadian oil sand deposits. They can't be called tar sand deposits because that's unacceptable to the environmentalists in Canada. So it's called the Canadian oil sand deposits. Now the graph I'm showing you is the percentage of saturates, and saturates are paraffin, that's what they are, versus asphaltenes and resins and aromatics. So that's a ternary diagram. And the samples come from Athabasca, Cold Lake, Loon Peace River, and Wabasca. I hope I said that right. And you'll notice that the paraffin content, that's your saturates, there's a mean of 18.9% for Athabasca, 23.7% for Cold Lake. Loon Peace has 15.2% paraffin, and Wabasca has 20.2%. So there's up to 27.5% paraffin in the Canadian oil sands. And just to be clear, this is the largest economically or commercially produced tar sands in the world. And they're very paraffinic.
So just to try to summarize, does paraffin content rule out characterizing a substance as bitumen?
No, not at all.
Does it rule it in?
Paraffin in the largest deposits, up to 27% component of the bitumens mined in Canada commercially.
Okay.
Sorry. Yep, so in answer to whether the relationship between paraffin and tar sands, the largest commercial tar sand deposit in the world is the Canadian oil sands, and they have up to 27% paraffin, and typically greater than 12.
So if someone were to argue that the presence of paraffin indicates that a substance shouldn't be classified as heavy oil or tar sand, you would reject that argument?
Of course. The evidence I presented shows that bitumens can commonly have up to 27% paraffin in them.
Moving on.
So this is an assay from ExxonMobil from the Cold Lake oil sand deposit. That, of course, is one in Canada. And it demonstrates a paraffin content of 20%. I've just underlined that in red.
Okay.
Again,
Just as an alternate independent source of information there.
again, the exhibit does not have the box on it. Same situation.
Right. These need to be correctly numbered when you submit them finally.
Of course, we're still in Exhibit
The page, yeah, the pages
Exhibit
need
J.
to
I've
be-
lost track
Yeah.
of which page of Exhibit J we're in.
Exactly.
We're still in Exhibit J. We've seen this slide before. Did you have any comment?
No, let's move
On
on.
that, okay.
We've covered that.
And again? Okay, still in Exhibit J.
Okay, yeah, so let's talk about that. Well, let back up to the previous one.
Sure.
So we've seen the section from Shamel of the 2009 report, the 4P5 well. So it's illustrating the thick bituminous sands in the rim rock in the Track D, which is Section 23 AC's oil lease. There was some discussion as to whether or not there were even bituminous sands present in HSO's AC's leases. I mean, this was the argument that Hoodoo were putting forward. So I just want to present evidence that we have plenty of copious quantities of data demonstrating that we have bitumen saturated sandstones within our tenement area.
Again, this exhibit has that box on it.
I was just getting to that.
Okay,
Thank
thanks,
you.
Jim. As you hit each one, would you just mention that up front?
The box and the red arrow are
The red arrow is published. That was published in our
Okay.
previous submissions.
so just the box then.
Okay, so this is data now.
And Was the box at the bottom in our previous submission?
No, the box was not in our
Thank you.
previous submission. So, but what the box is doing is summarising what we're looking at here. So this was published in the Schammel paper of 2009. It is data that was collected from Tom Brown Drilling Company. It came from Section 22, which is HSO's lease. It's the results of 332 bitumen-saturated cores, and Schammel writes that specifically, that these cores were bitumen-saturated. So what we're looking at is the core holes in, let's look at rim rock, for example. That's what rim rock and asphalt ridge are what we're most interested in. Rim rock, well, that's the Tom Brown 2, Tom Brown 5, Tom Brown 6, and Tom Brown 8. And in asphalt ridge, same wells, but they added Tom Brown 1 because that captured the asphalt ridge. So as I mentioned, these data here, Schammel says there's 40 to 87 core samples for each reservoir unit listed below. 332 cores altogether. That's a substantial data set, spread at a roughly 110 acre spacing across Section 22. And you can see the net pay numbers. The average for the rim rock is 119.8 feet. The average for the asphalt ridge is 71.4. The porosities are high, 30% in the range for both units. Permeability, average 524 millidarcies for the rim rock and 610 for the asphalt ridge. Now, most importantly, 63% average oil saturation for the rim rock and 65.6 oil saturation percent average for the asphalt ridge. So this is an extensive core database. The core analyses were done at Core Labs Denver, so this is a commercially recognised, well-recognised laboratory group, and the cores were recovered from the wells drilled by Tom Brown in 1974. And these were all in, well number 1 was right on the boundary in Section 23. The rest are in Section 22, which is HSO's leased tenement. So, once again, the box is not in the submissions. But what we're looking at here is you've seen this before earlier in the presentation from our previous approval for the pilot study. We're looking at the Tom Brown number 5, Tom Brown number 6, our heavy sweet 2 prognosed number 8 well, and the AC well, which didn't have a log, so I'm just representing that as a red column. But what you're looking at here is gamma ray logs that show very thick sandstones. Excursions to the left on the log are indicative of sand, and then the bulk density log excursions to the left show good porosity. So we're looking at really good reservoir quality rock, very thick and present across HSO's lease of 22, and ACD2 is in the Section 23 for AC oil, and theirs was a good well too. 90 plus foot of net pay in the rim rock sandstone there.
Moving along then.
So, well, you asked me the question yesterday, were those logs drawn by you? And I said, yes, I traced the original. So this is the original of the Tom Brown well. You can see the black coloured lines. That's your gamma ray log, and of course the bulk density log. In the previous exhibit, I simply traced those to make them aesthetically more pleasing to look at. And the other thing here is that there's an enormous number of core analyses done here. All those subscripts on the right-hand side, that's the coring program in the Tom Brown 6 well. These have been submitted so you can actually see them legibly in the handout.
We are still in Exhibit J, and let's talk about what's demonstrative and what's actually submitted as an exhibit here.
Right, so once again, the box is on the right-hand side, and the label on the top are not in the original. So this is Hoodoo's own Exhibit E, demonstrating a common source rock, the Lower Green River Formation. They're showing that. They say entrapment of hydrocarbons is controlled by the multiple unconformable surfaces and faulting. The source of the oil is the Lower Green River Formation. And then they cite USGS, so that's an authoritative source. And then in clause 15, Hoodoo say, notwithstanding all of the foregoing, which were the previous clauses I spoke of, none of HSO's exhibits reflect that there is a common source of supply or pool, let alone the existence of any tar sand in the specified formations and depths underlying the subject lands. No supporting core data from these particular lands has been provided. The establishment of a resource pool or part of it is required under Utah code for approval of the requested unitization. Well, let me start with number one. We proved and established a pool at the first hearing where we received our approval for pilot study, so that should be a non-issue. To argue that there's no supporting core data, I just showed you 332 core samples drilled by Tom Brown, analysed at Core Labs in Denver and published by Schammel in a Utah DNR Natural Resources publication. In my opinion, the existence of cores in these lands is unequivocal, and demonstrating that it's saturated with bitumen, also unequivocal. Now, Hoodoo's own Exhibit E argues for a common source of supply from the Lower Green River Formation, existence of tar sands in the specific formations and depths underlying the subject lands, as well as supporting core data, has been copiously demonstrated in our exhibits J11.3 to J11.7, comfortably satisfying the requirements under Utah Code 46.7 and 46.8 for approval.
That calls for a legal conclusion there.
Sustained.
He's an expert.
We'll move on.
I'm an expert. You are. You tell him.
Moving on, well, I'm wondering if in the interest of time, we should let Hoodoo present these exhibits and then come back around and rebut them later rather than try to anticipate this based on what they've already submitted.
Have you finished with Exhibit J? Are there more pages to this exhibit?
There are more pages. That's what we're looking at here. But the,
No,
okay.
Let me complete.
Okay.
I'll be brief. How about that?
Thank you. That'd be even better.
Okay. So once again, the boxes are appended. The red box is appended, and the arrows and the circles there in red, they're appended to the original exhibit. Basically what I'm showing here is that in the box of Hoodoo's summary there in Exhibit G, they're using the term multiple oil-water contacts, and yet in the illustration there are no oil-water contacts. They are all lowest known oil. So, and that's not a trivial distinction, by the way. Those two factors imbue completely different interpretations and understandings. Oil-water contacts can demonstrate communication, hydraulic communication between sands. Lowest known oil do not speak to that. Lowest known oil is simply where the oil exists in the structure. So if I've got the same sand at 5,000 foot and another sand at 1,000 foot, and they're both saturated, they will be lowest known oil at 5,000 feet and lowest known oil at 1,000 feet. I've got illustration of that if that's not clear. But using lowest known oil to indicate heterogeneity or faulting is invalid. That's all I wanted to say about that one.
Okay. Let's address the pool question this way. Based on your review of published core data and your understanding of the deposits, the asphalt ridge and rim rock deposits, do you believe that there is a single deposit of rock or oil impregnated with, or excuse me, a single deposit of rock or sand impregnated with heavy oil or bitumen that extends across the area that we propose to unitize? Is there a single deposit there?
Yeah, you're referring to a pool, yes. We demonstrated and had that demonstrably approved at the first hearing. So yes, the answer to the question.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, still in Exhibit J.
Okay, so once again, the boxes are my additions. It's the same issue here. Basically I'm saying that there are no oil-water contacts here. It's been a misnomer in the exhibit F of hoodoo. These are lowest known oils, and they do not speak to whether or not there's a fault there. The fault sitting there with the big red arrow in the centre of the picture. This fault is a cartoonish interpretation for which there is no evidence. The rimrock and asphalt ridge intervals can equally be interpreted as continuous and structurally dipping upward to the north.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, the gas show in Uinta Formation is irrelevant to mobile oil in asphalt ridge and rimrock sandstone.
Continuing in supplemental Exhibit J?
Yes, so these additions in blue, I'm just trying to illustrate for non-geologists the concept of this lowest known oil. In the rimrock sandstone, there's a lowest known...
Can I stop for a second? Wait, this
Sure.
isn't part of the Exhibit J that I have filed. This was C, which you already went over, but this isn't in J. The last one was in J.
That's correct. We'll skip this one and the next one then.
I think it's back to C.
Yeah, we're back to C again. So these are,
He already testified on C.
Okay, let's move on.
move on then.
Move on.
Can we move on to
Yep.
the rest of Exhibit J?
This was the next page that I had from Exhibit J.
Okay, let's
Okay.
move
And
on.
I've already addressed this slide earlier,
Okay.
and this one. Okay, this one was an important slide. And we actually addressed it before. The importance here is that in the 3P1 and 3T4 wells of the LETC testing zone, and this is section 23, which is AC's oil, the original oil viscosity at 60 degrees Fahrenheit is greater than 1 million centipoise. And that's the most important point I'm going to make about that slide.
And we've been here before.
We've done this, yeah. Okay, let's address this one. So once again, the boxes. No, this is not. This is the original exhibit by Hoodoo as a rebuttal. So what they're showing here, they've highlighted in the red box the original oil saturation as 78.9%, and that the residual oil saturation is 18.7%. So this came from Table 38, was published by Marchand.
Can I stop again? This is not part of Exhibit J either.
That's correct.
Where are we?
Mr. Allen and Mr. Hamilton, we're getting into rebuttal exhibits here. Can we finish your presentation and move on maybe and cover some of these things in cross-examination?
That's an excellent suggestion, Madam Chairman.
Yeah. Are we done with Exhibit J? Have we gone through everything in this exhibit?
We have,
Show the core.
Okay.
yeah.
You want to show the core? Or you want to, it's up to you.
We do have one new rebuttal exhibit that we're offering at hearing.
Well, I was just talking about that.
Okay.
I don't even have to go to there to speak to that. But,
Okay,
and then if you want to see the core, I mean.
yeah. So tell me about this.
So this is, as I mentioned earlier, I actually went and looked at cores in the repository next door. This was from the 4P5 well, which was the stratigraphic section that Shamwell published. So we're looking at, this is what the stuff looks like after 40 years now, right? 40 odd years later, you're sitting there with, there's no pools of oil there sitting in the hollow, where the cores were cut. These are stored in cardboard boxes. There's nothing liquid here whatsoever. This is bitumen, and it's impregnated in the rock. No mobile oil there, no leakage, nothing. So that's just a 40-year-old core, and it's in Section 23, AC Oil's lease. That's all I wanted to say about that.
Thank you. I'll offer the witness for cross-examination.
Please go ahead, Mr. McDonald.
Thank you. Dr. Hamilton, you're not a reservoir engineer, are you?
I'm a reservoir geologist, that's correct.
Okay, all right.
With 30 years' experience with
Okay.
reservoir engineering.
Right, but you're
Beyond my PhD, yes. I would.
Yes, okay, all right. On C2, C3, and C4, why not show the core holes? What was the issue there?
Like you, I'm having trouble with the numbering, so telling me C2, 3, 4 is this one? Oh, yeah, this was to refresh everybody's memory of the geology. It had been previously submitted and previously approved, so.
But did you drill 3 core holes?
In section 23, yes, AC Oil did, yeah.
Okay, and those aren't shown on here, right?
Only one is shown.
Okay.
AC2.
Okay. Why were the other 2 not?
Only reason I put it in there was because we were planning the AC2D2 development well. So this was referring to the pilot study. We were trying to get permissions, approval from the board for a 4-well pilot study. So
Do the other 2 wells fall on this map?
yes, they do. I'd be very happy to provide the board with the logs and interpretation. That'd be no problem.
Did you core that data?
Yes, we did.
And wouldn't the core be more valuable?
I don't understand the question. Be more valuable than what?
Then it wouldn't that additionally help this map or to prove what you're trying to show here?
It did help the map because I drew the contours with that in mind. I just didn't append the wells. But as I said, I'll be very, very happy to provide that information. No problem.
Jim, could you go to C4? Thank you. It appears that this is an isopac map on the tertiary overburden as you've used measured depth versus subsea depth. Is that correct?
This is depth down the wellbore. So if you look at the Tom Brown 5 well and look at the log at 1,050 feet, that's where you'll encounter the beginning of the rimrock sandstone. And yes, it is unconformable at the top and is overlain by the tertiary strata.
Is it a structure map?
Well, the structure map would be referenced to subsea. So no, not exactly.
Okay, all right. Did you provide a structure map in any of your exhibits?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right, well, we didn't see any. Can you go to C6? Now, is this a dip structural cross-section?
Yes, yes. It's actually from published in Shamel. I just illustrated, made it pretty, if you like, aesthetically pleasing, at least to me.
Does this not demonstrate the significant difference in dip between the target formations and the tertiary overburden that you mapped in C4?
Oh, I didn't testify to that, but absolutely, it's well known that the Duchesne River and Uinta formations have shallow dip, and that the Mesaverde dips variably from 17 to 30 degrees. That's been mapped extensively by Kaiser.
Well, you can testify to that then. All right. Okay, did you provide a structural cross-section in your exhibits?
Yeah, that was the next.
C7?
Let's go to the next one. So, no, wait, that's not a structural cross-section. No, I did not provide structural cross-sections. That one's...
Okay, where in your exhibits do you establish the relationship or the continuity between unit tracks 1 and unit track 2?
I see no evidence to have them separated. I know you guys put in a fault, but you didn't have any evidence for that.
Well, we'll get into that.
Okay.
But you're saying that you don't think there is a fault?
I don't think there's any evidence for a fault.
Okay. All right, let's, you talked about the modeling, and this would be supplemental exhibit I.17. Are you aware that did you use the LETC data to generate the relative perm curve used to run the simulation model results?
I didn't do the simulation. That was done by Amanda Buston.
I know, so you don't know if it was used or was it used?
No, I don't know what she used.
Okay, do you understand?
I do know she used the published data. She took reports, multiple reports that are
Okay,
available.
so
That's what she told me.
Do you know if she used a relative perm analysis in that model?
You know what? I don't think she did. I think she took the data from Canada and from California. There are existing relative permeability curves for those two deposits, which have obviously been produced for many, many years.
All right. The modeling results are based on homogeneous grids. How do you predict heterogeneity, will impact spacing and production predictions?
Well, when modeling, obviously, you have to start somewhere. So you don't start with unobserved and non-demonstrated heterogeneity. You assume homogeneity first, which is what we did.
Okay, so the modeling does not include heterogeneity, or does it?
I think I just answered that.
Okay, all right. Were the key model assumptions presented in this in simulation model used if you'd go, sorry, Jim, if you'd go to point 18.1?
Is it that one?
Can you find it? It's the one with the LETC. Next one. One more. Thank you.
You're good at this, Fred.
Well, I try to pay attention. So were these key model assumptions used in the to develop the production profiles used in the economic analysis that was in the plan? Do you know?
No, I don't.
Okay. If you use these, the calculated, we come with the map that the original oil in place is about 68 million. So how do you arrive at 198 million? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, it's the first slide you had up. Go one more up. There you go. That one, yes, excuse me, using these parameters. I'm sorry, I referred to the wrong exhibit. So again, were these used in the modeling that was done to do the production profile and the economic analysis? Do you know?
Yes.
They were used.
These are
okay.
the inputs, correct.
Okay, so using these, we calculate, and it would be testified about 68 million. So how did you arrive at 198 million?
As I said, I didn't do the modeling, but I am reporting on the inputs to the model. These are those. So I don't know how you got 58. We had a different number.
All right. What about the, were you involved with the cost, you said?
No, I didn't do any of the costs.
Okay.
I mean, indirectly, I watched the guys. I mean,
okay, so
we got experts in our team that do those things.
okay, but they haven't testified today. As you're aware, viscosity changes temperature and temperature changes with depth. At what depth did you predict that the resource, bitumen or oil, to become mobile?
We presented a viscosity depth curve elsewhere. I see you've got a new one, by the way, which we'll talk about. We published one. Remember the one I was showing you? It was at the previous hearing. It was published by Shamel from inputs from Oblad.
If you'll give me a minute, I'll get it to you.
No, that's theirs. That's their new one. Yeah. So we presented this at a previous hearing. It's published in Channel. You can see the asphalt ridge, temperature versus viscosity on a logarithmic scale. So the lowest point they have there is at 185 degrees Fahrenheit, and it looks like the viscosity at that point is 3,000 centipoise.
Okay, but this wasn't submitted as an exhibit?
Previously
in
it was,
this one?
yeah. No,
But
no,
it wasn't
no,
in this one?
It was in the previous,
Okay,
it was
all
in the
right.
previous testimony, yeah.
Okay.
Which is in the file, right? Am I right about that? And conclusively established, by the way.
For the pilots. Okay, let's go back to your statement about the 332 core samples. Those actually came from 4 wells that were cored, right?
Five wells.
Okay. All right, so the samples were from those 5 wells cores, right?
That's correct.
Not any other ones?
No, that's correct.
Okay.
From those wells.
All right. Anything else, guys? One last question. Did you see any heterogeneity into the core results?
I'm not quite sure I understand that question. There's huge variability in the results. That's why we use averages.
Okay, so there's quite a bit of variability.
Of course.
Yep, okay. All right, thank you. Anything else? All right, thank you. That's all, Madam Chairman.
Division, do you have any comments or questions?
The division would ask that the board recognize Peter Pankey. He is a division employee. He would like to request or ask a few questions, if that's okay.
Please go ahead.
How exciting. Peter Pankey with the division, fellow geologist. I'm just curious, I don't understand Tom Brown. Can you help me understand who Tom Brown is and his drilling company, and just help me with the story?
So Tom Brown Drilling Company, I think they're based out of Houston. The company is Tom Brown Drilling, so it's not, well, maybe he named named his company after himself. But I thought they were a subsidiary of Exxon. Okay.
So this is his company, and I was just curious, when were these wells drilled, and
1974.
And why were they drilled? What was the purpose? What were they doing?
They were all shallow wells. I think they were drilling for bitumen.
So was it research purposes? Were they trying to exploit and look at these? And
I think so, yes.
Okay, cool. And then those core photos, the core photo you showed, where are those cores currently located?
Just
are they in our core center here?
They're in your core center, yes.
Oh, we should have brought them. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Any other comments from the division?
Let me just ask, I do have a couple questions about the unit agreement, but I don't know who would be best to ask those to. Who would you?
I think probably Jim would be the best.
I'd rather.
Is it okay if I ask those right now, or would you like me to wait until we get all the technical stuff
You know,
out?
I'm thinking we haven't gotten to the unit agreement yet. Is it something that could wait and be
Yes,
asked?
it definitely can.
In that context, great.
Thanks. Then no further questions. Thank you.
Well, I guess the question is, I thought that Mr. McGregor was the one that was testifying about the unit agreement.
So he testified about,
I didn't think you testified about the unit agreement.
yeah, he just acknowledged that it existed and confirmed that the map that was attached.
But none of the specifics.
Right.
Are you planning to go into that at some point in the?
I think it speaks for itself, as we've heard.
To coin a phrase.
If it's not going to come up again?
Well, could I just make a summary comment? Was we looked at the pilot project, and then we looked at the simulation of what would happen if we drilled at 40 acre and demonstrated that that would be uneconomic. And then we pursued a potential economic well spacing, well aware that typical well spacings in mid-set Someway in California start off at 2 to 3 acres and go down sometimes to a half. We very quickly identified a half an acre as too expensive for CapEx, And our modelling simulated 2.5 acre was the optimum, where we optimised all recovery and recovery of the resource for preserving the state's resources, and the balance with CapEx. So we came up to a 2.5 acre spacing, hence that's the justification for requesting a unit for our leases.
But isn't one of the purposes of our meeting today to establish the unit?
Yes, right? That's why
Yes.
we're here, yeah.
Yes. What, can this, Mr. Hamilton, answer your question on the unit, or?
We could try. I had some questions about the cost sharing, since we have two different tracks. And I saw in the unit agreement, the allocation of production. When I am looking at the maps, it seems that some of the wells are right on the boundary between the two tracks. And so my question was, are you aware of whether there's anything in the unit agreement that addresses cost allocation for operating costs or investment costs?
I'm going to look at my colleagues here because I'm sure one of those could answer that question. Would you like to?
Yes, we're doing it by percentage of wells that they're doing. So if we do 2 wells in one and 20 on another, it'll be a small percentage going.
Okay, so it's a percentage cost allocation.
Okay, and this may be Jim. And I'm just looking to the statute requirements for the unit agreements. And so if you can point me to a place where that is located, that would be really helpful, in case I missed it. And if it's not there, how do you anticipate addressing that situation?
Right. Obviously, I take those questions under advisement. But we have people in the room that could answer that for you. Yeah.
I think we need to, I don't want to bounce around from presenter and presenter. If you can't explain it, then maybe we can finish up with Mr. Hamilton and then maybe break for 10 minutes. Board, are you going to have any questions here? Yes. We do have some board questions before we move on. Mr. Church.
So, Mr. Hamilton, I don't recall on the pilot hearing whether the economics were addressed about the 2.5 acre spacing. I think that's new to this hearing today, is that correct?
Oh, yes, I'm sure that's correct, yes.
Okay, and so I'm trying to get my arms around. So when you came in for the pilot project, you were looking at just pilot projects for just the initial well. And at that time, you didn't realize that that was not going to be economic by itself. Is that correct?
Oh, no. We knew that single wells would not be commercial. We knew that, but we had to walk before we could run. We had to get some pilot approvals first.
Okay, so you weren't talking about the 7 well spacing at all then, or the 2.5 acre spacing to make it economic?
I'm sure it was on the maps. I mean, it's not, we were thinking about it, yes, but, you know, I'm not the legal guy figuring
Right.
out how we get approvals from the board and what steps you take. That was decided by legal counsel.
Okay, I was just trying to understand the purpose of doing that when we've got a different scenario now. Economically, we're talking about. We weren't talking economics there at all. You were trying to see the feasibility of the project as a whole.
Yeah, I think that's right.
And so now, going back to figure F2, where you've arrived at, or you've shown us getting the reservoir to a sufficient temperature to make it economic to get your CapEx back. I'm trying to visualize what your ultimate plan then is are you intending to come in and drill all of these, like in the 2.5 acre example there, to drill all of those wells all at once and huff and puff all at once to get it to the desired temperature?
Yeah, well, it'll take 3 years to drill. We have 119 in our plan. It would take 3 years to drill 119. So, but we drill the pilots, huff and puff those. Once we have the unitization agreement approved, then we will start drilling the 7-spot patterns, starting around the first 4, and then extending drill locations as per the map that we've provided, and then develop over a 3-year period. So that's the initial production. Normally, we would then, probably after about 3 years that everything's on, we'd be looking at steam flood after that. That's usually the most commercially viable way to run these projects, but huff and puff initially.
So that's what I understand then, is that after you do the pilots and you start to go full bore after it, you're going to come in on around one of the pilots and drill all of the other wells around it at once and start huffing and puffing on all of them at once.
All of them, that's correct, from the same pad, correct.
And then are you going to view that as essentially an extension of the pilot before you start going on the entire development of the entire unit, if it's granted?
If it's granted, yeah, no, I think we would go straight to, I mean, we're going to try and maximize the rigs and, develop in a sound way.
So once you've established that, then that 3-year period is to full development?
Yeah, right. That's the plan.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any other board questions?
Okay, could you go back to the chart that had viscosity versus temperature? I think it was you just had it like 2 clicks ago.
Mm-hmm.
And while he's trying to find that,
he's fine. There we go.
Okay, so you're going to be injecting at 600 degrees F. And
No, I don't think we'd be injecting that high.
okay,
We are?
I heard that's what I heard.
Yeah, 600 F. Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to be injecting at 600 F, and at what point are you estimating that your bitumen is going to become mobile enough to move through your 500 millidarcies?
I know Kobe's,
Ability.
you've modeled that. You modeled that. So what's our temperature, guys?
Well, we want to get it up to 600 degrees at that point. It'll take about 3 weeks to heat up the entire well.
Yeah,
Excuse me, Madam Chair, we didn't catch those comments.
Yeah, and I'm
Could I
going to
have you
object
step up to the-
if these people are going to be witnesses here, they should testify.
Right. I was just going
And
to say.
an opportunity to cross-examine and all the rest of it.
Right.
Your opportunity.
okay.
Okay, what are we going to do here?
Okay, let me look at this chart then, just for a second then. So, okay, well, this one doesn't answer the question because you're going to 600. And this only goes to 220. So what temperature are you anticipating that your bitumen's going to become mobile?
Yeah. Brian McGregor again. Well, we're going to continue to heat up the wellbore until we're done the 3-week period. So it'll be at 600 degrees at that point, and then we start producing it. And as we produce it, as it cools down, as soon as
less mobile.
it'll consolidate or get more into the solid form, and then we'll have to turn around and do the huff stage again.
Okay, but it's going to first become mobile at 200 degrees F?
About 200 F, I'd say,
Okay.
That's a guesstimate.
Mhm.
I'm not a reservoir engineer.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. Now, I was going to come back one more time to Dr. Hamilton, please.
Wait just a second. Do you have any questions for Mr. McGregor?
No, that's fine. He's been a witness. It's the other people that are speaking
Okay.
behind him.
Okay.
Okay, you didn't have a structure map, but you did have a map that showed the thickness of the pay.
Yes.
Would that dashed line on the outside where there was zero pay be roughly the footprint of the structure?
Yes.
You're looking at? Okay. And you were looking at a max thickness of 250 feet of pay in some points?
250 in the core, yes.
Very impressive. Okay. That was core data.
That was drilling data from Tom Brown Company.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Greg?
Sorry, a couple quick questions. First, I saw there's a tongue of the Mancos. Is the Mancos underlies both the rim rock and the asphalt ridge sandstones?
Yes, that's right. So the main, what they call the main Mancos, lies below the asphalt ridge. But there was another marine incursion in geological history that divides the asphalt ridge and the rim rock, and they call that the Mancos tongue.
Okay. Below it, roughly, do you know how thick the Mancos is below all this?
Oh, hundreds and hundreds of feet thick, probably thousands. Thousands.
And then I guess this is more for, I don't know if the division can answer this, but permitting-wise, so that the pilot is going to take about 3 years.
Oh, no, the 3 years to drill out the plan. That's 119 wells projected to drill it out in 3 years.
And the pilot program was 7 holes?
4.
4 holes.
4 holes.
Okay. But all the resource work could be done. Permitting, I guess this is the division, going from the pilot to a full production for unitization, as far as permitting, how long does that take? It's more of the staff's question. Generally, because all the resource work will be done, right?
So, yeah, sorry, can you restate that just so I can
Sure.
understand what you're saying?
So they've done a bunch of resource work to get the permits to do the pilot project. If the pilot project,
Which is the 4 wells, correct?
The 4 wells.
Yes.
If that is successful and they want to go to unitization.
And full development of 119 wells.
Yes, full development. How much permitting does that take?
Our typical work, what do we do, 45-day turnaround or 60-day turnaround? Mr. Orland Wallace?
Orland Wallace Division, Oil Gas Mining. We're right now at 55 days turnaround on APDs.
Great, thank you.
You bet.
That's all.
Yes, once I get finished, then as soon as I get done with the permitting process, they're approved, then they go into the UIC process, and that at least can go around 60 days on that.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Ms. Harris? Have the 4 APDs been approved for the pilot wells?
Can Mr. Pankey answer
Sure.
that question?
Sorry, can you restate the question?
Have the 4 APDs for the pilot wells been approved?
No, they have not.
Are they in the process?
They're in the process. They've been submitted, and we're currently working on them, and I guess it hangs upon what is decided here.
Okay, thank you.
So why does it depend on what happens here, the initial pilot permits?
Oh, yeah, so that would just be the 5th. So we talked about 5 wells earlier. 4 have been approved in the October matter previous. It's just the other one that wouldn't be able to be approved, but I guess the other 4 can move forward.
So just to clarify, none have received APD approval. 4 of the wells that have been submitted were authorized by the pilot project. There's been an additional well submitted that wasn't authorized by that project that would depend on the outcome of this hearing.
Okay.
Any other questions?
So
Go ahead.
So let's just assume that we that if didn't approve the unit agreement for lack of XYZ today, would you go out and follow through on that pilot, 4-well pilot? with the hope that you come back with more information, you know, more detail to fully justify a unit agreement. My question makes sense? Kind of a resource question.
Right, but who are you addressing the question to? Because the guys behind me are the ones that can answer that.
Right.
Should we have?
Yeah.
Mr. Dow, would you state your name and position?
Yes, I'm Stephen Bile. I'm the CEO of Valcor, and I'm also the chairman of Heavy Sweet Oil.
Can we have this witness sworn?
Right, let's hold up here. I think we need to hold up on this question. We're kind of getting mixing
Again.
testimony here, so if we
Okay.
could just hold up. Are there any more questions that could be addressed to Mr. Hamilton? Okay, we have one more question, and then we're going to take a break, and we'll have some rebuttal time for Mr. McDonald.
Okay. Yeah, Dr. Hamilton, I can't remember if it was you that stated it, but someone stated that this was a normally pressured reservoir.
Yes, I said that. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any evidence from Tom Brown or previous drilling opportunities where they actually saw reservoir pressure from this bituminous sandstone?
No.
So
no.
there's no measured?
There's no measure.
It's an assumed?
It's assumed, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. When we come back, Mr. McDonald, you will have some rebuttal time. Yeah, I guess you've done rebuttal.
It would be our presentation in chief
Great.
as a respondent.
Okay, great. Let's do that. We'll come back at 2:30. Going off the record. We are back on the record, and we're going to proceed now to the respondent's presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. With me today, testifying on behalf of Hoodoo are Lanham Frazier, who is the owner, member, and manager of Hoodoo. Next to him is seated Mr. Bonner Sears, who's also an owner, member, and manager, and he will be dealing with geology. And behind me, we have Mr. Elio Dean, who's the president CEO of Certec, Inc., who is the engineering consultant for Hoodoo, and he will be testifying about reservoir engineering with an emphasis on EOR projects and economics. I would ask that the three of them be sworn in at this time.
Gentlemen, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
The resumes of all three witnesses were submitted collectively as Exhibit A. If they were separately asked, each would verify the contents of their resumes are true and correct. Mr. Frazier will be a fact witness only. Messrs. Sear, not a whacked witness, a fact witness. Sorry, it's late in the day. Messrs. Sear and Dean will be testifying before the board for the first time, so we will qualify them as experts in geology and reservoir engineering with an emphasis on EOR projects and economics at the commencement of their respective testimony. I'm also going to confirm that it's acceptable that we move for admission of all of our exhibits at the end of our presentation. And I also would like to reserve time for conclusory arguments. Members of the board, heavy sweet oil, or I think it's Valcar now, based on what's said, we're not quite sure, seeks unitization approval from the board pursuant to Utah Code annotated section 40-6-7 and 8 for bitumen development. However, as demonstrated hopefully through my cross-examination of their witnesses and as will be demonstrated by Hoodoo's witnesses and presentation in chief, they cannot satisfy the statutory requirements for the board to grant unitization approval. Specifically, they cannot demonstrate that there is a pool of lease substances to them under Sitla's lease underlying sections 22 and the west half of section 23 at the depths outlined in the request. And secondly, that its proposed recovery operations will, as the statute requires, substantially exceed the estimated cost incident to its proposed operations. In short, the data provided today by them and the assumptions that they made are incomplete, and we consider them to be flawed. Now, they had not submitted or addressed anywhere the leases that were granted to them by Sitla. You were quoted that, but they haven't been provided to you. We did provide true and correct copies that I obtained from Sitla's website as Exhibit C in this matter. So we will submit them for you. As was stated in the June hearing, Hoodoo is not seeking the board to resolve the dispute as to whether the oil to be produced is leased to Heavy Sweet Oil or to Hoodoo, as that issue has been recognized by all the parties as being beyond the board's subject matter jurisdiction. However, the board does possess both the technical expertise as well as the subject matter jurisdiction to decide the following issues. Number one, is there mobile oil at the depth sought to be unitized? If so, then their allegations that it is immobile belies their claim that there's a pool of bitumen at those depths. Secondly, is there a proper technical basis for their data and assumptions that were made based on that data? If not, then they haven't met their burden of proof to allow board authorization of the proposed unit. With that, I'm going to commence my examination of Mr. Frazier. Mr. Frazier, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Lanham Frazier. Oh, got to turn it on. Lanham Frazier. Address is 55 Wall Drive, Suite 550 in Houston, Texas, 77007. Okay.
Would you please state your position with Hoodoo?
An owner, member, manager.
And what are your responsibilities, particularly with respect to land records and other business-related aspects?
I'm responsible for the management and control of all lease records, all business records, everything related to the business running of Hoodoo.
All right, would you please provide for the record the corporate status of Hoodoo?
It's a Texas limited liability company, and it's established to conduct business in Utah.
And it's in good standing?
It's in good standing.
All right, this is Hoodoo's first opportunity to be in front of the board. Why don't you give them a little background about the company and what its activities are in Utah?
Okay. when I listened in on the motion to strike hearing, it was the first time I'd actually listened to a complete hearing that you guys do all the time. So I learned a lot. I noticed some of the board members obviously had never heard of Hoodoo before, and some questions were where have they ever drilled? Have they drilled anything? Kind of like, who the heck are they? And I'm going to share a little bit about our beginnings in Utah and a little bit about what we do and why we do it. Our activities all of our activities are in Uintah County. That's our sole business purpose, is to be in Uintah County. And in particular, in a 400,000 acre area from Vernal down across the Asphalt Ridge. And I'll tell you why in a little bit. But we focus all of our, can't hear? Yeah. I'm usually accused of talking too loud. Okay. But the Hoodoo principles started in 1990 by deepening a well in the Ashley Valley field. And so that was our start into Uintah County. Bonner Sears, my partner geologist, has a fascination with this area for a number of reasons, and he has ever since 1990 and a little before. And as a result, he's accumulated probably more data than any single human in that 400,000 acre area that's alive. He did trades with Bud Covington, if any of you guys have heard of him, who sat virtually every well in Uintah County. He's done data trades, he's bought. We just have more data than probably anybody work exploring in this area. So one, that's a big plus that we have. The estimated gross investments in Uintah County that Hoodoo has been responsible for is about $45 million. What we do, obviously our name reflects that we're operating in Utah. And we control over 70,000 acres of leases in Uintah County. So we're not as small as some people might think. In 2006, Hoodoo acquired a 40 square mile 3D proprietary survey over the Ashley Valley oil field and the southern end of the Asphalt Ridge designated tar sand area. This 3D amazed us. Not only did it assure Bonner's interpretation of how the Ashley Valley field actually traps oil, but it amazed us by how much we wanted to stay here and finish our careers here exploring, because the data was so good and it showed so much complexity and it showed evidence of worldwide sources of oil like the Mancos and the Phosphoria and the Green River have migrated through the area. And that's a darn good place to explore for oil and gas. And we need the 3D to sort out the complexity to effectively develop it. So that's really important. But this is our business home, okay? So we're not just we live in Houston, Texas, but this is our business home. And we've had great results doing OBAs with Sitla, 2 of them in particular that we've performed on, and I'll explain a couple of those. As a result of our 40 square mile 3D, Hoodoo generated the drilling of 2 exploration wells to satisfy the performance of 1 Sitla Asphalt Ridge OBA in 2020 to a depth of 19,200 feet. And I don't know how many 19,200 feet vertical wells have been drilled in Uintah County in a while. So we're really proud of that accomplishment. And it's so important in an underdeveloped area like this area is to get deep well data like that. Every time we get a well drilled in Uintah County, we learn something more. It's complicated, it's complex, and you need more well data, and you need 3D seismic to actually know how to develop it.
Mr. Fraser, could we get you to move on to the project at hand. I appreciate the history, but the day is wearing on
Oh,
here.
okay. Well, I'm getting to
Thank
that. Well, 23,000 acres of Hootie's leases is in Asphalt Ridge, which is the subject of this hearing, okay? And we commenced our own preliminary planning for a 5-well pilot EOR development in April of '22 for the Asphalt Ridge area under our oil and gas lease. And we started that after the discovery of a preferred strategic partner that was important to us to create an effective program that was both clean and technologically sound. So one more thing. Everybody's been asking why we didn't show up at the October 26, 22 hearing. And it's pretty simple. We got the notice, I got the notice, and I saw that it was a mining company operation, a mining leaseholder operation, and I thought it didn't relate to us. And that was foolish. I didn't read it thoroughly enough, but today we looked at a lot of paper, and that was my mistake. So, but I will say this, just as evidence of that, I mean, I have the mining lease here in front of me, and what I did is, just to show you, the first sentence says, this mining lease, okay? This is their lease that covers Section 22, this mining lease. So who would think it's other than a mining lease? And I counted the number of times that mining or mined is used, and it's used 52 times in this lease. There's one core drill that uses drill, and there are 3 words with drill in this lease. So you tell me why I was confused about why this is not a pure mining lease. So that's why we didn't show up. Well, the light began to shine, okay, and that what was really going on. And that's when we decided, okay, we got a problem here. We reviewed both leases quite thoroughly, or I did, and I determined we had a tidal cloud here that had to be cured, or nothing is going to happen in Asphalt Ridge, and that's not the objective of Sitla, it's not the objective of Hoodoo, and it's not the objective of the petitioner. And so so I immediately met with Sitla before the October 26th hearing, and told them we think that this proposal is trespassing on our minerals and on our lease substances. And we have a lot of evidence for that you're going to hear later. But then I immediately the next day met with Valcor once, and then the next day after that twice, trying to explain that we got a problem here that we need to solve. You need to just put the brakes on, and because otherwise, nothing's going to happen. You can do your hearing and whatnot, but it ain't going to solve the problem. And so I believe, it's my firm belief, it's not the board's job to solve the problem. It's Hoodoo and Valcor need to get together and make a compromise. It's a huge area. There's a lot of oil there, okay? There's no need to be fighting about this, because if we fight about this, it won't be developed maybe for 10 years. And that's not what anybody wants.
Mr. Frazier?
Yeah, let's cut it off.
Could we
Let's move on, yeah.
on to the testimony?
All right.
Thank you.
At this point, Mr. Frazier,
Well, that is
let me ask you, I'm going to show you what have been marked as Exhibit B.
Yeah.
This is a true and correct copy of your 2 leases with Sitla, is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. We weren't going to do this, but since the petitioner read from their lease of what the rights are, I'm going to let Mr. Frazier read the rights that were granted under his lease. Would you please read that in?
Lease substances include oil, including all naturally occurring crude petroleum, oil and other hydrocarbons, regardless of gravity, if produced at the wellhead in liquid form. That's the Hoodoo lease substances granted.
All right. Now, when was this lease issued?
It was, let's see here, right here. I think it's May of 2018.
All right. Now, and that was done pursuant to another business arrangement with Sitla, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And these leases were both issued prior to the heavy sweet oil?
Yes.
Okay. All right. you'll notice in Exhibit B that the primary term was, would appear to be expired based on its terms. But could you explain how those leases are still in effect?
Yes. Those leases have been extended until October 31st of '24, and we have the right to extend them again upon our performance in doing additional work in the area.
All right, that concludes my examination, Mr. Frazier.
Mr. Fraser, you mentioned that in your view, there was a tidal cloud to be cleared. Have you taken any steps at all to clear that tidal?
I met with Valcor in an attempt to get their agreement to mutually agree to work together to alleviate that cloud.
Okay.
And Sittler.
Okay, thank you. And you mentioned reviewing Heavy Sweet's lease.
Mm-hmm.
When was the first time you saw their lease?
After the light started shining, that what your proposal was meaning that you were trespassing on our lease.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Division?
The division has no questions for this witness.
Board, do we have any questions?
No. Okay, Mr. Frazier, on the lease, what sections does this, I mean, didn't clarify that, but what sections does this lease cover with Sittler?
The same lease terms of both Hoodoo and Valcor cover Section 22 and Section 23.
The west half.
The west half of 23, excuse me.
Okay, so the same sections we were talking about this morning. Then.
Yeah. And we overlap on another 23,000 acres, so the problem isn't going to go away. That was my point.
Ms. Sierra?
What were the results of the discussions that you had with Sitla regarding the title?
Well, my own opinion is they're between a rock and a hard place, but that's my opinion. I think they'd like to resolve it, and they have furnished a letter related to this unitization, expressing they're willing, they want to see the bitumen developed, and our lease doesn't cover bitumen, so. And the issue here is determining where is it bitumen, is the target sand, is the target formations bitumen or not, and how do you determine that? And Sittler doesn't have the resources to determine that. That's my get behind it. Did you say that?
Don't ask me, I'm not the witness.
No, I know. I know, but we just talked about it a whole lot. So that's my take on it. I think their charge is to get things done out here and create, develop the minerals of the state. So I know they'd love to see it resolved.
Mr. Moon?
So what are your plans between now and when the lease expires in this, in the subject area?
Yeah. Our plans are, I was going to tell you, but got cut off, but that's all right. We have designed and plan to shoot a 231 square mile 3D over this asphalt ridge area, which would be really helpful for exploring the whole area. Levon actually negotiated this OBA with us, and she had a lot of foresight. She created a very good OBA for Sittler, where Sittler gets to keep the data. Okay, so that's a hell of an asset that Sittler would have in their pocket to develop this stuff, no matter what we do as far as developing it. And so it'll be a tremendous asset.
So you don't have to drill to hold this lease past October 24?
No.
Okay.
But we'd like to. We'd like to get drilling pretty soon in Asphalt Ridge. you know.
Okay.
But the obligation is to shoot a 3D.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Greg?
You mentioned as far as the notice is concerned, because it said mining, are you opposed to the pilot program and any drilling there? You know, are you opposed to the pilot program or to the unitization?
Both. Because it is our belief that the wells will be drilling into, they'll be trespassing on our lease subsidies.
Okay, but I do want to clarify, Mr. Galecki, that again, the board's order based on the June hearing was that the pilot program order cannot be collaterally attacked. So.
Seeing no further questions, if you'd like to proceed, Mr. McGonagall.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'll commence my examination of Mr. Sears now. Okay. Come on over here. Oh, and hold the mic close to him. Mr. Sears, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Yes, Robert Bonner Sears.
Business address.
Address 55 Wall Drive, Houston, Texas.
All right, what's your current position with Hoodoo?
I am an owner.
And could you now, no, that's fine. Could you now outline your education, your work experience, particularly any experience in asphalt ridge or analogous basins, certifications, publications, or recognized by any other state conservation commissions?
Yes, I have 2 degrees in geology. I came out of school in '78. I immediately went to work for a small independent where I managed 3 geophysicists. We were developing bright spot work in the Gulf of Mexico. I did that for about 4 years. I was transferred up to the Denver office, which gets my first experience with the Rockies. I later quit that job to form my own company and started working South Florida. I worked South Florida for a few years to Sunnyland. The object there was to generate and sell deals for wildcat wells. Eventually, I ended up in Russia. Actually, I spent 6 years in and out of the former Soviet Union in the early 1990s when it was still kind of a wild experience. And I worked all the projects in southern Russia, in Ukraine, the Black Sea.
Just more in the Rockies area and your experience with that, so we can just kind of get.
I thought it made me look good.
It does, but I do know that everybody would like to get the hearing going a little bit more, so.
Well, basically, I returned to the Rockies in 1990, okay? And I specifically returned back to this vernal area because I had identified this area as an area I really wanted to work. I'm very interested in the Aeolian reservoirs. And I have been working this area off and on for 30 years. Lanny was a little bit generous when he said that I have the most data of anybody, but most of the guys that I was working with initially are gone. So I have a phenomenal proprietary data set, which is now coupled with this 40 square mile proprietary data. Regarding certifications, I'm certified in Wyoming and Florida, but basically we've been working this Utah area for a long time, and I have a great deal of data you're going to see, which is really the core to our discussion today on Asphalt Ridge, data that is not in the public eye.
Okay. With his resume and that testimony, I would ask that the board recognize Mr. Sears as an expert in geology for purposes of this cause.
Division, any questions or comments?
Division has no objections, thank you.
Board?
No objection.
I'm sorry. I get my questions out of sequence. So recognized.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Sears, I'm going to show you what have been marked as a substitute exhibit D, E, substitute exhibits F and G, and rebuttal exhibits N through T and Y through XX. I'll show you these here.
Really?
Do you recognize these exhibits?
So far.
And were they prepared by you?
Yes.
All right, turning your attention now to substitute exhibit D.
Okay.
Would you please explain to the board what this shows?
Yeah, and before I get too much into it, there's been a lot of confusion here. We're not interested in the shallow material up on the D track, which is part of the petitioner's, their lease. What we are interested is the fact that the formations on the track 1, which is centered in the section 22, is actually deep enough that any hydrocarbons that might be associated with the D track are actually going to be mobile. So the points we're going to make, or I'd like to try and make today, is that the oil is actually mobile. It's not a bitumen, and I'm going to show you a lot of strong data to prove that this is possible. And then the second thing is, despite the fact that I was a bit ridiculed about my cross-section, I'm going to demonstrate the data to show you why this, the two blocks are completely separate.
Okay, let's focus on substitute exhibit D right now, okay? So please explain what this
Thanks.
shows and where it's
That's
at.
okay. Anyway, so this particular slide here, I use it to really kind of introduce people to this project and this project area. And really, it was designed because it's kind of fun, but it has a lot of relevance to our conversation here today specifically. These three photos, there's the one up in the north west corner is actually a stock photo that I just got off of a website from a company that's working or was working in the Asphalt Ridge area. The photo up on the right-hand, north right-hand corner is actually comes from us. I was in the field in this area in 2022, and that photo shows the weeping or the melting of the oil in the South Mine area in the southern part of the trend. And the reason this is really relevant is the fact that what you have here is a immobile, solid tar, and yet the temperature that day was probably about 85, 89 degrees, and yet the oil is moving. It's actually no longer a super viscous kind of an oil, but it is actually moving. So this is anecdotal information, but it's something I would like the board to keep in mind. The last picture here is kind of a fun picture, but this was my group of investors in 2005, and all we did here was this is also near the South Mine, the southern part of the trend, and all we did here was take a stick and the simple stirring of the stick, which would have created enough heat, all the oil started to move. The point again is that you don't need to have much heat to get the oil moving. And of course, that's really good news. It's good news for the petitioner, but the point is that we're going to demonstrate that our rocks are deep enough that it would not be a bitumen.
All right, moving on to exhibit E, or excuse me, substitute exhibit F. No, hang on a second.
It's okay.
Yes, substitute exhibit F.
Back.
Okay, would you please explain to the board what this shows and its significance to today's hearing?
Yeah, this really is an important slide to our entire presentation. I feel very strongly that to understand the northwest corner of Asphalt Ridge, which is where we're going to talk about today, you really need to have the proper regional perspective, and this is going to set up everything in terms of the structural interpretation I'm going to give you for the Northwest Asphalt Ridge. And I've got to admit that if you've been working in this area at all or looked at anything, this is going to be a bit of a surprise, because most people would not have imagined that this particular deposit is actually going to be broken up like this. What we're specifically looking at is a play map of the rimrock sandstone. And this play map, or these hatchet blocks, is created from the fact that I built a regional rimrock structure map. Okay, so what is that structure map? How did that get created? Actually, I should back up here for a second and kind of introduce you to some of this. There's a lot of data here. The first thing is that you notice I have a Uinta Basin that is kind of an accepted area. The vernal shelf area, which is in yellow, is my term for the fact that area is structurally very unique from the Uinta Basin. And therefore, I gave it a name because it makes it easier to refer to. Of course, what bifurcates the both areas is the asphalt ridge designated tar sand area, and that's outlined in green. The other thing that's here is it shows some of the things that Lanny was talking about. You can see the outlaw. There's asphalt or Ashley Valley oil field, and you can see the location of our 3D survey and how it extends into the southern part of this trend. The other thing is down there in the lower column, or part of the map, excuse me, is the Sundog State well. That's our 19,200-foot well that we caused to be drilled. It was a significant wildcat, and it is within this trend and provided us with some very unique data related to the structural complexity of the asphalt structural trend. And if you can, you may also see down at the very bottom, there's another well. It's called the Napoleon's March. And that doesn't get much attention. It's a relatively shallow well. And yet the data that came from that is substantially different than what you see in published information. I need to make that clear. A lot of this has been presented as good work that people do that do a kind of a regional studies. But that's not, we've got a lot of data that they aren't aware of. The other key pieces on this is that you can see in green, that's the saturated outcrops. That was actually done by Kaiser. We've been referred to before. He probably has done the most extensive work in the area in terms of a published date. The other thing are the strike and dips. And this is really important. The strike and dips and these outcrops, because this is actually really a surface deposit that we're working from. We're gonna, and in terms of making your maps, you have to keep this and integrate this information into your structure maps. And I'm going to show you how that becomes relevant as we get up to this northwest asphalt ridge. Finally, core holes. There's about 200, they're in the orange, there's about 200 core holes on this map. I was very fortunate 20 years ago to have an opportunity to review and work all of those core holes. And what I was able to do was I was able to get tops, not saturations, but kind of, well, saturations in terms of the vertical columns. And this provided the basis and is really the key to the fact that you're getting excited.
No, I'm just, yeah, I'm sorry.
Anyway, of the structural mapping. So I took the core data, I tied it to the outcrops, I tied that to the strike and dip. There is some known surface faulting, and I'm going to show you here. Fred keeps getting to, not yet. Anyway, is a strike cross section that will demonstrate the fact that when you map this rimrock sandstone, it is not a very simple blanket kind of sand in terms of its structure. You just can't do it. I may be wrong in my interpretation, but it is broken up. And what you're going to, and basically, this, I've divided this up as best I can into 5 particular fault blocks.
Are we ready to move on?
Yeah. He's very impatient. Okay.
Now turning to substitute Exhibit G, please explain what this shows and what its relevance is.
Right, and we've already talked about it, and the petitioner is very accurate. There's a big difference between lower known oil and multiple oil water contacts, and he is correct. I should have said this was the existence of multiple lower known oil. So what is this? This is a strike cross section. This is based on the core data. It is not really a structural section in the sense of technically the vertical is correct, but I've kind of squeezed it all together to exaggerate the dips. Let me point out there's the Duchesne River and the Uinta. The Mesa Verde is in the yellow. Those would be our target formations. And then the Mancus, which is about 5,000 feet thick in this area, is sitting underneath it. You don't need to be much of a geologist or anything to notice there's some big changes. You just look at this. And if you look at this, that means that there's got to be, you have to have some kind of mechanism to explain this. Faulting is the easiest because there's an incredible amount of faulting, and it ties into the regional tectonic nature of this part of Utah. So I have placed a bunch of faults into this area. The other thing is, yes, the lowest known oils vary quite a bit across this area. If you look at this very carefully, there are cores that go beneath or penetrate beneath the recognized lowest known oil. That's wet. There's no oil there. So that's implying the idea that you're going to have multiple oil-water contacts. That is a very significant piece of difference here. There's something else here that's kind of interesting. If you just kind of sit back and look at this, kind of close one eye, and again, you don't have to be a geologist, you can see that this is a big structural feature. The Uinta is shallow rocks that's missing up on top because of the unconformities. So this is a huge structural feature. But there's no way you can map this without breaking it up if you honor the data.
Okay, can we move on now?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, now turning, sorry, apologize for being out of order, but this presentation works a little better this way. Now, referring to Exhibit E, please explain what this shows and its significance.
Yeah. So this is one of my profiles. It's actually based on the seismic, and there is well control, but I'm very paranoid about giving away all my ideas. So I did remove the wells, so I'm sorry for that, but that's what I've done. It's very similar to the petitioner's exhibit that was published in some report. But this is actual data, and it gives an idea of the detail here. You can see over there, the dips that I took from the surface. I integrated that into these cross sections, and the basin fault that comes from our 3D seismic data. Anyway, it demonstrates the general nature. Oh, by the way, this profile is down in more the south central part of the play. Okay, but it does demonstrate the idea that the oil here has migrated up dip, most likely along these unconformities, from this lower Green River source. And it was important for me to get this out because that will explain how the trap is formed in the northwest asphalt ridge. The other thing I've done here is the petitioner has a type log, but this one actually has both the rim rock and the asphalt ridge. The importance here again is that when we're going to talk about their drilling program, basically you have a top for the rim rock sand, and then it's going to be about another 500 feet plus or minus to make sure you actually drill through the asphalt ridge. So this is just a reference.
Now moving on to what has been marked as Rebuttal Exhibit O. This is in rebuttal to one of the petitioner's exhibits. Please explain what this shows and its significance.
Yeah, again, there was no question about the fact that you can have wax in a bitumen. The point I was making here is that the lower Green River source is famous because it's the black wax. And so I wanted to get across the impression here that some of the core descriptions, which are just visual, there's no technical data to support anything, just visual, describes an asphaltine material. But it's not proof. It's compelling, but it's not proof. So the question I'm raising here is the fact that, and this is based on the Letke work, is that there's 28% wax in their shallow drilling program up on this D track. And if you took a core from this Tom Brown in the 1970s, it's very different than taking core today, and you transport it across to Denver and you get it analyzed, and it has 14 gravity crude, and it has 20% wax in it. What might it look like? This is a hypothetical. I'm just raising this question. Anyway, this is the data that supports the USGS work. Basically, what you're seeing here is a geologic map, the core holes, but specifically, there's 3 data points. By the way, this is always at the surface. These are not from core holes here, but it shows that both the Uinta, the Duchesne River, and the rim rock, which are all saturated, by the way, in the northwest asphalt ridge, are all sourced from this lower Green River formation. And before you go on, this alone doesn't mean much, but when you take into the fact that the reservoir temperatures, the relative perm data, it goes into question the fact that nothing really supports the idea that this is necessarily a bitumen, but is in fact a mobile oil. Please.
If I can interject quickly.
Yes.
On that last exhibit, there was
Yeah.
some highlighting that isn't on the submitted exhibit, and I just want to make sure, is that the only difference between what was submitted and the?
Yes, and if it came through on that, it's probably just because of the color on the copy.
Oh, yeah, we have an issue.
Yeah.
How do you make a PDF out of a PowerPoint?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Now turning your attention to rebuttal exhibit N.
Yeah, so what I've done here is I'm going to kind of jump into this northwest asphalt ridge area. And there's again a lot of information here. Fred is always telling me I've got too much crap on my slide, excuse me. But I will go through it all and we can kind of get this out. This is the rim rock play map. I have structure maps and I am prepared to show those, but I'm just going to start with this because this is really the key and it kind of strips off a lot of this too much detail. So let's talk about some of the colors. The yellow is the Hoodoo mining oil and gas leases. These would be Sitla leases. The gray area is the proposed unit boundary. And they've talked about, of which it is the section 22 and the west half of 23, and part of the D-track. That D-track is our fee lands, and obviously we have nothing that deals with that. In addition to that, we have the core holes. The core holes are shown here in the orange circles. There are more core holes actually over on section 22. There's a Shell database, but I don't have anything on those wells, and I've left them off since I'm not using them for any of my tops. I am, on the other hand, using the data in the core holes on the D track. The other thing that's noticed here is that I have the asphalt ridge sandstone saturated outcrop, and that's very similar to what we've already seen. And in the bright yellow, that's our Letke study area that has been referred to. They've done a great deal of work, but it's shallow. This is the key. This is a lot of data, so it's important data, but it's basically everything's from about 400 to maybe 600 feet, whereas the yellow area that we're concerned about, we're going to talk about the fact that basically all of these drilling depths are going to be really from about 1,000 feet down to 2,000 feet when you get down to the proposed TDs, okay? So that's the Letke study. The other thing I've done here is to note some of the key wells that petitioner had on some of his maps and some things I wanted to talk about. So going from right to left, the first one is the 4P S well. That is been on a lot of the displays, and it is that is a Letke well. The ACE-2 well is one of the core holes. It's right on or into the Sitla lease, which is kind of interesting if we were to get, but we don't have any of that data. So I don't know much about it except from the one exhibit that they have. The TB2 is a Tom Brown number 2. What's important about this? This is actually where the rim rock and the asphalt ridge are completely wet. That's based on log analysis from the Tom Brown group. I should mention in the AC2 that the importance there is that I used the data that was provided by petitioner to establish the lowest known oil on this D track, which they, I think, mislabeled, but is actually a subsea depth, and it should be plus 5130. Moving back into my scenario here, the Union well is a conventional oil and gas well. It establishes the lowest known oil at 4057 subsea. It is also the well that actually has gas that's been found in the overlying unit in the Uinta Formation, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. The FET well, the importance of that is that that is a log with a bottom hole temperature. And I've taken that well to build a geothermal gradient to predict reservoir temperatures. We haven't seen any of that from the petitioner. This will substantiate the fact that we are going to get temperatures much greater than this 50 to 80 degrees, I believe. Finally, I've kind of thrown down this erosional surface because the map I'm going to show you is going to be a pre-erosional structure map on the rim rock prior to it being eroded off. The map that they had provided, that's why we asked the questions, really has no relationship to structure or the structural relationship to the D-track, whatever. It is, yes, a measured depth map, which is good for predicting the top of the rim rock in the wellbore. Okay. No, thank you. It's okay.
Go to the next one?
No, thanks. Okay. I'm a big talker.
I know, but what?
Oh, no, I'm gonna walk through this. So that was just the explanation of what they're looking at. No. So what we also have here is I've proposed default. Petitioner thinks I'm an idiot. Well, that's you didn't say that, so that's unfair. I'm sorry. But he thinks I'm kind of crazy about it. Well, this fault is based on a lot of information. Geology isn't just something of you wave your arm. You take a lot of data, you build it, and you build a geologic model. I've already substantiated that I had 200 core holes tied to surface data along the entire trend that establishes the fact that I expect to see a series of fault blocks. When you get to this area, so I have two key pieces here that really just, well, actually, I guess there's three, that stand out that say that the D-track, the shallow material, that is the material that they constantly refer to, is completely different than the Tom Brown, which is over there to the west. First of all, it's the tops. And I'm protecting my resources as my contract or my agreement, whatever you want to call it. But if you look at it, I have put down the plus 500-foot structural contour for both the D-track and for the fault block 2 and fault block 1. You can actually change things around, but they are indicating two very different structural features. The second thing is the strike and dip, the dip. If you look at the D-track, we have a lot of outcrop dips. It's dipping around 25 degrees. But over on my fault block 1, the key is, and this would actually, that's why we asked the petitioner what they thought about the difference between the dip on their top of rim rock map versus the structural dip of the rim rock sandstone itself. And the line you see there, I'm not going to present it, but that's I made a projected cross-section using the Tom Brown data, and that's actually about 45 degrees south. It's not dipping gently off to the north-northwest. I mean, even the petitioner's own data, their own cross-section would support this. That's a significant change in the dip. So that's another piece of information that's talking about the fact that these are not the same features. No. I'm not done. Excuse me. Do you think I'm talking too much? Oh, keep going. Okay. I have been corrected. Anyway, finally, what I'm trying to get to is the proposed fault is based on the strike and dip, the geology of the tops, the difference in the low snowing oils, and is, again, I may have this interpretation wrong, but I can say that with a lot of certainty, 100% certainty, that these two blocks are not connected. Okay, so I want to talk about the reservoir temperatures.
Okay, this is rebuttal exhibit P. Please go ahead and explain this.
Okay, and we'll try and move on. So all this data has been presented earlier, but specifically, I have something new. In the lowest corner is the heavy sweet oil development area. Now, that is figure 1. You saw that today. That's their air photo. And what you have in there is their 119 proposed drilling locations. What I've superimposed on top of that, their their depth to the top of the rim rock. The key here is the red line. So if you think there's the interval is about 500 feet thick, you have to account for that. And from that red line south, everything's going to be at least the PTD as proposed would be at least 1,000 feet. And as they said, they're going to go down to about 2,000 feet. So keep that in mind. That's about 85% of their drilling program. By the way, their pilot wells are on this, but they're hard to see. They're all very shallow. They're not down into this deeper area. Okay, so what we've got to work with is, as I said, they're talking about reservoir temperatures 50 to 80 degrees. That is just not really correct. 50 degrees is the surface. And they've given us a data point. They've said we're assuming that it's 80 degrees at least 1,000 feet. Please.
Okay, now moving on to rebuttal exhibit Q. Please explain what this shows.
So basically here, what I've done is I'm going to try and predict reservoir temperatures in what we call the fault block 1, or generally the section 22. I've used 2 control points. I have their simulation model, 80 degrees at 1,000 feet, and I have this Maytag government 1 well. It has a bottom hole temperature of 107 degrees at 2144. Well, that's really not going to be our reservoir temperature. You need to correct for that, and there's a lot of ways to do it. The gentleman behind me would probably use something that involves a great deal of math. All I did was use the accepted AAPG correction factor, and all this is kind of listed over there in the corner. And you end up with a corrected bottom hole temperature at 2144 of 123 degrees. That defines your geothermal gradient. As it turns out, you come up with the same gradient if you do the calculations, which is the math listed down there on the bottom. I've also included in this the Letke information that has been on their information, which was about 60 degrees at around 450 feet. It all seems to fit. The key here is that when you look at their proposed drilling program, and I could be wrong about it, but we know that a majority of the wells are going to be greater than 1,000 feet, then I would say that that's the yellow. I'm telling you, that's their drilling program, and the bulk of it is going to be anywhere from 80 degrees to about 120 degrees.
Now turning your attention to rebuttal exhibit R. Please explain what this shows.
This is based on the fact that they initially showed this viscosity table. We've seen this. It's kind of a generic table. They did show some other tables, but this is the one that we started with. And there's a lot of different kind of tables. But I don't know the source of that. It could be something from overseas or something. But I did take a viscosity chart from Kaiser. And the key here is I'm going to use the reservoir temperatures that we just predicted to talk about the change in viscosity in our target areas. So I basically, we have the 1 million CP value. Those are always, almost always from surface samples. Petitioner mentioned that he had data that said that Letke actually had some from their core holes. I didn't see it. I'm not questioning it, but I didn't see that they actually did their own viscosity analysis. That would be at a certain temperature between less than 50 degrees. But we also have a very specific value that was run by the Sohio group, and it was reported in 1959. And it's based on their 23 core holes. And they quote, viscosity of the tar is a few 100,000 CP at reservoir temperature of 50 degrees. So those are the track cores that you see marked there. And then if you use the 80 to 117, that was the bracket I had on the other, that actually shows you that the viscosities for this, the proposed drilling program are going to be probably less than 10,000. That this could move around depending on your particular chart. But it is showing you that we expect this, or supports, this actually supports the fact that the hydrocarbons are going to be a lower viscosity and probably likely to be mobile. One key other piece, and then we'll move on. It doesn't matter what viscosity table you use if you look at a lot of them. All of them are usually the same. They have this very steep drop-off, which implies that a very small change in temperature results in a orders of magnitude change in the viscosity. And I would remind you, even though my first slide is just a kind of anecdotal, that we saw the rocks weeping only with this 85, 89 degrees.
All right.
I think that's it.
Okay, so is it your expert opinion that there are separate fault blocks indicating separate deposits, not a uniform pool of resource?
Yes.
Is it also your expert opinion that the visual core description as asphaltene is circumspect because it could just as likely be waxy oil?
Yes.
And is it also your expert opinion that the reservoir temperatures and viscosity are significantly different from those presented by the petitioner?
Yes.
That concludes my examination of Mr. Sears.
The long one. Thank you.
No, wait, you got cross-examination.
Mr. Allen, would you like to cross?
Yes, thank you.
You've made reference a few times to whether oil is mobile or whether it is immobile.
Correct.
How, could you give us some definition or background on that? I mean, what do you mean by immobile?
Actually, I couldn't give you a definition. Would be more of it, after 40 years, it'd be just the fact that if you had a well bore and you had drilled it maybe with air and not with some kind of a overly burdened it with a mud system, you should be able to, the well bore, the oil should be able to flow into the well bore.
You mean flow through the rock?
Right.
To the well bore?
Yes. What? Okay, I've been advised maybe, my expert's going to sit behind me and define that for you.
Okay. Is viscosity related, or is mobility related to viscosity?
Yes.
Is it also related to the permeability of the rock?
Yes.
So a substance that would be mobile in one rock or sandstone might be immobile in another?
Yes.
I see. Talking just a little bit about your photographs in Exhibit D, and we don't need to go back to them. The one in the upper right that showed a rock face with rock weeping down it, did you take that photograph yourself?
No, I was with the group that took it. I think
Okay.
that, no.
And did I hear you say that that was in the southeastern part of the asphalt ridge?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that rock face? Is that a cliff? Is that a road cut?
No, that's the mine.
That's the mine.
That's artificially created for, I guess,
Okay.
mining purposes.
All right. At the time the picture was taken, do you know how long that had been exposed?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And what's the vertical scale there?
That's a good question. I would say you're looking at about 20 feet.
And what formation is this?
This would be the UNF formation.
Okay, so it's not the formations we're talking about?
No.
Okay. Roughly, how much distance is there between this photograph and sections 22 and 23?
About 15, maybe 20 miles.
Okay. And you testified that you saw that this material seemed to be weeping at an air temperature of 80 to 85 degrees, 85
No, a
to 90?
little warmer, 85 to maybe
Okay.
80, 88.
Do you know what the surface temperature of the rock was?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And do you know what the surface temperature of the tar was?
No.
Okay.
I mean, this is just kind of an anecdotal piece of information.
Okay. Yeah. And was the viscosity measured on any of these pictures?
No.
Okay. You refer a number of times, beginning with Exhibit F, to underlying data from as many as 200 core holes.
I wouldn't call it underlying data. But
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, well,
Yes,
the data
data.
supporting this exhibit
That's correct.
comes from 200 or so core holes.
Yes, yes.
Where is that data?
That's owned by somebody, and they're held privately.
So is it available to? look
I don't
at?
know.
Okay, but how did you?
Well, 20 years ago, when I was working the area, we were able to contact the owner of this data, and we cut a deal with this very specific requirement that I was not to release really anything in the public. In fact, releasing the location of the corals in itself is probably a little bit risky.
Okay, so you're unable to tell us the source of this data?
Yes, I can tell you. Well, I don't think, no, probably by my my agreement, I probably can't tell you. I do know the source.
Okay. And this isn't something that would be available, say, to Mr. Hamilton?
They could probably, I don't know. I have no idea.
All right.
As far as I know, it's not public.
So is there any way for anyone besides yourself to evaluate or test this data?
You mean immediately? Like,
your
is there,
interpretation.
I don't know anybody that has worked it. Somebody easily could work it, but it's not I'm not in control of any of that.
Okay.
I will say this, that I've never seen it on a map outside of the original group that had worked it. It's not in any published data, not in any published maps. I've never seen that before.
Okay. And when we went to Exhibit E and you talked about your interpretation being based on actual data, you were
Yes.
referring to this unpublished data?
No, this is based on public well data. And actually our proprietary 3D. I may be an overly protective that I maybe should have released it, put the wells on here and whatever. So for that, I guess I'm remiss. But I'm just paranoid about releasing too many of my ideas. And anyway.
Of course. And, yeah, we appreciate what you're willing to share with the board. But we would like to be able to.
I agree. But I would say this. All this is a very specific interpretation that is the same presentation that petitioner showed that came out of published reports. It's just a little bit different. I'm just showing to demonstrate how I built my Mesa Verde, or in this case, the rim rocks at the top of the Mesa Verde.
And it's your interpretation that the hydrocarbon, whatever they may be, bitumen or heavy oil or whatever, in the asphalt ridge and rimrock formations, it's your interpretation that that originated and migrated from the Lower Green River?
Yes, based on the work of others.
Okay.
And that would be my conclusion based on the fact that I don't believe this is an exhumed oil field. And yes, I guess the answer is yes.
Okay. And just so I didn't miss it, what, in your view, what's the significance of that conclusion? It's not in the Lower Green River anymore, is it?
Oh, no. All I'm saying is I was trying to demonstrate the idea that this tar sand, this 1 billion barrels of tar sand, is all kind of formed in the same way, at least in terms of its entrapment and the migration. And then this can be applied to the Northwest Asphalt Ridge area, and it actually will explain the fact that all the oil probably migrated at the same time into the 2 blocks that make up Northwest Asphalt Ridge.
Now, it's your understanding that the wells within the unit area that are proposed would be at a depth of between 1,000 to 2,000 feet?
Yes, that's my best guess, and I'm saying it based on their plan of development.
Okay. And based on the one well you found that actually had a bottom hole temperature?
That is correct. Well, let me say there are other wells on the trend that have bottom hole temperatures, and I have generated geothermal gradients across the trend. But that's the only one that's pertinent to our discussion today.
Okay. So that one bottom hole temperature that you used to build the model for this presentation, the one that's on Exhibit Q.
Correct.
At 2,144 feet, had a bottom hole temperature of 123 degrees.
No, it had a bottom hole temperature of 107 degrees.
107 degrees.
I corrected it using a known methodology from the AEPG, that's the American Association of Petroleum Geologists.
And corrected it for what?
By multiplying it. What I'm doing is, okay, think of it another way. The bottom hole temperature is measured while the well is being logged and it's being circulated. You're running a cool mud system through and the temperature it's reading is the mud system or the bottom of the hole. You need to adjust for the reservoir temperature. So basically, there are methods, it's very accepted methods, and I just picked one that's quite frankly simple.
So it's just a correction for heat loss due
Yes.
to the fact
Oh,
that
in
there's
fact,
a
you
drill
said
hole.
it better than I did.
Okay. But corrected or not, at 2,144 feet, you had an uncorrected temperature of 107 degrees and corrected it to 123
That's correct.
at 2,144 feet.
That's correct.
And the petitioner's wells, we expect to be 2,000 feet or less.
Correct.
So is it fair to assume that the maximum temperature that petitioners might see would be a temperature less than 123 degrees?
Correct. That's what my graph shows.
Okay, so throughout the unitization area, roughly 120 is about the maximum they might see?
I'm sorry. That would be the, yes, that would be the reservoir temperature today. Yes, correct.
Right. That would be the actual reservoir temperature, but once you drill the well and start producing it, we probably should use the uncorrected temperature.
No,
I'm sorry, because,
because what we're dealing with is the reservoir temperature is what we're going to deal with in terms of your mobility, in terms of getting your oil to flow into your wellbore.
okay. And did you have a prediction of mobility at 120 degrees?
I wouldn't even know how to calculate that. I'm not even sure what that means.
So, what's the relevance of the temperature data yet if you can't tie it to mobility?
I'm tying it to the viscosity.
And how did you tie that to viscosity?
On my other chart where I used a viscosity curve that was provided by a gentleman, Mr. Kaiser, who worked the area, and I plotted the data from the known wells and that we have in this area.
Okay, and did you, did I hear you testify that we would expect the viscosity to be 10,000 centipoise or less, or greater? Excuse me.
Less. I'm saying that based on this analysis, yes, that I would expect that in the target formations, the viscosity at the wellbore was going to be in this 10,000 to 1,000 range.
Okay.
It may not be, but I'm telling you, I took the data that we have at hand.
All right.
Okay.
Just while we have a break here for a moment, Gordon Moon had to leave. He had an emergency. Because he didn't listen to the entire presentation, he will not vote, but we still have a quorum.
Now, there is a plan between Hoodoo and Sitla and HSO to measure the actual mobility. Is that correct?
I understand that's been talked about,
Okay.
yes.
But there is a question of what that test is.
So referring to the graph that's in front of us, and you said that came from Kaiser in 1966.
Correct.
Do we really know what the temperature scale on that graph is? We know that the divisions are 100 degrees.
Yeah, you can work it out pretty easily.
So,
You take a ruler.
assuming that 0 is the origin? I mean,
No,
what
in this case,
assumption have you
0
made?
isn't the origin.
Okay.
It's easy to work out, and I was being a little bit sassy. I said you can take a ruler and work it out.
No, but you said 0 is not.
Oh, sorry. I said that 0 is not that corner point.
Okay. So the first heavy vertical black line from the left, what temperature does that represent?
I'd have to get out my ruler.
So
I mean, we can estimate it from looking at it, but I would not. I can tell you that the temperatures that are marked on that are consistent with the 100-degree for that bold to bold, and that I used them to. I took a ruler and I scaled it out.
Okay. Did the original graph from Kaiser have any temperatures on it at all?
It did not.
Okay. So how did you decide where 50 degrees was?
Actually, I kind of backed into it.
Okay.
Well, I have a data point. I have this from the Ohio Petroleum Group. They say it's about a few 100,000 CP.
A few 100,000.
Well, you're right, but you can look at the scale. I mean, it's pretty easy to, that D-track point is actually at 200,000 on that logarithmic scale, and that's at 50 degrees. So I marked that onto my, made an extension of the Kaiser's curve. I also know that, because it's reported in about, I don't know how many different studies, that at the surface, that we're looking at least 1,000, or excuse me, 1 million CP or greater. And so that's around, in this case, I'm using a 40-degree ambient temperature for the area.
Okay. You're aware of the Let's See data point that showed 1 million centipoise?
Well, that, I mentioned that. It's something I have missed because I know they've reported it, but the question is, did they actually measure it from their study? Or like a lot of people, they quote this 1 million centipoid. I'm not questioning that, by the way, but those are probably almost all surface samples.
But you're speculating about what Let's See actually measured.
No, actually, I'm saying Letke didn't do it, but the petitioner said he read it, so maybe I missed it.
Okay. We could spend a lot of time on this graph, and it's
Actually, it could be a lot of fun if we weren't
Well,
kind of battling each other.
Indeed, but can you put some kind of error bars on it? I mean,
No, I
no.
wouldn't.
You wouldn't?
That's a very fair question, by the way.
So
You could slip it up and down a little bit. I don't know. No. I'm going to use the data that I've calculated that came from hard data, and I'll just stick with that. But you are correct to make that assessment or
Okay.
that comment.
So, did you conduct any kind of a broad-based search for this viscosity data, or did you just sort of
No,
select the points that were readily available?
Well, they're not readily. I had to search a long time. I was looking for something that was pertinent to the northwest asphalt ridge. I didn't care about something that might have been published in a report on the general, when they do on all the bitumen deposits in Utah.
Okay. Did you look at any of the data in the Chamel report for viscosity on the
I
asphalt
did,
ridge?
and I did.
And did you use any of that data here?
No, I did not.
Okay. And you told us that you didn't use data from the Let's See report for this graph as well.
No, actually I am. I'm using this 1 million. As I mentioned, my understanding, they quoted 1 million
Right.
CP.
Okay. I think we've probably beaten that poor horse enough. So your testimony is based, not entirely, but in large measure, on proprietary information that you either cannot or will not share with the board.
Well, don't say will not. That's not fair. I cannot.
You cannot, and you are not sharing it today.
I'm honoring a contract.
I understand.
Well, that's important because you're
Yeah.
right. The first part of the statement I agree with.
But you are citing data and talking about data that you are not sharing today.
That is correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay.
Division, do you have any questions or comments?
If the board would recognize Mr. Pankey, he has a few questions.
Yeah, thank you. This is great for me as a geologist. Like you said, it's a lot of fun. I have a question about this. I asked Mr. Hamilton earlier about the Tom Brown wells.
Ah, yes.
And I was curious about your knowledge of the Tom Brown wells. How much do you know about them? Have you looked at these cores? Do you know anything about the core descriptions?
No. And actually, he has more data than I have. So here's a surprise, because he has the density data. And I'm using his density data. The Tom Brown wells, by the way, I got it from their report. Because of my relationship with Mr. Covington, he happened to have a lot of their maps. So I was able to trade for that from him some time ago. So it was he had their maps, but the report, which is a heavy oil deposit, that's the title of the report, is I use their data.
Okay, so you're familiar with the report. You've read the report.
Well, yes.
Have
I
you
was going to
seen
say, please don't ask me to quote things.
No, don't worry. I'm just curious. The core descriptions are in there, I assume. 'Cause
Yes.
We've seen, and you've seen those.
Yes.
Was there ever any mention of mobile oil in those reports?
No.
Okay. Yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
Could I have a redirect on that? Okay, but the point that you were trying to make with that core from the Tom Brown was that those were surface observations. Is that correct?
Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I do. Okay. Yeah, you mentioned earlier the Tom Brown 2 well
Yes, correct.
was completely wet. Did you
That's
mean
according to
100%
their report.
saturation?
Pardon me,
Sorry?
excuse me.
Did you mean 100% water saturation or just wet?
I'm sorry, I interrupted.
Okay.
So in their report, well, first of all, if you look at the induction log, actually it's an electric log, you see a significant change or breakover to indicating that it is probably not saturated. That they don't have any core data. They made the assessment that it was 100% water wet. In fact, they used that to calculate their RW, and they calculated an RW of 3.0, which indicates about 2,000 parts per million of very fresh water. Okay, they used that calculation from that, based on that, to calculate some oil in place numbers or comparing the core data with the actual log data.
Okay.
It's there. No, that is. I would agree that it's different. I would agree that it looks 100% wet, and so I'm gonna. But that was their conclusion.
Okay, thank you. And I have one question back. Could we go back to Exhibit Q, please, Mr. McDonald? Okay, so while all this was going on, I was doing a quick interpolation of your linear relationship here. Have you seen any place else in the Uinta Basin that's has this, I would call this an abnormal geothermal gradient?
Wow, you just hit on the magic number there, the magic point. Because this is abnormally high. It's abnormally high at asphalt field. It's abnormally low all along the basin fault. There's been a lot of speculation as to why that is the case. That it is really cold along the basin fault front, and it gets hot as you go into the central part of the basin. The geothermal gradient across the trend varies quite a bit. It even has, it gets hotter. There's an area where Sun drilled a bunch of wells, and I have bottom hole temperatures there. The Napoleon's March well, which is on the very south end, which is on trend, which we drilled, is actually about 1.4. Very cold. It's wet. The Mesa Verde sands there are wet. So I'm going to give away an idea a little bit. The idea is that the reason that it's abnormally cold along the basin front and at the Napoleon's well, is that the meteoric water that is flushing the entire system coming out of the Uintas, and coming out of this vernal shelf is crossing the basin fault and affecting the geothermal gradients in the Uinta Basin. So the fact that this is hot would support the idea that it has not been flushed, which supports everybody's idea here that this is a thick, oil-rich sand, and it has not been flushed. Whereas the well to the south is very cold, and it's abnormally cold.
Okay. 'Cause I did just.
Another long answer, I apologize.
Yeah, because when, if you extend that line, that linear relationship, at about 6,500 feet, you come up with 280 degrees.
Yeah.
And we're used to seeing fluids coming out at 6,500 to 8,000 at about 160 degrees. So
Okay, well,
this is way, way abnormal.
Okay, Ashley Valley Field, which we manage, the water temperature coming out is over 110 degrees, and we're at 4,000 feet. In fact, well, anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Church?
I'm sorry.
So on the source of the petroleum
Yes.
system, you said that you believe that it's a Green River Formation. Is
Yes,
that-
based on the work of others, especially USGS.
Is that lateral migration then to get into the older rocks?
Yes, I mean, it's going vertical. You can see it's, yes, lateral. Yes, I guess that would be considered lateral.
Yeah, it's not coming up from older to younger rocks, it's going laterally.
Yeah, yes.
And do you feel that this accumulation then existed before the uplift of Asphalt Ridge?
No. I mean, I believe that the structural feature of Asphalt Ridge was in place before the hydrocarbons migrated. And this, now my experiences in Russia, this was also common, and it's common in California. The idea is that the hydrocarbons are migrating up dip and they're changing their viscosity, they're losing the light ends. I've got a colleague back here who's a lot smarter than I am, and that by the time it gets to the surface, it actually creates the seal and is self-perpetuating, and it becomes the trap.
So the petroleum migrated across the tertiary unconformity.
There's a series of unconformities. I mean, it's not just the Cretaceous tertiary boundary. It's also the fact that you're going to come up along these other unconformities. The whole premise is that Asphalt Ridge is a supergiant field, but it's really composed of many different fields. And those fields are not just because of structure, it's also because there's a lot of complication on these unconformable relationships.
Thank you.
Board, do you have any other questions? Back to you, Mr. McDonald.
Thank you. I'll commence my examination of Mr. Dean now. Mr. Dean, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
My name's Elio Dean. Our address is 7108 South Alton Way in Centennial, Colorado, 80112.
And what's your current relation to Hoodoo?
I am currently the president and CEO for a consulting firm called Surtech Inc., which we specialize in core analysis, laboratory studies for enhanced oil recovery, numerical modeling for enhanced oil recovery, field development for all different types of fields, and all forms of advanced reservoir engineering work. And Hoodoo is a client of ours.
Would you please outline your educational experience, your work experience, particularly with enhanced oil recovery, any certifications, publications, and recognitions by any other state commissions as an expert?
Okay. Education is a bachelor's in science in petroleum engineering from Colorado School of Mines, a master's of science in energy economics from Colorado School of Mines. I worked with ExxonMobil's development company. This is the part of Exxon that started up Virgin Fields and did the entire field development planning, funding, as well as implementation. I worked the Angola Kizomba Sea project, as well as the Russia Sakhalin project, Arktundagi funding and optimization. After Exxon, I actually joined Surtec, and so I've been with Surtec since 2011, beginning of 2011, and I have worked as a consultant with all different types of companies, majors, international companies, national oil companies, and fields all around the world. Heavy oil fields is one of our fortes, and that Surtec was the one who initiated several of the EUR projects in Canada, Alberta, and Saskatchewan, and as well as we've been everywhere. Past 8 years, we've been working for Kuwait Oil Company. We're technically qualified to work with ADNOC, which is Abu Dhabi National Oil Company, which is as well as Saudi Aramco. We've worked with Exxon. We've worked with pretty much all the majors. We've worked with big companies, small companies. You name it, I think our company has been involved one way or the other. Since 1978, we've been in business.
And you also were taught at the Colorado School of Mines too, didn't you?
That is correct. So I was a professor of practice at Colorado School of Mines. I also had a teaching professor. I was full-time 3 years, part-time at Surtec. From 2015 to 2018, 2018 to 2021, I was part-time at the university as a professor of practice. The courses that I taught 7 years of petroleum economics. I taught 5 years of well testing, and I taught 3 years of petroleum data analytics, which includes physics-based analytics, which is numerical modeling. I have a strategic partnership with CMG, which is the software used in the industry. We currently have projects working with them. I speak to them on 2-3 times a week. Spoke to them yesterday, and but we do compositional modeling for enhanced oil recovery and all forms of, subsurface advanced modeling.
Madam Chairman, based on Mr. Dean's resume and that testimony, I would ask that the board recognize him as an expert in reservoir engineering with an emphasis on enhanced oil recovery projects and economics for purposes of this cause.
Division,
No objections from the division.
board.
No objection.
I apologize. No. Just speak up.
Trying to look out for you, Jim.
So recognized.
Okay, Mr. Dean, I'm going to show you now what have been marked as exhibits L and rebuttal exhibits M, S, T, U, V, and W. Do you recognize these exhibits?
I do.
And were they prepared by you or Surtec personnel with your review and input?
Yes.
Okay, starting with Exhibit L, would you please explain the significance of this and most particularly about relative permeability?
Yeah, so petroleum engineering is probably most simply defined as delta P, pressure differences. Drillers, their job is to keep the pressure from blowing out. Reservoir engineers are designed to play with pressure sources, which are injection wells, and pressure sinks, which are production wells, to move a fluid through porous media. Reservoir engineering, and perhaps that's the simple description. On the most technical description, it's a relative permeability curve. Anyone who's a reservoir engineer, especially with enhanced oil recovery, must be an expert in every facet of relative permeability because it defines mobile oil. That's really in its most simplest form is how much oil is originally saturated and how much is mobile oil and how much is not mobile oil. Enhanced oil recovery is the efforts to shift the residual oil saturation to a lower value. And that's what, it's not enhanced recovery, it's enhanced oil recovery, industry standards.
All right, and we've heard about this 24-hour mobility test that has been proposed and that the petitioners agreed to. Is that going to help? What would you say that test is?
Well, so if let me just state after 5 years of teaching college senior level well testing, pressure transient analysis and well testing, which includes all forms of tests on wells, I've never heard the term mobility test. But I can infer and understand what is meant, and I believe this is what needs to be very clear. I have a couple slides. If you can go to the equations, I think it's.
Why don't we get to that in a minute?
Okay,
Yeah, okay.
sorry.
All right, let's turn to rebuttal exhibit M.
Oh, if I can go back.
Oh, yeah.
My apologies. one of the key points to make here is we're simply trying to show what does a heavy oil, a bitumen, and a normal oil rel perm potentially look like. Because when we speak of bitumen, we agree with the terminology that there is no mobile oil. But if there's no mobile oil, what that means is that your initial oil saturation is equal to your residual oil saturation. There's nothing you can do to mobilize it. Now with heavy oil and I'd say conventional oil fields, what we have is oil mobility, so there's a difference between initial oil saturation and residual oil saturation. Now, what most people don't talk about is what a fractional flow curve is, and that's what we're showing to the right. What a fractional flow curve shows, how does viscosity impact relative permeability? Because viscosity is not part of the relative permeability, besides perhaps in the capillary number mechanism, and I don't think anyone here can spit off the equation, but it is, it's what defines how is crude stuck to the core, or stuck to the porous media. But I would say that's level 10. If I can highlight on fractional flow, what you're dealing with is heavy oil in its most, let's say it's 12 degrees API. If you were to find a way to displace it and move it, it would move so slow that it's just not economic. And if you tried to push it, the viscosity of the water being so much lower is that you would have viscous fingering, and it would cut right through the crude, and it would break through, and you would never produce anything besides maybe one drop of oil for 10 drops of water, and then that would go on to smaller and smaller amounts. The reason I share that is something can be mobile, but just take forever to move. It doesn't mean that it's not mobile.
All right, turning your attention now to rebuttal exhibit M. Please explain to the board the significance of this exhibit.
Well, this to us is exactly what we were discussing with Sitla and others in terms of trying to define what mobile oil is. This was actually provided by Sweet Heavy Oil or Valcor, and what it shows is the data that's exactly what we want in a mobility test or in a relative permeability test, because it gives us perhaps the two most important parameters associated with defining oil mobility, and that is the original oil saturation and the residual oil saturation. This was provided to us on a separate topic to discuss the oil or the viscosity. But with those two parameters, I can input and create a relative permeability curve. I don't know the curvature of those curves, so the Corey exponents are unknown, and I showed 3 examples of what it might look like. But what is of high confidence is that I can do the standard, this is textbook calculations for the unit displacement efficiency, which is one of the efficiencies that go into oil recovery. And that equation is in every textbook of reservoir engineering, and what, based on the data provided to us, says that 76.2% of the oil in place is mobile.
And again, by their definition of what mobile oil is, that would not be bitumen, is that correct?
That is correct. Now, it might be one drop, it might be, like as you try to displace it, it might move very slow, but that is not the definition of mobility. So it is mobile, it just might be really slow. And
go ahead.
Okay, so, I can pause there.
Okay. Now turning your attention to rebuttal exhibit S1. If you, besides what you just testified to on rebuttal exhibit M, what other factors go into mobility that they haven't accounted for?
Well, so mobility, and once again, this is just classical reservoir engineering. This is what reservoir engineers do. I've taught an EUR industry training course since 2011. I've done it about 15, 16 times where I go to different places and I teach courses. These are industry standard equations that define what is mobility. And it's, as previously was mentioned, it's permeability, which is your absolute permeability, multiplied by your relative permeability, which is either oil or water, divided by the viscosity of that phase. And that is the definition of mobility. So when we look at any type of project, trying to understand enhanced oil recovery, we always start with the mobility of each of the phases. And we try to see, well, how do they relate to each other? And although most people don't know, they don't talk about mobility, I would say 99% of the people involved in oil field development, they talk about mobility ratio, which explains how does a displacing phase relate to the displaced phase. So if you're injecting water, well, if water, I explain it as velocity. What is the velocity of water divided by the velocity of oil? And if you have something in 200,000 or 1 million centipoise divided by water at, let's say, 60 degrees is probably around 0.9 centipoise, you can see that's a very unfavorable mobility ratio. And therefore, it's going to take you 1,000 years to produce that oil. It's going to be produced, it's just going to come at a snail's pace. But when it comes to mobility, these are industry standard equations.
All right, turning to the second page, sorry. Second page of that exhibit, you want to explain how this relates to that?
Yeah, so petroleum engineering, anyone who's a petroleum engineer understands Darcy's law. That's really how we introduce the dynamic aspect of flow through porous media. Geologists define the geology and they characterize it. Reservoir engineers and petroleum engineers, we introduce this equation that's typically in its simplest form is in the upper left where we say linear flow. But as we know, depending on how we implement these equations, there's other factors that come into it. So we can say, well, we know we have radial flow. It's not just a simple 2D displacement. We'll have a well, and we have flow coming from all directions. So that's radial flow. And then we know that we have radial flow into a well. So we can introduce wellbore radius and the drainage radius or the area of the radius of investigation. But even that is overly simplified. What it becomes really relevant to the oil and gas industry, and this is really what petroleum engineering and what I taught in pressure transient analysis and well testing, is transient flow. There's different flow behaviors, and that equation there is the diffusivity equation, which is probably the most standard equation to explain how are we flowing into a wellbore. And what I would like to highlight here is that I have permeability, I have thickness, I have reservoir pressure, I have wellbore, the bottom hole flowing pressure, I have the formation volume factor, I have the viscosity, I have time, because it matters how long we're producing, and then I have porosity, viscosity, total compressibility, the wellbore radius, and then you see that S on the far right, that's skin. My problem, and this is my problem with the mobility test as defined is I don't know what the B sub O is, or the B fat, the B. I don't know what the viscosity is. We're uncertain with that. We don't know what the skin is. We don't know, and what I might highlight is this is standard in the oil and gas industry. Every reservoir engineer, when they do their first well production, they don't know any of this. So what do? They do pressure transient analysis. And so if we go to the next slide.
All right, and that's rebuttal exhibit T.
These are the industry standard well tests on how you answer those questions. And these are straight from my lectures that I taught for 5 years. So I just went and copied this out, lecture 9. And it talks about 2 of the standards. One of them is drill stem test. I think anyone who's been involved in the oil and gas industry or drilling wells are probably familiar with that. But that's the standard way to get reservoir fluids, initial and average reservoir pressure, effective permeability of the flowing fluid, the skin factor, as well as an estimate of the potential flow rates. And those parameters now come into our big transmissivity equation, and it allows us to cross uncertainty out. So that if we don't flow, or if we have very slow flow, we can answer to why. If we don't do an industry standard test, such as a drill stem test, we're stuck, well, did it not, so if we just open up a wellbore and just say, I'm gonna wait 24 hours, well, was it because of skin? Was it because of permeability? Was it because of viscosity? And we do not know the answer. And that's why drill stem tests are conducted. Now, oftentimes there's a cheaper version. There's always a cheaper version. And the cheaper version is referred to as a wireline formation test. This is now where you drop the tool, and what I'm showing here is a straddle packer with a single probe. And so these are just, there's a million options on how to do this, and it can fit every budget. But what a wireline formation test does is you drop it down, and you could either put it against a perfs or an open hole completion, and it is set up to obtain an oil sample. Because even though it might take longer, it will still flow. And what we're showing, and so this is one of the only time I've ever seen mobility in a college level course be discussed in a test was in my slides for wireline formation test on 0.5. One of the things you're trying to determine is formation fluid mobility. But you remove all the other uncertainties. And unless you do that, I don't understand what a mobility test, that's not a, if I went to Exxon, that would not be, I would have problems with my technical advisors.
So you're, let's back up and just kind of summarize then. From their data that they used, you were able to calculate a relative permeability that shows that it's mobile oil as best you can determine what mobility is.
76.2% of the oil there is mobile.
So then, even that aside, you're saying that the real test to determine whether there's flow to the wellbore would be one of these two tests?
That is correct.
All right. Is there anything else in the exhibits that they provided that you reviewed that you have questions about their analysis as far as their modeling and all of that?
Yeah, so quite a bit actually, and perhaps if I could just highlight on reservoir engineering. What does a reservoir engineer do? And a reservoir engineer, their job is to develop oil fields. We develop oil fields. We try to find the optimum economics. That's why we do the economics. And what we try to do is to determine what is the optimum amount of oil, economic oil to produce, reserves, and what is the production forecast associated with those reserves. There's 5 methods of conducting this type of classical reservoir engineering. One of them is numerical modeling, which has been discussed. Another one is volumetrics, where you check your volume metrics, all the parameters, make sure that it makes sense. There's analog, so if you don't have production data, you look at your neighbors and you say, well, what do they do? And try to make sure that you pass the LAF test. You have material balance, which is looking at the rates and the pressures. And then finally, you have decline curve analysis. A reservoir engineer should be proficient in 4 of at least 5 of those items. But reservoir engineering is probably the most advanced form is numerical modeling. That's what we specialize. We don't do your standard numerical modeling, we do compositional modeling, which is where you introduce new components into the reservoir. For example, temperature, CO2, alkali, surfactant, polymers, that's what our company specializes in. And that's why I have a strategic partnership with CMG, who is the software of choice for any of those types of technologies, which is the same software used by heavy sweet oil. So I build models. I've been doing it since my Exxon days. And my first thing is to check the data and make sure it passes we call it the LAF test, but we just want to make sure that it passes sound reservoir engineering judgment. And 2 things that we've identified that are of concern, because once again, I'm a technical company. We're consultants. We work with anyone and everyone. We just want to see successful EUR projects, because unsuccessful EUR projects hurt our business and they hurt the industry. But when you have those 5 methods of classical reservoir engineering, they have to make sense. If you could go back 2-3 slides to the one that showed the data that they provided.
That one?
This one right here. Yeah. The data that was provided is exactly what we've all dreamt of. It's what we need. Because we can look at their reservoir and their simulation data, and now we can link it to the original oil in place number that they have. It's a normalized number of barrels per acre foot. And it says 1,800 barrels per acre foot. The area that's being unitized here is they're talking about 300 acres. And they say in their assumptions of the simulation model, or if I just say 300 acres and there's 100-foot thickness, I can multiply 100 feet by that number, as well as the divide by the acres, or multiply by the acres, just do the arithmetic there, and we get somewhere around 54 million barrels. So if I just use this standard, so this is a form of analog, because this is slightly different location, I can look at that and say, well, someone else did the calculation. They're saying there's about 54 million barrels originally in place. When we look at the numbers provided, now if we go to the simulation slides, I think it's the economics ones also. Sorry, it's the economics one. My apologies.
All right, that's turning to exhibit.
Go.
It keeps going past. Hang on.
There, this one.
Starting with rebuttal exhibit U. Go ahead and explain.
So remember, if I just use the basic number that was provided to us, this was provided. I assumed that it was correct because it came from someone who knows the area quite well. I get around 54 million barrels originally in place in this unitized area. If I look at these assumptions based on the model, I can calculate through the standard OOIP equation, and I can get 64 million barrels, somewhere in that range. I compare those two, and I say, okay, well, that makes sense. I have 54 million, 64, and reservoir engineering, you have to be in the right order of magnitude typically, right? Just to say, okay, we're good. So those numbers, to me, I'm okay with them. But the problem is when we go into the economics. And the economics, what they highlight is that there's 198 million barrels originally in place.
I'm now referring to rebuttal exhibit V. Is this what you're addressing here?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct. And so this becomes where your numbers don't start adding up. Because remember, there's 4 to 5 different reservoir engineering techniques that our job is to do as many of them as we can and compare them to ensure consistency. And the consistent answer is typically the right answer, especially when you use different tools. Now, I can say with certainty that there's something wrong here because I cannot get 190, or I have a very strong feeling I know exactly why there's 198 million barrels in place. What I believe happened, and I've seen this before as I work with companies who do simulation, is there's an effective pore volume or an effective oil in place, and then they have around a boundary that has additional volume around it. This is just me speculating, because I would love to have whoever built this and whoever calculated.
Speculation.
Sustained.
Except that they didn't provide any testimony as to the basis for their reservoir model, and so he's trying to provide what he thinks is the basis, or an issue of why there's such a discrepancy between his numbers and what they show in their model.
But he's still speculating on what it is, isn't he?
Well, if I may say, and I won't finish my sentence, but I will simply say that difference is extremely concerning. To go from 64 to 198 million, that to me is an extremely concerned number that does not fit with everything else. And their economics, as has been stated, has been very much dependent on those numbers.
All right, let's go into the economics. You heard Mr. McGregor's testimony and a little bit of Dr. Hamilton's testimony regarding the costs that they determined for this project, and of course, that's an essential part of this statute. Do you find some issues there with what they didn't account for in their economics?
Yes, so our company, we've been involved in about 90 field EUR projects since 1978. We work with several different companies. Certec was extremely busy with Chevron when they were doing their steam floods in California, to the point that Certec had royalties from Chevron up until a few years ago. And so we've also, even yesterday, I had a client call me asking about surfactants that could be used in order to enhance steam floods. So we also have a lot of data. I know in my database there's about 378 steam floods that have been implemented. And bringing all that data together, let me identify a couple of concerns. And this goes into how fields are developed. Field development really has 4 or 5 stages. The first stage is a reservoir screening. This is back of the envelope calculations to make sure that you understand what's happening. The second phase, and so you're trying to identify or prevent adverse project selection. You want to say, this is a waste of my time, I'm going to move away. After reservoir screening, you go into a laboratory study. And all forms of EUR have some form of laboratory studies. Those results will then feed into a pre-feed engineering study, which is typically a numerical modeling included with field development. How many wells do you need? And that goes then to the engineering group who's going to do the feed, right? So they're going to make the official P&IDs, and they're then going to go implement that and build the facilities to be able to go. What if I may say from my experience as Certec, having been involved with several projects and still being involved with several projects to this day, these numbers align themselves more with a screening study than they do with a pre-feed study. And let me explain what that means. First of all, we've been presented that the facilities are not included in their capital expenditures. What kills steam flood or thermal projects such as steam is the cost of energy is a major one. You have to heat up those boilers, right, to get your steam popping out. And then you have to have that, do you have a central boiler or do you have multiple boilers? Are you using natural gas? Are you using electricity? Are you using crude oil? There's a million options of what you do, but that is typically included in a screening study, and it appears to not have been included here. And so they're very selective on what economics are being presented, and I can identify what the concern of that is that you might not have valid economic forecasts or predictions. And when you link that, so they're missing facilities, and you link that with this now major difference of oil in place, I would argue that you're still stuck in a screening level of field development. I do not know of any laboratory studies that have been conducted, and I don't know of any reservoir engineering work that has been conducted using calibrated, or has been calibrated to the geology. For example, the cores, we have 200 cores, a lot of core data. Core data is how you get heterogeneity, because you do a porosity permeability cross plot, and that's how you populate the grid with these parameters. A layer cake model, which is a conceptual mechanistic model, has homogeneous properties, I've never seen it go into a full field development that's in the $600 million range of expenses. And this cost right here, you're looking at $600 million for investment, $500 million is operating expenses, and $100 million is their facilities, which have already been stated that they're missing a lot of the important parts. Now, when I take that with the 20 million barrels that they're planning on producing, I calculate a break-even cost, or a cost per barrel produced, of about $30 per barrel. Okay, and this is where I can whip out some of my old economic courses, and the next slide, I think, addresses what does $30 per barrel mean.
Let's turn to the next exhibit then. This is rebuttal exhibit W. Please explain what this shows.
So this is a standard, so this is a study done by Citigroup, City Investments, in 2012. And I use this regularly as I meet with people for enhanced oil recovery. Because what this plot here represents is kind of your production profile associated with all the new projects that were going to come online between 2012 and 2020. I believe this project fits perfectly with this type of plot because this is a field that's never really produced. It's an untapped resource, and these are those similar projects. And I've worked on several of these projects throughout my career. But one of the things that I've noticed, and this is what I tell people for enhanced oil recovery, is that we need to be, economic and competitive to all these new development projects. These new development projects are grouped in such a way that it makes sense, and we talk about to individuals. For example, you see the first little lump group says Iraq and tiebacks, right? The second group says low-cost Brazil, pre-salt. The next group is deep water, Gulf of Mexico, Africa, unconventional gas, and then you have on the far right, you have marginal NGL and heavy oil. Fort Hills are the oil sands of Canada, okay? They were the most uneconomic. They were the dead last on all of the new fields during this time of the study. And typically, one of the reasons why CERTEC is so involved in Canada and other projects is our job is to look at all forms of EUR and see, are there more economic forms of EUR? I've worked in Suriname, where the Tambarenjo field is located, where they're comparing chemical enhanced oil recovery with steam flood in a shallow field. I've worked in Colombia, where the same thing's occurring. Steam flood typically is viewed as your most expensive form of enhanced oil recovery. And I believe this plot demonstrates, when you talk about Canada, $70 to $80, and this is 2012 dollars. So it doesn't account for inflation or anything else. And when we see the numbers that were presented and it says $30, that's Kuwait, Iraq, Saudi Arabia numbers. And I would argue that you need to really include all of your facilities and all of your costs in order to ensure that this is the right technology.
What about market for this type of oil that they're planning to produce? What's the market situation?
So that opens up, and Utah is this area, when you talk about paraffins and waxy crude, right? Everyone loves to put their makeup on, or some people love to put makeup on, and those waxy crudes have extra value because they're often used in mascara and makeup. But one of the challenges, the shipping of those crudes, and I think everyone here who's been familiar with Monument Butte, Wanzet Valley, and all of these black oil or black wax or yellow wax crudes that the Green River is famous for, they have a major deduct on transportation. And I've worked on Monument Butte. A couple years ago, they were around $15 per barrel of transportation costs. That's that's on top of this, right? So if you're saying I'm going to get $75 a barrel because that's what NYMEX is, or West Texas Intermediate, well, guess what? You're taking $15 off immediately. In Canada, the heavy crudes for almost a decade, they were getting $20 deduct because their oil was too heavy. So they had to dilute it in order to transport it through the pipelines or through anything else. So that's a cost that should be very much included in your economics, is transportation to market. Now, we just heard the pipeline or the railroad that's supposed to come through Salt Lake, that got vetoed. That would have been a phenomenal opportunity to take it down south and get some perhaps premium pricing for it. But until then, you're stuck trucking, and that's not cheap.
Okay, is there anything else you wanted to add regarding the testimony that you heard on their economics?
My statement would be the economics appear to be premature and missing a lot of factors that I would want to see if I was either on the operator end, investor end, or as a consultant end. You have to keep the whole cost of the project, and you can't cherry pick certain items and leave out the biggest ones. The biggest ones for steam projects is the cost of generating the heat. And if I may add one last point about the heat, 378 steam floods have been implemented. The average temperature that steam's injected is 400 to 500 degrees Fahrenheit. And I think that's in line with what their simulation model grid showed. 600 was the upper limit of the grid, but their grids were 400 or 500 was the area. Now, what's important to keep in mind is the heat coefficient for oil is really poor compared to water. And so as you're doing huff and puffs and you're injecting, you're going to lose a lot of heat. Just heat rises. And the idea that you're going to be injecting and keep the reservoir and get the reservoir to 600 degrees Fahrenheit, the data doesn't support that. Data typically supports steam floods to be in the 200 or probably 300 degree range when you're doing a flood from injector to producer. Huff and puffs, yeah, you can probably get around closer to that 400, but from the data that I have, and I monitor this is what our company specializes in, 435 is the reported, the highest that I can find. So 600 seems to be a little bit optimistic.
Okay, to summarize, in your expert opinion then, based on the data that was supplied by the petitioner, the oil is mobile?
Yes.
Is it also your expert opinion that there's insufficient and unreliable data and assumptions to support the reservoir model outputs?
That is correct.
Is it also your expert opinion that their economic analysis is flawed and simply uneconomic?
That is correct.
That concludes my examination, Mr. Dean.
Thank you. Back to the petitioner.
Can you change mobility?
Can you change mobility?
That's the question.
The answer, so if we pull up the equation, it's simply permeability, relative permeability, and viscosity. Changing any of those will change the mobility. So you can fracture a well, and that changes the mobility.
Because it changes.
The flow conduit.
Right.
Or you could play with the interfacial tension, right? That's what miscible gas projects do, CO2, hydrocarbon gas, surfactants, they drop the interfacial tension, and steam, thermal technologies also change the viscosity because they heat up the oil. So yes, that's the
Right.
definition of enhanced oil recovery, is making more favorable mobility.
Okay.
Mr. Allen, my apologies. Could you please speak into the microphone? Thank you.
Isn't that really the point of the project that's in front of you here, is to change the temperature and thereby change the mobility?
The point of every project that's termed enhanced oil recovery is exactly to do that. So yes.
And it seems to me that you testified that that appears to be possible with this deposit.
And the word enhanced and enhanced oil recovery is you're taking something and making it better. So
Right.
my stance is the oil is mobile. Even if it goes 1 mile an hour, it's mobile. If you can make it now go 50 miles an hour, it doesn't change the fact that it's mobile. It's just you've made it more economic and more favorable. So you've enhanced the fractional flow and the overall economics that way. So I agree that, yes, hopefully that's clear.
Bear with me for just a minute. There's a lot to take in here. I'm sorry, I don't remember the exhibit letter, but there was a, you talked about the, yeah, here we go, yes. Thank you. This is M. And that is table 38 from what publication, sir?
I would direct the question to the source, or whoever, you know, or it's a Laddie report, but.
It comes from one of your exhibits.
Oh, okay, let me,
You circled the original viscosity,
right,
and we're using the other data. That's, Mr. Dean used the other data.
right.
Okay.
And, well, I'll be very blunt. I'm trying to find out just what he knows about this other data.
May I ask, or may I answer?
Go right ahead.
Sorry, I am assuming that the data that came from you guys was vetted enough for me to be able to use it. Because it came from the Valcor group or heavy sweet oil.
Well, that's accurate. I mean, everything we produce is 100% accurate. So,
Oh, well,
but what can you tell me about how that residual oil saturation was determined?
so, well, thank you. Surtec, we are one of, we have core flood equipment, and we're known for core flooding. So we actually do these experiments.
Right, did you do this one?
Oh, no, this was, as I stated, you provided me the endpoints.
So what can you tell me about how this was determined?
Yes, so the way that you determine residual oil saturation is by injecting an unrealistic amount of pore volumes through a core. So what you get is, you might get this could be a 6-inch core, right? 2-inch, 1-inch diameter, and they put it in a core holder, and they will flow, and they will inject endless amounts of something. It could be water, it could be gas, it could be, you name it. But at the end of injecting what could be 500 to maybe 1,000 pore volumes, you get that last drop of oil. You can do this in small cores. This is the industry standard. But that's how these curves are generated, is by endless, unrealistic amounts of pore volumes injected that you would never be able to do in the field. It would take, I would say, asphalt bridge in order to recreate this in the field, I don't know, 1 million years. But the oil's mobile. It'll just come one drop at a time.
Right. Okay, now tell me about the graph on the right. That didn't come from Heavy Sweet, did it?
The 2 red points that are shown there?
No, the graph itself.
Oh, I
Including
generated
the ready,
that.
okay.
Yeah.
And the red points?
Those are the points that were taken from what was provided to us, which were assumed to be correct, which are in line with several heavy oil fields.
Okay. And tell me once again why we care about relative permeability today in this proceeding.
So relative permeability, so if I go back to those 5 methods of reservoir engineering.
Oh, please don't.
Well, I'm going to go to one of them. I'm going to go to one of them, which is simulation. Simulation is the most advanced form of reservoir engineering. I've made a career off of it.
Fair enough.
Okay. Numerical modeling is simulation. The most important factor is your relative permeability curve, because it defines how oil and water and gas flow through porous media. And if I could maybe make a statement as far as how important this is I would be very confident to say, or no, I know for a fact that your simulation model has a relative permeability curve that's somewhat in line with that with mobile oil. Because numerical modeling does not work unless you have a relative permeability curve. And I know this for a fact. And even then, I asked CMG as I had a meeting with them for a project I'm working.
Right,
And I said,
right.
just confirm with me is there any way you could have a thermal project using STARS? STARS is the software that's used, and without a rel perm curve. And the guy laughed and he said, no, it's absolutely impossible. So I would love
Well,
to see the rel perm curve used
My-
in
my-
the simulation model
I'm
that
sorry,
your
my question
economics
was
are based off of.
Much more basic than that. Why? If I understand what you're telling us is that if you can show relative permeability, the good news is that the oil will come out of the rock somehow, some way. If you mercury at 500 psi or something, you can push that oil out of there somehow.
So let me simulation models are great because they're very simplistic of how they're implemented.
I doubt that.
Let me make them simplistic. So there's two ways to do it. You could have a bitumen type of like rel perm curve that would say my initial saturation is practically equal to my residual saturation. So if I turn a well on and I put a delta P, so change in pressure sink, pressure source, if a drop came, so a drop won't move. You could easily do that with a rel perm curve. And then you would say, well, I have now steam and a temperature item, and that steam and temperature would shift me to a second rel perm. That's certainly doable. I do that with surfactants when I do modeling. But the standard way of modeling steam projects is with a single rel perm curve. And if the individual from Canada who modeled this, if they had two rel perm curves, I would agree that yes, they accounted for bitumen. But if they have one rel perm curve, they themselves define this as mobile oil by the textbook definition of what is mobile oil.
And the textbook definition of mobile oil is nothing more than something that moves?
Well, no, it's referred to as the unit displacement efficiency or the pore-to-pore displacement efficiency, which is the micro effects of how oil gets trapped in pore space. Okay? And that equation that says unit displacement efficiency, E sub D, SOI minus SOR divided by SOI, that is mobile oil. There's a reservoir engineering equation, and that is it. And I would argue that any reservoir engineer on Earth would fully agree with that statement.
Okay. And it matters in this case, why?
Because it's mobile. The model and the data that's been presented to us captures and characterizes a mobile oil reservoir.
Okay. So it's your testimony that based on this data, the oil is mobile to some extent?
Based on classical reservoir engineering textbooks, yes, that is, and I would go a step further and say 76.2% of the oil is mobile.
Even though it had a viscosity of 1 million centipoise, and when they heated it up to 200 degrees, it still had a viscosity of 2,000 centipoise.
Oh, it's... So to answer your question, viscosity is not part of that unit displacement equation. It is part of the fractional flow curves, and that's where I showed fractional flow curves earlier. You are, in the mobility equation, it's permeability times relative permeability divided by viscosity.
Yeah.
Right? And so if you have, the only way to have zero, or like, it's either, or you wouldn't have residual oil saturation. You couldn't, like your residual oil saturation, if it's at 78.8, I would give you a 0.1% error. I would say, yeah, okay, that's a bitumen. But the fact that someone took a core, because there's been 200 cores, has been stated today multiple times, and they did a standard core flood, which is how you get residual oil saturation, and that is by flooding it. And I'm the first one to say, yeah, it's very slow and it's uneconomic, but it still moves.
Okay, you mentioned bitumen. And is it your testimony that if it's bitumen, it doesn't move?
I believe that's what everyone has been talking about, is that bitumen doesn't have any mobile oil.
Doesn't have?
Or it's not mobile oil.
Because it's too viscous, because it has a high API gravity, because why?
At reservoir conditions, the oil will flow. So at reservoir conditions, it either flows or it doesn't flow.
Right.
Okay? And it might go slow, but it could flow. at the surface, so reservoir conditions for a bitumen, tar sand, oil sand, it doesn't flow at reservoir conditions because reservoir condition is atmospheric
Okay.
conditions. So it just sits there.
All right.
And maybe if you put enough concentrated heat on it, it might get to 90 degrees, it might weep, but it doesn't flow. So they come with these excavators and they take the sand with the oil and then they run through a facility process
you.
and they separate
Yes.
it.
Okay.
But at the reservoir, if it flows, that's what it captures.
So that's bitumen, right? Bitumen
Does not
doesn't
flow at its conditions.
That's your testimony. Bitumen
Yeah.
doesn't flow
At reservoir conditions.
at reservoir conditions. Okay. What about heavy oil?
Heavy oil flows. It moves really slow.
Okay.
And therefore, a lot of the time, it's not economic.
Yeah.
And therefore, enhanced oil recovery, which can be chemical flooding, thermal EUR, or miscible gas or immiscible gas, all of those efforts are somehow trying to change the environment to enhance the mobility of the fluid.
Okay. Of course. Your oil in place calculation, I recall you calculated, yeah, there we go, 64 million barrels based on 100 feet of pay?
Based on those assumptions, a standard equation used in the oil and gas industry is the OOIP equation. I think that's what we
Fair
teach
enough.
in
Okay, yeah.
entry-level petroleum engineering.
Okay. And that is based on those model assumptions? Or
Correct.
what,
And a homogeneous reservoir, which,
okay,
so it makes it even easier.
all right. And did you see the thickness isopachs that were presented earlier today?
We saw several maps, but I'm using the data and the model
All right,
assumptions.
well, why didn't you use the thickness isopachs instead?
Our objective was to demonstrate the inconsistency between the data provided. So-
And the data you
So
calculated?
you've got 60, so you have three numbers to look at. 54 million from what you provided to us for a barrel per acre foot. This number based on your model assumptions and your economics. Two of those numbers are pretty close. One number is clearly
Right.
outside of the.
So the 54 million, that came off of the Let's See table?
That was provided, correct.
Okay. Which was a single data point from somewhere in the area,
Yep,
from somebody who did the test in the past.
yep. And when we go back to 5 types of reservoir engineering, analog.
Please don't.
Analog is exactly what that is. We look at the analogs.
Right.
So that's classical reservoir engineering.
Okay, so that's one data point. And you chose to extend it across the entire 300 acres and
Well-
draw a conclusion.
I,
Yes or no?
yes,
Okay, thank you. And then this data is based on 100 feet of thickness. Again, there's other data in that. You saw that there was other data in the report that suggested other thicknesses.
yeah, so I guess maybe to help me understand, I was validating the numbers provided by your group, not
Right.
calculating it myself. Because if I was to do it myself, what I would do is I would use those 200 cores and I would do the porosity permeability cross plot, which the data is available. I would go through all the available tops, logs, strike, dip, faults, everything that's there, and I would build a geo model, which
Right.
would then be upscaled into a dynamic model
Okay.
that captures heterogeneity.
Are the 5 methods coming into
And
this?
then the other aspect that I would do is I would do tubing tables. When I worked for
Sure.
ExxonMobil, when we had fields that
Okay.
didn't produce, we
Fair
did
enough.
tubing tables and nodal analysis, which is a form of production engineering, which is
Okay.
how you predict the forecast. But by what appears from the data presented, your forecasts are not based on tubing tables, which is typically in the industry, we use tubing tables. But I don't know that because I don't have all of the data.
So you picked a couple data points from the material that was provided.
I
Not
used the
necessarily
two
all-
data points that you provided.
Yeah, not,
So
but
you
that's,
gave me 2 data points and I used them both.
Right.
Or you gave me 3 because economics.
but there was also lots of other information about the thickness of the deposit, was there not?
I am a reservoir engineer, not a geologist.
Okay. So you picked what you could find, and you came up with 2 numbers. But I'm just trying to understand why you think either of those is definitive of the entire area.
I'm going to object here on this. This is their simulation model and their assumptions, and he's used these figures. He's testified to that. And their economics are based on their modeling.
If I
This
could-
is their exhibit, other than the bottom line of it.
Go ahead.
Is it okay to say just one?
Yeah.
My objective in presenting these slides was to simply identify that there is uncertainty in the current development plan. It was not to recreate a development plan or do a development plan for anybody. It was to simply highlight that in the world of reservoir engineering, we do as much calculations to find to make sure that our answers are consistent amongst themselves. This is simply to say that, as has been stated, there's inconsistencies within the data that's been provided. That's the objective in sharing that.
We'll move on.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Are you getting close to the end of Cross?
Oh, I hope so. Yes. Yes, ma'am, I am.
I'm just looking at the time and looking for an opportunity
Right.
for a break.
Okay. Anything else you want to ask, or should we just do your own? Just one question on Exhibit W, if we could. Is this a combination of onshore and offshore and all kinds of projects?
This is a study done by City Investment Group, which they do a yearly announcement. And so they do these publications every year.
How many of those are offshore? How many of those data points are offshore, if you know?
Well, the offshores would be, just looking at this and being quite familiar with most of these projects, 'cause I've probably worked on like 5 to 10 of them, and I know of another 20 of them firsthand. I would argue that maybe 20 of those projects, or 15 to 20 of those, are offshore. But
Okay.
that's the point of this slide, is to lump the data points, the data sets, and to identify trends. That's what City Investment's doing, is they're looking for trends. And their trends follow logical sense and logical engineering judgment, which is the Middle East has the most economic, they have the highest economic rent in any of the oil fields. Then you have Brazil, which has been a huge discovery.
Right, right.
And then you have deep water, Gulf of Mexico unconventionals, right, which have shifted down that curve through the past 10 years. And then at dead last is heavy oil development. That's perhaps the key message here. And I love thermal projects. I am an advocate for all forms of enhanced oil recovery.
Okay.
But we need to be grounded in proper economics, and it has to follow the trend of what we see.
Okay.
You can't say you have a project that's $30 per barrel. That's puts you in like in Middle East range.
Could we move along here?
Yeah. One last question. In talking about this, you mentioned that in your judgment, it was important in a project like this to ensure that the project had the right technology. I believe that was your term, the right technology.
A screening study, which is a standard in the process flow of field development for any oil field, including
Right.
enhanced oil recovery. A screening study, its objective is to prevent adverse project selection.
Gotcha. And does that mean ensuring selection of the right technology?
No, it simply means you
What
go
did
to
you
the
mean-
next step.
Okay, what did you mean by, when you talked about ensuring that we had selected the right technology?
Well, you're ensuring to prevent adverse project selection, which is you want to identify what technology you should not use. It's easy to identify what's a bad application, much more so than what's the proper application. For example, there's like in,
No,
okay, yeah, no,
so what was your reference, I mean, what did you mean about technology then?
oil field development encompasses all forms of technologies that are commercially available.
Okay.
I can go through those lists if you like, but it gets
Please,
really
no.
long.
No, my question is simply, is SureTech among the companies that offers that technology?
Surtec is an enhanced oil recovery firm who provides services in the enhanced oil recovery and oil field development arena of the industry.
So you would see yourselves as a possible technology provider to this project?
We help build the field development plans and implement projects.
No more questions.
Does the division have any questions, or should we hold them until after a short break?
I believe Mr. South has a few questions, and he is going to have to leave in about half an hour. And so if we could just, I think it was just a couple.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. John South with the division. Are you aware, did Tom Brown do any DSTs? I mean, maybe either party would know the answer to that?
I've not seen any data.
Okay. Too bad.
Oh, yeah, it would answer.
On the rel perm exhibit, could you pull that up, please? Exhibit M, thank you. So I'm not too familiar with heavy oil, so pardon my ignorance here for a second, but your number for the 76.2% of oil being mobile, what number for mobility or that percentage would get you excited for primary recovery or secondary recovery?
Well, so the Asphalt Ridge project is unique because it is pretty much at initial oil saturation. What we teach people, and as I spend time with a lot of different operators, I'm looking for anything over 35% oil saturation. So if my current saturation is above 35% oil saturation, we believe that there's enough target oil to go after in order to be economic.
So you're
And
more.
so this is a very attractive field. Now, if I may add, so this is about getting excited about the field. There is a lot of oil. There's a lot of mobile oil. Using past technologies for the past 70 years has been uneconomic. And I would argue that the past 10 to 20 years, and maybe 30 years, because the 90s weren't that exciting in the oil and gas industry, very few companies have come and tried modern technology. And that's why we're referring to the Tom Brown and other studies that are from decades ago. But the oil's there. We all know the oil's there.
Yeah.
It's just not economic.
So it's more the original saturation, more so than the percent of mobility.
It's the current saturation. And I think that's perhaps the word that I use is the current saturation, and then what can your technology do to reduce that?
Yeah, okay. Do we know the details on the rel perm tests, like at what temperature it was conducted?
So the data that we have is what's provided here. And perhaps a couple points that are important is one is to recognize that this is from 500 feet depth. Typically, rel perms are conducted at reservoir temperature. So you can see their initial reservoir temperature is around 60 feet or 60 degrees F. If it was Surtec conducting these rel perm tests, or special core analysis is how they're called, SCAL, we would do it at reservoir temperature.
So at 1 million centipoise, how easy was that to get them to get from 79% to 19%?
It was probably, remember, we're talking small cores.
Right.
Right? And what people do, and this is what we do, you have the luxury of confining the pressure and just injecting it very, very, very slow. That's the issue, is that mobility is slow. I think we agree with the definition that, like, this is uneconomic in its current state. It's very slow, but in a rel perm test, you have the luxury to go a lot faster than you can in the field, because you're talking very small core samples.
Yeah, okay.
If I could add maybe one last point to that is, remember, it took millions of years for the oil to trickle up. This oil was not originally there. So the oil moved into the spot, and that's now stuck. And yes, we agree that the top is your seal. That's what, but at some point, there's energy and mobility associated with it. And the first comes the uneconomic layer, and as you get deeper, it becomes economic because the temperature goes up.
Right.
But we're simply claiming there is mobile oil, as shown by the data provided to us.
Okay, thanks. And the last question I had is, with your mobility equations, kind of tying to maybe the questions we were asked earlier, where does bitumen get to zero?
It gets into, let's play some of the calculus games of like the limit going off to infinity, right? So if viscosity goes off to a very, very large number, your mobility gets smaller and smaller and smaller.
Yeah.
And typically, so when I think of bitumen, is I think I go to the surface and I grab an oil-saturated rock, and at atmospheric conditions, because that's what its reservoir conditions are, I can't put enough delta P without breaking the rock. And therefore, it doesn't move, and that's why a rel perm for it would look the same.
Yeah.
You can't displace it.
Okay, thank you. No more from me.
No further questions. Thank you.
After we take a break, everyone's getting tired, I think, at this point. How many additional witnesses are you going to have?
That's all. That's our presentation, Chief. I do
Okay,
need to
so
move
they'll
for our mission of
just be
exhibits. so-
summaries?
Yes.
Okay.
Unless the board has questions for Mr. Dean, too.
Yeah, let's do board questions now while it's fresh in everybody's mind, and then we're going to break for maybe 15 minutes to give everyone a chance.
Sure. Okay, I guess we've substantiated there's no DSTs on Tom Brown. Do we know of any kind of pressure transient analysis or any step-right tests or any kind of, anything to do with pressure?
I have not seen any.
Nothing, okay. You've said that the applicant had their economic assessments immature. What's the status of Hoodoo's economic assessment?
Well, so the stage that we're at with Hoodoo, perhaps this is speaking to Surtec and our client, we've already conducted a reservoir screening. So we've gone through and we have identified an EOR technology that we believe is economic and practical. We have gone through a first set of laboratory studies, and we are now at the beginning, and this is, you can imagine this impacts the timing and the efforts that go into the pre-feed engineering work, which is the building the simulation model. But right now we've completed a screening and we have conducted laboratory studies that we would argue proves to the fact that we can mobilize even more oil.
Okay, but you're pre-feed then?
Yeah. So the feed is actually the facilities group that you give them that study. But we are at the stage where we would build models and actually do economics. Our early economics indicate favorable potential, but that's why screening. We have enough to go forward, and then we do the full-on economics where you have every bit of equipment to our best understanding, and then we hand that off to a facilities group, and then they'll fine-tune it and say, okay, well, this is a lot of date. But we're at that phase, and I would say we've already started it, but we're not complete.
Okay. Are we 5 years, 10 years from a test well, decade?
Our project, so the project that, and maybe I can let Hoodoo discuss, but my answer would be the technology that we're looking at could be implemented in a pilot in approximately 1 year.
Okay. Okay, one last question. Back on Exhibit U, I used 300 acres. Why was that? Where'd that come from? Because we're talking about, you know, essentially 3 sections here almost.
That's 2.5 acres times 119 feet of wells. I'll answer it.
Oh, yeah,
Well,
sure.
come on up.
Yeah,
Mr. Sears, come on up.
Yeah, here.
Get on the mic.
I just want, you know, establish
No,
what the
no,
area
we just used
extent
their
was.
plan
yeah.
of development. They were using 2.5 acre drainage for each well, and they have 119 wells.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any other questions?
So the screening or the pre-screening, wherever you're at that you mentioned, are you looking at depths 1,000 to 2,000 feet?
I'll answer, and then I guess Lanham or Bonner can jump in. But we have always viewed that at 500 feet and shallower, there's not enough energy to justify any implementation for our. We've always acknowledged that there are surface mining operations going on that we have no intentions of going after. So for us, we would argue it's probably 1,000 feet and deeper that we would like to go, because that's where you get enough pressure. Because remember, it's delta P, it's what flows. But you know, at 500 feet, we have a case where this technology was implemented at 400 feet, and it proved to be viable and economic.
Okay, thank you. Oh, one more question, quick. So if you had a test hole right now down to 2,000 feet, how much information would you have? Or would you need to further process the oil and see what the actual costs are? Or would that tell you enough to know whether or not the proposed project is economic?
So the two items, so for us to be able to have confidence in our economics, right, because we like to de-risk it as much as possible. And de-risking comes with confidence in the data. Right now, there's very low confidence in the oil properties, the viscosity. There's also low confidence in perhaps there's certain parameters that we're missing, that if there was a well that had some type of implementation, we prefer wells that communicate with each other more than we do the huff and puff, but we agree that most likely anything here would require huff and puffing because that's going to kind of free up a little bit of the oil, and that's going to give you enough surface area to then implement a technology. The frac gradient becomes manageable if you can distribute that pressure with the largest area possible. So as you move 5 feet away from the well, all of a sudden that opens up a lot more surface area and that you can implement. So, but at the moment, it's difficult to say with confidence, because that's actually the stage that we're at, is we're trying to figure out a lot of those properties.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay.
Can I just move and get the exhibits admitted then?
Oh, sure.
Okay. So I know the list is getting long. From Hoodoo's exhibits, it's Exhibit A, B, we're going to omit C, substitute Exhibit D, Exhibit E, substitute Exhibits F and G, Exhibit L, and rebuttal Exhibits M through W.
But not substitute Exhibit D, F, G, or N?
No, I said substitute Exhibit D, substitute Exhibit F and G. M is a rebuttal exhibit. So the letters are consecutive.
Gotcha.
Okay? Even though they're labeled rebuttal exhibit or whatever, but the letters are consecutive.
Right. Okay. All right. Those are admitted.
Well, objections if
Oh,
they-
I'm sorry. Mr. Allen, do you have any objections to any of the exhibits?
No, thank you for asking.
No objections from the division.
Thank you.
Anything else before we break?
No, I guess after that point, it's up to the division for their presentation, and then I'm
Yeah,
assuming
let's-
the petitioner will have arguments or conclusory statements.
Do your exhibits? Okay, let's do that now. Okay. Can I just say, when you submit them, make sure they're all properly labeled?
We will.
thanks. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. We're submitting Exhibit B1, B2, B3, C1, C2, C3, C4, C5, C6, C7, C8, C9, C10, D1, E, F1, oh, sorry, not F1, that was objected to, F2, F5, F51, F52, oh, no, those weren't
Those are
submitted, sorry.
demonstrative, right.
Those were, sorry, okay. So just F5. F7, Exhibit I, Supplement Exhibit I, Supplement Exhibit J, 7.1, 9.1, 11.1, 11.2. Point 3 was objected to, 11.4, 11.5, 11.6, 11.7, 15.1, 16.1, 16.2, point 17, point 18, point 18.1, and then also supplemental.
Are all of these part of J?
Yes, those were all J.
Okay.
Yeah.
18.1.
Let's see. And, okay, and then we need to have the supplement Exhibit N, revised Exhibit M, which is the affidavit, and revised Exhibit O, which is the proposed form of unit agreement. We also have a new Exhibit P, which is the rebuttal Exhibit 2, which was the core hole photograph.
Okay, now, wait a minute, what was that exhibit?
Yeah, Exhibit P, and that was the also rebuttal Exhibit 2. That was the core hole photograph. Or the core photograph. Photograph of what came out of the core hole.
Okay. Okay, so I don't have as accepted, let's see, Exhibit A was the
Those were the
resumes, that's in.
Resumes, right.
I have B, 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
All of the Cs, D, E. I do not have G or H. Supplemental M, which is the affidavit of Tara Miller. I don't think we talked about that, did we, or is that submitted?
Yeah, no, that's not submitted. I think that the revised
And then we have
exhibit,
N.
her affidavit dated August 9th is revised Exhibit M.
And on that,
Okay.
remember the objection that was made as far as her testimony on the rights under the leases.
Right.
Okay. Wait a minute, I got the wrong one here. Okay, then O and Exhibit P, revised Exhibit P.
Right.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm going to object to Exhibit O as far as the, there was no foundation laid for that, and no testimony about it.
What do I do about,
We could provide.
before the unit agreement?
We do have a witness who can provide that testimony.
Have we talked about the unit agreement yet? This Exhibit O?
No, we directed Brian McGregor's attention to the Exhibit A, which was the unit, the area of the unit, and also, I think, he identified that there was the unit operator, was the sole unit operator. But he was just testifying regarding the fact that it existed, basically, so. We do have Stephen Bile available to present some testimony on that.
They've concluded their examination and presentations.
I'm sorry, we'll note your objection, but we're going to accept it.
Great. Thank you.
Anything else before we break? We have about 5:45. We'll be back.
All right.
And do summations.
Great, thank you.
Gordon Moon left for a short time, but he was able to follow along with the meeting on YouTube. And so if you have no objections, he will be allowed to vote at the
That's fine, as
conclusion.
long as you heard all the testimony and all that, that's fine. I don't have any
Okay.
objection with that.
Mr. Allen or Mr.
No
Crew?
objection.
Okay.
That's great.
Madam Chairman, we have the recorder running again.
Exhibit N, is that right?
Are we on the record?
Technical side is thumbs up.
Okay. All right, we're going back on the record. I believe Mr. Allen has a presentation or?
Madam Chairman, we would like to recall Mr. Hamilton for just a few minutes.
Okay.
To speak to one exhibit. And now I'll try to get that on the screen. There we go. On most of them anyway.
There they come.
Okay.
All right, I just wanted to address this slide. The table 38 was indeed data that we introduced to the board at a previous hearing, and in that data submittal, we highlighted the viscosity of the crude at greater than 1 million centipoise at 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, that came from a publication by Marchand and Westhoff. It's in the LETC testing area. The rebuttal came back from Hoodoo with the addition of relative permeability and a unit displacement efficiency, the boxes on the right-hand side. Now, I just wanted to discuss how these tests are done, the core tests. Now, I don't mind if we argue about whether it's 1 million centipoise, which is what Marchand and Westhoff said, or the 200,000 centipoise that was discussed from the Ohio contribution today. Either way, the way they test such high viscosity bitumens, crudes, is they take the core, and there's multiple methods, basically two. They either inject boiling toluene or benzene and evacuate all of the hydrocarbons from the core, or alternatively, they put it in a sleeve and apply high pressure and push mercury through the pore. So what that actually does is evacuates the core of the pore spaces that are connected. So the 78.9% number is not oil saturation per se, it is regained permeability. And the residual oil saturation, that 18.7%, resides in the pore spaces that are not connected. That's why it's residual. Even the mercury or the boiling solvent can't pull it out. So that is not, the unit displacement efficiency equation is not valid. It's not relevant to what the core analysis is doing. So that's what I wanted to clarify.
Thank you very much. That's all we had. I guess we should offer him for cross.
Isn't mercury used to determine porosity only?
Well, what I believe in this result was that this was boiling benzene was used as a solvent.
Do you know?
About what?
you know, you're speculating, aren't you?
No, no, not at all.
You know that that's what they use for this?
I know that they used either toluene or benzene, one of the BTXs. They're both solvents. So specifically which one they used, I couldn't distinguish, but there's very little difference between the BTXs.
I'm going to ask you, if we're going to allow his rebuttal, can I have my expert witness come back up and again?
Can he?
I mean, it's only a courtesy, given the same situation.
Yeah, that would be fine, but can we keep it on point?
It'll be exactly just what he just said.
Okay.
Thank you. No further questions on cross for him.
Okay.
Do you want me to proceed with that now?
Yeah, go
Okay.
ahead, I'm
All
sorry.
right, I'm recalling Mr. Dean again. Mr. Dean, you heard Dr. Hamilton's testimony. Would you like to explain your position with that?
Yes, the definition of oil saturation, original oil saturation, and residual oil saturation is not a parameter that is argued and has much uncertainty associated with it. Now, core handling, core procedures, core, what you're injecting, that's all within the report, within these, there's a million different ways, and I can talk about all of them, but at the end of the day, when someone reports original oil saturation, that represents the pore space and how much of that pore space is saturated with oil. Then there's irreducible water saturation, there's connate water saturation, and there's initial water saturation. What they're showing here is original water saturation being different than the 1 minus the original saturation, which means that that's a connate water saturation. My point is simply to say saturations are not disputed, like the definition of saturation is not ever disputed. The handling and the procedures of it can certainly have synthetic crudes, solvents, not representative, perhaps they weren't handled properly. But once again, let me remind everyone, this was provided to us. And those definitions of oil saturation, original and residual, was not sourced by us. And therefore, we assume that those saturations were acceptable because they presented it to us.
Do you disagree with his conclusions?
Yes, I disagree.
Okay, thank you.
Division, do you have any comments or questions?
No questions, thank you.
Anybody on the board have any questions before we move on? Okay. Okay. Can we move on to summation?
That's it. And
That was,
I did have one clarification.
okay.
I spoke with Julianne Carter at the break, and she suggested that we add 3 additional exhibits to petitioner's exhibits F1, F6, and F7. She wasn't sure whether we listed those or not, so if we can add those back in, that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
So admitted. Mr. Allen, do you have a summation, or Mr. Guru?
Thank you very much. I'd like to start by reviewing just a bit of how we got here today. As we've pointed out many times, HSO first came to the board last fall seeking approval of an enhanced recovery project as the statute requires. And the board approved that project with respect to what we've come to call 4 pilot wells. I think HSO sees them more appropriately as the first 4 wells of their project. And in the course of that, we presented evidence about the existence of a pool, about the existence of a resource there, and the board held with respect to the information that was presented at that hearing that it would be conclusive as it applied to the 4 40-acre tracts where the wells were located. Those are spaced out fairly uniform, across the area that we're now asking to unitize. We came back to this board in the spring of this year requesting downspacing. We filed a downspacing request. Hoodoo objected to it. We met with the division, and after meeting with the division and at their recommendation, they suggested that perhaps downspacing under a board order was a bit too rigid and limiting for what HSO was trying to do, and they suggested that HSO should pivot to requesting a unitization order. And one of the key reasons for that and the key motivation is that with the unitization order, the board is authorized to set aside the spacing rules and put spacing into the hands of the unit operator. And so that is what we did. We withdrew our spacing request, submitted a request for unitization that included that particular request, that we would set aside the spacing, the statewide spacing rules in favor of operating as a unit. And again, the major reason for that was flexibility, but the fact of the matter is that to move beyond the pilot stage, we need some means of downspacing. And I think the evidence that's been shown today is that that's an appropriate thing to do, and unitization is an appropriate way to go ahead and downspace so we can put in the remainder of the wells, move on to the 7-spot pattern. Now, let's go from there to what the criteria are for approving a spacing, a unitization order. The statute says that the board may hold a hearing to consider the need for unitization of a pool, pools, or part of a pool, and that they should approve a request for unitization if the evidence shows that operating as a unit is reasonably necessary to meet the objectives of the Oil and Gas Conservation Code. And second, that operation as a unit would have a significant economic advantage over not operating as a unit. Those are the two criteria, and let me just talk about those. Well, I'll come back to those in just a minute. Let me talk about geology. We spent a lot of time talking about viscosity, talking about mobility. And that's very important because it really goes to the question of who has a lease that enables them to extract the substances that are shown to exist in the asphalt ridge and rimrock formations. Mr. Hamilton for HSO presented a series of discrete definitions for oil, for heavy oil, for bitumen that are published by the U.S. Geological Survey. Those definitions rely on two factors, gravity and viscosity. You don't say a word about mobility. We spent a great deal of time talking about mobility as it applies to bitumen. I would simply remind the board first that while we had witnesses that say that immobility is a part of the classic definition of bitumen, they provided no authority for that subject, whereas we provided the USGS definitions. And second, that even if you threw bitumen out of the equation, HSO is sitting on a lease that applies to rock and sand impregnated with heavy oil or bitumen, and commonly known as tar sand. So none of the evidence presented by the respondents spoke to the issue of heavy oil. On the other, and the evidence that was presented by Mr. Hamilton spoke in great detail about the amount of data that shows viscosity data for the asphalt ridge and rimrock formations. Where there was API gravity data, he presented that as well, and it showed that it was uniformly in the range of heavy oil and bitumen. He presented summaries of reports and research spanning over decades. And there are some really uniform things about that information that Mr. Hamilton talked about. First, uniformly discussing these deposits as tar sands. Uniformly discussing the hydrocarbons in these deposits as having high API and high viscosities, consistent with the USGS definitions. There is lots of core data. Mr. Hamilton's summarized that, explained how that fed into HSO's estimates of what the pay zones are there, and we presented information on that subject. On the other hand, the respondents presented an intriguing alternative interpretation of the geology of that asphalt ridge. Much of it, as you heard, is based on data that apparently exists but is not disclosed to anyone. The interpretation that was presented today, as far as I know, has been published or peer reviewed by no one. So I would simply indicate that on the one hand, Mr. Hamilton, I think, presented a fair representation of what the last 50 or 60 years of study and scholarship is on Asphalt Ridge. And then you heard something else. Let me just finish off by talking about reservoir engineering, because frankly, that is a weak spot for us. This is a project that's in the early stages, and we understand that. But let's think about the purpose of this hearing. We're here to determine whether a deposit should be unitized. Unlike other deposits, this is not a mature field with a lot of wells and a lot of operators, and it's not technology that's particularly mature as applied to this resource. So you're presented with credible evidence regarding the amount of the resource in place. You're presented with estimates that speak especially to the unit cost, the per well cost of producing from this resource. And one thing I would point out with that is that the costs, things like energy, are purely straightforward. And the cost we're evaluating in this case is operating as a unit on tight spacing that is roughly 2.5, or operating under the existing regime, which would be one single well per 40 acres. I think that there is enough evidence, far from perfect, and we admit that, but certainly enough evidence to say that there's an economic advantage there. Now, whether Citibank would put this on their list of attractive investments, I don't know. But you're not Citibank, and we're not asking for someone to invest in this. We're trying to determine whether it's appropriate to grant a unitization order. And in this case, I think that there's enough evidence there that you can find that there's a significant economic advantage to proceeding as a unit. Finally, on this point, I mean, one thing we learned here is that Hoodoo is proceeding with their own feasibility studies, none of which they chose to share as positive evidence. They had plenty of complaints, and picking at what HSO has done, but what we learned is that they also have their own information, and they didn't share it today. With that, members of the board, I think we've proven what we need to do to get a unitization order. As you know, part of that is a unit agreement, And under the statute, granting any unitization order is conditioned upon 70% of the mineral interest owners, or the working interest owners, I should say, agreeing to that unit agreement. So there's some work to be done, and I think there's even some opportunity to refine the unit agreement if that's necessary. But those are things that can be done after the approval. So HSO is simply asking today to take down the barrier, let them take the next step forward on developing this resource that Utah has wanted to develop for a long time. And with that, that's all we have. Thank you.
Let's see, do I go to the division or do I go to Fred? Thank you. Fred?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, board members and staff, everybody, for your patience today. But this is a very important issue for Hoodoo. The burden, you know, Mr. Allen's here talking about, you know, well, we didn't provide this or we didn't provide that. The burden is on them to meet the statute for unitization. Hoodoo doesn't have to provide its situation right now. But what Hoodoo did provide you was geology that disagrees with their geology, which shows faulting, much deeper depths of this. And one of their burdens was to establish there is a pool of resource to unitize. Now, you can weigh the evidence between the two geologies if you want, but the point is that there is no dispute on our witness's status, who's worked this basin, who has confidential data that he's utilized, that he's convinced that there's faulting throughout there, and it's shown by other factors, that the geology shows it's not a true pool. Now let's go about the reservoir engineering. They didn't offer anything, nothing. They had a geologist and they had a drilling engineer talk. They offered nothing about reservoir engineering. On the other hand, Mr. Dean addressed all the issues that are important to determine both the relative perm and how that's relevant, the testing that needs to be done to be determining that, and most importantly, that the economics and the parameters that they used in their model and they presented to this board have a number of fallacies in them. That is a real problem with that. And again, under the statute, you have to determine that there is a substantial benefit to the operation economically. You have to do that, okay? On the issue, he mentioned gravity, okay? I want you to go back to remember what the lease says for Hoodoo's lease, that says that it's regardless of gravity. It's natural oil regardless of gravity, okay? So gravity is not an issue here. That's out. That's not as important. The other problems that we talked about, the viscosity, if you have different depths in faulting, it only makes logical sense that if it's mobile at the shallow depths, it's going to be even more mobile at the bottom depths. And why do we talk about mobility? This came up because that's what SITLA said in the letter and demanded that these guys do to prove that it's bitumen. So obviously that has a relationship here. If it's mobile, it may very well fall under Hoodoo's lease and not their lease. So it's crucial. And you've heard evidence provided by a reservoir engineer that this oil is mobile. So you add all those factors together, and I don't think that they've established, number one, it's a pool, and number two, that it's economic. All that aside, why authorize full unitization if they haven't even conducted their pilot program to determine if it's feasible? They haven't done anything yet. So why allow it on a full field basis yet? Come back, at a minimum, do that, okay? For those reasons, we believe that the board has sufficient evidence that was presented today to say that unitization cannot be approved. I also want to finalize a final statement that even though the board is not deciding the leasehold rights, the technical data presented today should at a minimum give it pause to grant unitization until the title issue is conclusively resolved to avoid possible trespass. It's an important factor here. Your technical decisions will help decide the title issue. With that, we thank you for your time and attention, and we appreciate your patience today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any closing comments from the division?
Just very quickly, thank you. as we've heard today, Valcor is here seeking to unitize this area into the Asphalt Ridge Recovery Unit. The statute that applies to unitization is 40-6-8. I think the testimony here today has made clear that it does make sense that for this area to be unitized. There does seem to be enhanced recovery is going to be the most viable option, and so a unit makes sense. However, there are additional findings that the board has to make in order to grant a unit. One of those, and the one that we spent a lot of time on, is that the value of the estimated additional recovery of oil or gas substantially exceeds the estimated additional cost incident to conducting such operations. The division would just like to point out that that is, to some degree, a discretionary standard, that is a decision that the board is able to make based on the evidence that has been provided today. And there has been much of it on the economics. That said, to the point of whether or not the request should be granted, the division believes, and this was in our briefing as well, we further clarified that the title issue needs to be dealt with before you can enter an order establishing a unit. Part of that is based on subsection 4 of 40-6-8, and that's the provision that talks about whether the board's order establishing the unit can ever become effective. And that section says that there has to be a finding by the board that the owners, comprising 70% of the production and the costs, agree to the unit agreement, which leads us back to who are the owners that are having to agree to that unit agreement in order to establish this unit. And unless we know who those owners are, and I believe the testimony today demonstrated that both parties are seeking to establish an enhanced recovery project in the exact same area between the 1,000 to the 2,000 foot depths. And so which party owns the oil there, and until we know, I don't think we could have an effective order of the board. The division's recommendation is that Valcor continue with the pilot project and get additional data perhaps as to the economics while and viability of the project while they resolve the title dispute in a jurisdiction that has the ability to do so, and then come back at that time if it's favorable to seek unitization then. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, are there any closing thoughts here?
I have one question for the division. So does a unitization order apply to the operator or to the land involved?
Good question. The statute establishes that the order must designate an operator. So to some degree, I believe it probably applies to both. You have to establish both the pool and area that is being unitized. So that's going to cover the lands, but there has to be an operator designated as well. That answer your question?
Do you want to do that now before we deliver? Public comment. Before we go into deliberations, because we didn't have a briefing session this morning, is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak? Seeing none. I guess we will move on to deliberations. And I can't promise we'll be back in 15 minutes. All right. We're going off the record. our deliberation. Yeah, I was gonna check and see if our computer people.
Madam Chair, please, one moment. Recorders are running, you're live.
The board's back. We are back on the record. We've discussed the situation. I believe we have a motion.
We do. Without a producing well, the board does not find the existence of a pool for the purpose of unitization. Therefore, I move the request for agency action be denied without prejudice.
Second.
Do we do discussion before voting? Let's take a board vote. Those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Could you hold up your hand so we can count you? We have Greg Galicki, Selma Sierra, Steve Church, Levon Garrison. Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
That's Gordon Moon and
Al Walker.
Al Walker. Thank you. Is there any discussion?
Just two, all right, the order.
I would like to have board counsel write the motion and circulate it. Any other discussion? Okay. We have a couple more issues. I think we're done with this one. I think you're done. You're off the record. We do have a couple more items here. We have some continuations. Docket number 2023-032, cause number 139-172. Per the parties' agreement, this matter will be continued to the September 27, 2023 board hearing. Next one is docket number 2023-034, cause number 132-20. This matter will be continued per the parties' agreement to the September 27th, 2023 board hearing. The next one, docket number 2023-036, cause number 138-04. Per the parties' agreement, this matter will be continued to the September 27, 2023 board hearing. And the last one, docket number 2023-038, cause number 132-21. Per the parties' agreement, this matter will be continued to the September 27th, 2023 board hearing. And seeing no other discussion, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All right, out of here.